Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Russia and Ukraine agree to swap 1,000 prisoners of war as initial peace talks conclude in Istanbul. Local medics say at least 93 people have been killed in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes. And a man charged with arson on properties linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer appears in court. To our top story, and much anticipated talks between Russia and Ukraine have taken place in Istanbul today. It is the first direct meeting between the two warring nations in 3 years. According to a Ukrainian source, Russia has made what they call unrealistic demands which go far beyond anything ever discussed, including the withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from Russian territory and for a ceasefire to be implemented. They did, however, agree to swap 1,000 prisoners of war between the two countries. We can now go live to Istanbul to speak to our correspondent Riz Khan. Ross, great to have you on the show. So today's talks were a step forward, but has there been any breakthrough between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, Leigh Ann, certainly the headline announcement to come out of that meeting was the agreement to swap 1,000 prisoners of war each, and if that exchange goes ahead, it would be the biggest such exchange since the beginning of the war. Now, the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, who was mediating between Russia and Ukraine, said that it was an important day for world peace. He said the prisoner exchange that was announced was a confidence-building measure and that the two sides had agreed in principle to meet again. Just having this was symbolic. They haven't sat down in the same room, the Russian delegation and the Ukrainian delegation, since spring 2022. Incidentally, their last talks in person were here in Turkey as well. And it took a couple of days. There were delays. There was uncertainty about potentially the level of the delegation. Eventually, we found out that Russia said it would be sending a more junior delegation. And then we had a reaction from Ukraine as well to have a representation headed by the defense secretary. It wasn't a presidential level as Volodymyr Zelensky wanted. It wasn't even at foreign minister level. This was a more lower level, technical exchange. It didn't even last 2 hours, the meeting, but the fact that it has taken place certainly was seen as a positive sign by the hosts, Turkey, that they could potentially have more talks further down the line. But overall, the headline was the swapping of 1,000 prisoners, not what Ukraine wanted, which was Russia signing up to an immediate ceasefire.
So, Ross, that brings me on to my next question. Zelensky says Ukraine's #1 priority for today's talks was this unconditional ceasefire, as you just mentioned. Are we hearing more about Russia's priorities going forward?
Yeah, the lead negotiator for the Russian delegation, Leigh Ann, was Vladimir Medinsky. He was also the negotiator last time they met in 2022, and he gave some comments to the press after the conclusion of those talks here in Istanbul. He said that overall, he was feeling generally satisfied with how the conversations had gone this afternoon. He said that Moscow had taken note of a request from Ukraine for a meeting to be scheduled between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. Now, you might remember that's something that the Ukrainian president wanted to see here in Turkey. He said he would be waiting for President Putin here in Turkey, and eventually the Russian leader decided not to come. Overall, the Russians did also say that they had agreed to provide more details in terms of their visions of a ceasefire and to provide those proposals to Ukraine.
And Ross, while this was going on, European leaders were meeting, and Keir Starmer basically said they must put more pressure on Russia if Putin doesn't agree to continue these negotiations and come to the table. How are European leaders planning to actually ratchet up pressure on Russia?
Yeah, that's right. So there was a meeting of the European political community today in Albania. That is a group that pretty much comprises every country in Europe. It's not just those who are in the European Union. And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron and the new German Chancellor Friedrich Merz were among those who were gathering in Albania, along with the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Volodymyr Zelensky. And they had a call after the conclusion of the talks here in Istanbul with Donald Trump to put forward their vision to the US president that they found it, quote, completely unacceptable that Russia's position was still not to sign up to a ceasefire. The idea of a ceasefire has been agreed by the United States, by Europe, by China, by Turkey, of course by Ukraine as well. So it is just Russia, they say, that is the blockage in this regard, that it won't sign up to a halt in the fighting. They have threatened to impose massive sanctions on Russia. They said that they will be closely aligning their position in the coming days, whether there could potentially be a trade embargo perhaps, or as the US Senator Lindsey Graham suggested, 500% sanctions imposed on Russian exports. Also, we can call to mind what the French foreign minister has said in this regard. He said that it could be time to try to suffocate the Russian economy once and for all with devastating sanctions. Leigh Ann?
Ross Cullen in Istanbul, thank you for joining us. We can now go live to Moscow to speak to political analyst Andrei Antikov. Andrei, thank you so much for joining me. I was just wondering if you could react there to what our reporter Ross was saying about Russia not agreeing to a ceasefire despite other countries signing one.
That's right. Ukraine insists on an unconditional ceasefire, and that's absolutely unacceptable for Russia, because a ceasefire must be a result of negotiations. We have to understand the conditions of this ceasefire, and I think that when we talk about the ceasefire, it means that all military actions, all the military activities must be stopped in Ukraine. And you know that, for example, French President Macron says that this ceasefire doesn't mean that the supplement with the weapons must be stopped. Supplement Ukraine with the weapons must be stopped. So I think what Ukraine needs is a little break, this 30-day break, to get more soldiers, to get more weapons. And after that, Ukraine and its allies in Europe want to continue the fight. Of course, it's absolutely unacceptable for Russia. So, as I mentioned previously, all the military activities must be stopped. We have to also discuss the observer mission and so on and so on.
Okay, Andrei, negotiators from Russia and Ukraine have held talks in Istanbul, the first in 3 years. Ukraine has deemed Russia's newly introduced demands unacceptable and detached from reality. What do you make of this assessment? Other countries, including Ukraine, say they have gone to Turkey. They are ready for these ceasefire negotiations. They want a 30-day ceasefire. Putin was a no-show. New demands are coming in from Russia. What's happening?
I think the best result that these negotiations have started. It's really a good result for today. The second result is that there is exchange of prisoners. 1,000 Russian boys will come back home. 1,000 Russian soldiers will be back. That's a good result. And the third result, as I think, is that Russia and Ukraine have agreed to continue the dialogue. Of course, it was difficult to expect more results. It was difficult to expect that that Russia and Ukraine would agree on everything. The dialogue have just started, and I think we should see more negotiations in the coming weeks or even months, maybe. So I think we'll see some compromises.
The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his Turkish counterpart have both reiterated the need for a ceasefire. Is Russia ignoring these urgent calls from the US and their counterparts to stop the killing? Because you just said to me it's a positive step to have these talks that we are now seeing in Turkey between Ukraine and Russia, but the reality is on the battlefield, people are still dying.
That's right. That's correct. I don't mean that Russia is against the ceasefire, but as I mentioned previously, when we talk about ceasefire, all the military activities must be stopped. We don't want that Ukraine would use this chance, would use this ceasefire to supply its army with more weapons, to get more soldiers from the streets, and then to continue the fight after this ceasefire. We need a stable peace. We need a ceasefire that will transfer us to a peace agreement, to a real peace.
And Donald Trump says he wants to meet Putin as soon as we can. Do you think Putin is prepared to meet the US president? And is he interested in genuine diplomacy?
Of course, it's an interesting proposal, and we all expect this meeting between President Putin and President Trump, because anyway, the possible agreement between Russia and the United States is a key to solve this crisis, the Ukrainian crisis. The important thing is that this meeting will exclude President Zelensky. And when Marco Rubio says about the meeting, he mentions Putin, he mentions Trump, but he doesn't mention Zelensky. That's an important thing to my mind.
But Zelensky is a key player in this. You know, he's the person who's frustrated, and right now his country's also being attacked by Russia. So why shouldn't he be included in these, do you think?
I think he can be included in negotiations after the final text will be agreed between the delegations, between the negotiators. Then we will see the meeting. I think that we will see the meeting between two presidents, President of Russia, President of Ukraine, to sign this agreement. And that's all. But when we talk about Zelensky, Zelensky is not is a figure who's consultating with, who has consultations with many countries, with European countries. So I think we should talk with countries that take real decisions. First of all, it's the United States.
Andrei Antikov, a Russian political analyst, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you so much. Let's head over to Kyiv now to speak to Ivan Urs, Chief Consultant of the Center of Foreign Research at the National Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining me. Ivan, I don't know if you just want to react to my previous guest who said that President Donald Trump should be meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, but Zelensky should not be included in those talks.
Greetings to you, Leigh Ann, and greetings to all audience. You know, I think that Russia demonstrates the classical imperial point of view. Russia watched to this world from the position that there is Russia, there is the United States, there is China, and that's all. There is no other countries. That's why for President Putin, he said that he don't ready to meet with President Zelensky because whole world except US and China is not exist. And from that point of view, from that perspective, of course, it's logically to hear that statement. But for more than 3 years, Russia in full-scale war with Ukraine. If Russia were in war with the United States, of course, President Putin should talk with Donald Trump. But they not have a war with the United States. They're in war with Russia. And even if President Putin and President Trump have some agreement, the Ukrainian soldiers is not subordinated to Donald Trump. They're subordinated to Ukrainian president and Ukrainian people. So that's why that Russian imperial approach, I think it's failed, because time of empires go to the history more than a century ago. Unfortunately, Russia still want to see themselves as an empire. That's why when Russia like to say that they want to eliminate the reason of this war, you know, I agree, because as former advisor of the US President, Jasinski, security advisor, once said a phrase, without Ukraine, Russia is not empire. Without Tataria, Russia is just Moscovia. Russia want to be empire, that's why they want to control Ukraine. If Russia not control Ukraine, they are not empire. They want to be empire, that's why we have the reason of this war. If Russia forgot about the imperialistic views, I think that peace will be. Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Ivan, thank you so much for that. But I just want to say, on the topic of Donald Trump, Do you believe Donald Trump is the only person right now, the US president, who can actually bring a 30-day ceasefire to Ukraine and Russia and be able to get these peace talks that could eventually happen underway?
You know, Leigh Ann, actually Donald Trump proposed 30 days ceasefire without any preconditions. Russia immediately started to say that we need preconditions, as today they said that we're preparing this list. But as for me, it's violation of proposition of Donald Trump. It's violation of the proposition of the leading European countries and Ukraine that made a joint proposition with those European countries and talked even today with Donald Trump from Albania, where our president now actually participate in some meetings. And that's why that approach that Russia don't need US proposal, don't need Donald Trump proposal, I think that it should motivate Donald Trump to make serious action. You know, your correspondent before the interview with Moscow guest, he said a little bit wrong phrase. He said about 500% tariffs on the Russia goods. It's not correct. The proposition of Lindsey Graham, 500% tariff for the products of the countries who are buying oil and gas from Russia. It's very important difference, because every country who are purchasing gas and oil from Russia should understand that in case of supporting this Lindsey Graham idea, their goods will face with 500% tariffs in the United States of America market. It's so-called non-direct sanctions, but it's, for me, one of the most serious, because it can damage Russia economy. Russia economy, actually, when Russia like to say that, oh, everything perfect with our economy, I always say two figures. 3.2 trillion Russian rubles deficit of Russian budget after 4 months of this year. 3.3 trillions, it's the liquid part of their reserves. So it means that in the nearest vicinity, Russian reserves could not cover the deficit of their budget. And it can cause economic problems. That's why when someone asks Ukraine how you expect to win this war, I always expect economy can win this war. Because you can have a lot of tanks, but if you're not paying pensions to your pensioners and salaries in budgetary area, it's very hard to win the war. Germany in the First World War can demonstrate that fact that they were very successful on the front line, but they lose the economy, and that's why they lost First World War. The same situation can be with Russia. So no one attacked actually Soviet Union, but after deal between Saudi Arabia and the United States about decreasing global oil prices, that actually happened. After that, Soviet Union disappeared. That's why, who knows? Probably Saudi Arabia and Russia can repeat the same trick as they do in 1986, that borrow USSR, now they can borrow Russia. Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Ivan Us, Chief Consultant of the Center of Foreign Research at the National Institute for Strategic Studies. I appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Etihad has ordered 28 wide-body Boeing aircrafts with GE engines in a $200 billion deal between the US and the UAE. The Abu Dhabi-based airline confirmed the jets were expected to join the existing fleet in 2028. The White House said the deal deepened the long-standing aviation partnership between the US and the UAE. Israel has qualified for the Eurovision Grand Final this weekend, hours after protesters disrupt dress rehearsals. 24-year-old Yuval Rafal was performing the song New Day Will Rise when 6 people with oversized Palestinian flags interrupted her act. Swiss broadcasters organising the event said the audience members were escorted from the arena. Fans attending the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles could escape the city's traffic and fly to and from events. LA 28 have announced a partnership with Archer Aviation to provide air taxi services during the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Flying taxis were due to debut at the Paris Games in 2024, but were not certified by Europe's Air Safety Agency in time. And footballer Cristiano Ronaldo has topped the Forbes list of the world's highest paid athletes for the third year in a row. Following his move to Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia, Ronaldo's estimated total earnings are around $275 million. The Portuguese forward's income also increased by $15 million, with off-field endorsements and sponsorship deals. At least 93 people have been killed by Israeli strikes, according to local medics. The attacks took place in northern Gaza earlier this morning, with people fleeing from Beit Leah and as well as a Jabalia refugee camp. Associated Press say at least 66 bodies were taken to the Indonesian hospital. A doctor at the hospital has told NBC he believes at least 250 have been killed across Gaza in the past 36 hours. I'm now joined by Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, great to have you on the show. Deadly Israeli strikes have been pounding Gaza today, which follows a series of attacks yesterday. What is the situation on the ground?
Israel is pounding away, as you said. They targeted 150 different places in Gaza in the last 24 hours. Hitting both Jabalia and Beit Lahia in northern Gaza, but also Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. And in addition to the airstrikes, Israeli tanks are also advancing in all of those areas that I just mentioned. So the situation is, of course, getting more and more bloody in Gaza as the Israeli military is going further and further in to the Gaza Strip to try and capture some of the areas that Hamas are currently holding. Because every time Israel has been inside Gaza in certain areas and withdrawn from those areas, Hamas filled the vacuum very, very quickly. So Israel is now trying to prevent that from happening going forward, which is why Prime Minister Netanyahu said that there will be parts of Gaza that will be occupied. So we are seeing the beginning of a very bloody and aggressive assault from the Israeli military.
Yotam, Donald Trump has been in the Middle East on a 4-day tour and didn't visit Israel, but he's acknowledged people in Gaza are starving. Is there hope his comments could put pressure on Israel to lift this blockade?
There's no doubt that whatever Donald Trump says has an impact on Israel. Israel is listening to every word he says carefully, because Donald Trump is known to be quite unpredictable. He changes his mind very often, and it looks like he's quite fed up with the war in Gaza now. That's why he's been trying to really strong-arm Israel into making compromises so that there can be a comprehensive agreement, a ceasefire agreement with Hamas. And he's also told Israel in so many words that humanitarian aid has to enter Gaza. Now, there is a plan right now for Israel and for the United States to cooperate along with an NGO to get aid into Gaza. But the NGO, which is backed by the US, says that it will only be able to feed around 60% of people in Gaza because there are not enough distribution sites that Israel has approved in southern Gaza so far. But it really does look like we're finally going to see a lifting of the blockade with aid entering Gaza.
Yotam, we heard from Hamas yesterday, and we know from those comments they made that they are now in direct talks with the US. Is this a positive step forward to resuming ceasefire talks and possibly the release of more hostages?
I would say talks are always positive, and even if it's quite unprecedented for Israel, for the United States and for Hamas to have direct negotiations and talks, it's still, if you look at the broader scheme of things, if you want a deal to happen, it's always better to have people engaging. Now, Israel, of course, doesn't look at it that way. For Israel, it was better that the United States was standing on their side and Qatar was standing on Hamas's side, and that the negotiations went on the way in that manner. So I think Israel really feels like it's being sidelined now, that the United States are going over Israel's head to essentially negotiate a ceasefire on behalf of both Israel and Hamas. But at the end of the day, Israel has to agree to this, and I don't think that they will publicly object to Hamas and the United States talking to each other. But I think behind closed doors, they're probably trying to get Donald Trump and his people to stick with Israel and let Qatar deal with Hamas.
And Yotam, I know that you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I just wanted to expand on it because you were saying, you know, Israel might feel a little bit sidelined at the moment in some respects. But as you mentioned earlier, they are preparing to expand operations against Hamas. And they said they would do this when Donald Trump did leave the Middle East. Are we still expecting this to happen? And what could we see?
Absolutely. Israel has called up thousands of reservists who are now preparing to go into those areas in Gaza that I just mentioned, some of them at least. Some will go to the West Bank, others will go to the border with Lebanon. But Netanyahu's policy, his way of dealing with Hamas right now is basically to bomb them into submission. This is what he's hoping he can achieve. And we have to mention something quite significant that perhaps happened this week, which was Israel targeting the leader of Hamas inside Gaza, which was Mohammed Sinwar. And that was quite significant. We don't know if he's dead yet, but if he is, that's just another way for Israel to really punish Hamas as much as possible and to tell them that there's no way around agreeing to Israel's terms. If they don't, they will end up being killed one by one.
Yotam Confino, Middle East correspondent and author. Always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. President Donald Trump has confirmed the U.S. has provided Iran with an American proposal regarding its nuclear program. Negotiations between the two countries have been ongoing, with the two sides trying to reach a possible deal. Speaking to reporters on board Air Force One as it returns to Washington from the Middle East, the U.S. president said things have moved quickly. Let's take a listen.
Has the U.S. given them a formal proposal? Has Steve Witkoff handed that over?
They have a proposal, but more importantly, they know they have to move quickly, or something bad's going to happen. Thank you very much.
How's Tiffany doing?
Let's get into this with Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Riyad Kawaji. Riyad, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So we're talking about these US-Iran nuclear talks which are happening. What do we know about the US proposal to Iran, and when are we likely to possibly get a response at all?
In short, the proposal is this administration wants to undo the so-called sunset clause, where Iran would have the right for enrichment unlimited. Plus, just to get this problem out of the way completely, they're saying no enrichment, zero. I mean, this is basically the U.S. proposal as clearly described by Mr. Witkoff after the last round, that no enrichment, zero enrichment, meaning this program will have to be based on uranium that will be enriched abroad. So Iran has a full cycle program, meaning it has from the point of excavating, mining the uranium, turning it into yellow cake, then processing for enrichment, then turning it into a fuel, so going through a whole fuel cycle. The U.S. proposal is saying, no, the enrichment part should be out, because once a country has an enrichment, it can gradually or quickly reach the enrichment level to the 90%, which is military grade. So the U.S. wants to get this possibility out of the way. Once the enrichment part is out, then there is no concern, no worry of Iran's program becoming nuclear anytime in the future.
But Riyadh, is Iran ever actually going to agree to that? Because we do know this is a major sticking point, and a lot of the time, no one really knows what grade Iran is enriching uranium at. That seems to be something that is a little bit difficult to find out.
Well, now we saw Iran taking some steps back. Iran now has agreed to give up all the stockpile of the highly enriched uranium, which is like up to 20% or 6% that it will export, send out all this, get rid of this stockpile. And it is willing to subject its program to heavy scrutiny, inspection, and so forth, and to commit to no militarization of its program. So we're seeing Iran now taking steps back. I think the U.S. now is pushing to get the full non-processing part included within this. And they're using now sticks, not military. They're beginning to talk about more sanctions,
which could really affect the economy further in Iran. But President Trump's trip to the Middle East, Riyadh, this week has been seen as just a massive success. A lot of people have said that. And each stop he talked about not letting Iran obtain a nuclear bomb. How has this message gone down in the region as a whole?
Well, this has gone very positive because Iran has been a cause of a heightened threat perception in the region for several decades now. Ever since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, we saw Iran employ a very, some people would say, aggressive or intrusive policies through its proxies, developing the nuclear program, developing the ballistic missile program, and so forth. We saw the occasional incidents in the sea where ships were attacked. We saw the attack on the oil facilities in Saudis. We saw the armament for the Houthis and the attacks from Yemen. So a great deal of concern has been around Iran's policies and Iran's nuclear program. With all the discussions that happened and the agreements signed during the past 3 days, and the U.S. renewed security commitment to the region, and the U.S. role now in pushing forward this nuclear talks, this all comes to increase the stability of the region, and it's definitely a good news to the leaders of the region.
Trump has allegedly also threatened to strike Iran's program if a deal is not reached between the two countries. Israel has also threatened airstrikes. Are either of these actually a possibility, Riyadh?
The U.S. and the West today have 3 sticks that they hold against Iran. The military is an option. So the U.S. has already mobilized a lot of assets in the region. Israel is eager and even pressing the U.S. to pursue the military option. Now, President Trump has decided to hold off on this option until they exhaust the diplomatic channels. The 2 other sticks, one is in the U.S. hand, which is to enforce the zero export of oil from the Iranian side, meaning that they will be boarding oil tankers and preventing any movement of tankers carrying Iranian oil. And the 3rd stick is the snapback option, and this is a stick held by the European partners who are signatories to the agreement. We saw today a meeting in Istanbul between UK, France, Germany with their Iranian counterpart. It was on the level of deputy foreign ministers. They're talking about this. Iran is very concerned that the Europeans could invoke the snapback option, will reinstate all the UN-imposed sanctions that were suspended in 2015 due to the agreement, the JCPOA, will be reinstated, and that will definitely be devastating to the Iranian economy.
Yes. Riyadh Kawashi, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A 21-year-old Ukrainian man has appeared at Westminster Magistrates Court in London today, charged with 3 counts of arson after fires at properties linked to the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Roman Lavronovich, a Ukrainian national living in London, is also charged with intent to endanger life. Emergency services had been called to 2 properties in North London, one of which Starmer previously lived with his family. We can now go live to London to speak to our correspondent, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, thank you so much for joining me. Tell us what went on in court today and talk us through the accusations.
Well, Leigh Ann, this was a short court hearing at Westminster Magistrates Court. It lasted about 20 minutes. Roman Lavronovich speaking only to confirm his name, his date of birth and his address, and doing that with the help of an interpreter. We did have a little bit more detail in court from the prosecutor, who said that the defendant was charged with 3 offences of aggravated arson, and she set out the dates in May that these alleged offences were claimed to have been carried out. On the 8th of May, a car parked in a residential street, said the prosecutor, in Kentish Town, North London. On the 11th of May, she said in relation to a residential property in Islington, and on the 12th of May in relation to a residential property on the same street in Kentish Town as where the car was parked that was a victim of that arson attack. And the prosecutor went on to say in court the car and both properties were linked to the Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but she added, at this stage, the alleged offending is unexplained. We know that one of those properties was a property at which Keir Starmer lived relatively recently, described as the family home, but currently rented out while he is Prime Minister. We did hear from the prosecutor as well that Lavronovich was interviewed under caution after his arrest and had initially denied arson, but there was no plea in this court hearing today. He was remanded in custody, and there will be another plea and trial preparation hearing on June the 6th.
Ollie, as you were just telling me, both properties had links to the British Prime Minister. How was this handled by the Met Police? And have we heard from Keir Starmer at all?
Well, the Metropolitan Police confirmed that they were investigating this via counter-terror officers. Now, that's because the links that emerged to such a high-profile public figure as Keir Starmer, in terms of what Keir Starmer himself has said about it, that has been fairly limited. When the police investigation became public, he thanked police for their work, but said that he couldn't say much more because there was a live investigation going on. On Wednesday, in Prime Minister's questions in the House of Commons, the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, and the leader of the smaller opposition party, the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, both sent messages of support across the dispatch box to Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister described during that session what had happened as an attack on democracy and thanked parliamentarians for the support that they were expressing for him. Clearly, this comes at a time when MPs are fearful for their security, for their safety. There have been 2 British MPs in recent years that have been murdered in and about their constituencies, and so security a very live and relevant issue for parliamentarians here in the UK, and that's one of the reasons I think that tributes were paid to the Prime Minister and support was showed to him during that PMQ session on Wednesday.
Ollie, and whilst we have you, MPs have been debating the assisted dying bill in Parliament today. What's the latest on this?
Well, where we are now is that the legislation that has been proposed came back to the House of Commons today for MPs to debate a series of proposed changes to it. Now, it was an emotional and passionate debate, as you might expect, with really strong arguments, powerful arguments being made on both sides. There was only a brief period of voting at the end of this long debate in Parliament. One of the changes that is being made to the proposed legislation is that it's being expanded, the number of people in terms of clarifications that would not be obliged to take part in any assisted death. It had initially in the legislation being clear that doctors and health practitioners wouldn't need to be involved if they didn't want to be, but effectively now that's been expanded to make sure that anyone involved in the process, social care workers, for example, pharmacists, would not have to be involved if they didn't want to. But this is just a stage in the process. It'll be the middle of June before we get to the point, at least it could be towards the end of June, that we see the overall legislation come to a vote in the House of Commons in terms of a yes or a no. And the legislation proposes that people who are terminally ill with less than 6 months to live under a certain set of conditions would be able to ask for assistance in ending their life. But as I say, we haven't yet got to that stage. We're still in the process looking at proposed changes and amendments to the legislation as it's currently proposed.
Ollie Barrett in London, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. Russia and Ukraine agreed to swap 1,000 prisoners of war as initial peace talks conclude in Istanbul. Local medics say at least 93 people have been killed in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes. And a man charged with arson on properties linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer appears in court. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT is coming up with Tom Burges Watson next, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with highlights of this week's W News Extra. Thank you so much for joining us and happy Friday.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's special program, we're taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week's interviews. Hello and welcome to the program. The US President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia for what he called a historic tour of the Middle East, his first major international trip of his second term. Well, without delay, President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman signed a series of strategic agreements aimed at deepening US-Saudi ties. Well, the memorandums cover key sectors including minerals, energy, security, the economy, advanced technology, even space exploration. Well, the two leaders met in the capital Riyadh, where they highlighted the growing partnership between the two nations. Well, Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima bint Bandar, has called the visit a pivotal moment for global peace. Speaking to the New York Times, she emphasized that sustainable partnerships begin with reciprocity. She also noted that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's plan to invest $600 billion in the United States over the next 4 years aligns with both Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and President Trump's economic growth agenda. Well, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman also met with the Tesla CEO Elon Musk, to whom he was introduced by President Trump during talks at the Al Yamama Palace earlier on today. Well, the Crown Prince and President Trump jointly greeted several other high-profile executives, including Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum and specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy and Gulf-Israel relations. He joins us from Riyadh. Dr. Al-Ghashian, thank you very much indeed for your time. Just to start off with, I'm assuming there's a real sense of pride there in Riyadh that for the second time, the US president has made the kingdom the first stop of his first state visit since taking office.
Well, firstly, thank you very much for having me, and it's good to join you. Indeed, I think there is a great sense of jubilation, and I think your word is far more accurate, that there is a sense of pride. But why there is this a sense of pride? I think, in my opinion, this speaks to the success, and also this speaks to the fruit of a great deal of Saudi's labor that it had invested in trying to position itself as a middle power, a power in this evolving kind of international order that we find ourselves in. You know, time and again, we're starting to see this role of not just investor, not just a spender in other people's economies, but actually being the recipient of investment. And I think even today, we could see with the who's who coming out of the United States business elites, that they're here and they're choosing Saudi Arabia to be a destination for investment. And so there is indeed that sense of pride.
Yeah, and that's perhaps why the word reciprocity was the word that stood out for me in a piece that was written in the New York Times, an interview, I should say, with Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima bint Bandar. This theme of a two-way exchange, mutually beneficial agreements seems to be quite a recurrent theme, doesn't it, surrounding this trip?
Oh, indeed. And I think maybe in another term that usually that's thrown I've had a long day, sorry, but thrown around a lot is transactionality. And I think a lot of the times that when we treat transactionality in a negative sense, it obviously has a damper on the relationship. But I think what the princess has been trying to say, or what I get that she was saying, was that there is a positive transactionality. And then when there is a transactionality that makes sense for both countries, then it has to be a win-win. And it's very interesting to see that an American first approach is actually converging with a Saudi first approach. And then when you have this kind of two nation first approaches meet, this is the kind of result that it will produce. And of course, it's also the beginning of many things. I think this is really the beginning of a great deal of development and developing into each other's economies. But also, this is where the heart of the Saudi strategic vision is to become more independent, more diversified when it comes to its economy. And therefore, reciprocity in this regard is only a strategic gain.
Sure, and the US must be acutely aware that it can't take this relationship for granted, because, let's face it, Washington isn't the only player exerting influence on the world stage. nor in the Middle East. Beijing and Moscow, to name two other major powers that have a certain degree of influence as well on the region, a major degree of influence. So do you think the US side is aware of the importance of not taking this, or being perceived to take this relationship for granted?
Yes, I do think so. I think here it's really worth also looking at another buzzword that's been mentioned around the Saudi-American relationship, which is multipolarity. A lot of the times people look at multipolarity and they use it too lightly, in my opinion, for my liking. The fact that perhaps Saudi Arabia now, because there are other options that Saudi Arabia has, that they are just taking the U.S. relationship for granted. And I think this is not the case. In my opinion, I think Saudi Arabia has a what I would call an asymmetric multipolar lens when it comes to this issue. That yes, they are willing to work with the United States. They want to work with the United States, but they are willing to work with the United States so long as it makes sense to them and doesn't come at the cost of other relations with other strategic partners like China and others. So I think here the symmetry of this relationship is being reduced, in my opinion. Unlike, I think, the previous decades, we're starting to see a more organic partnership and a more sustainable one.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of is summed up in a piece that you contributed to that I was reading before this interview, in which you say that the Saudis are ready to do business, but not at any price. Just tell us a bit more about what you were thinking when you said that.
Well, I think there are a few things here. And of course, as you mentioned, I am someone who also focuses on Saudi foreign policy towards Israel, and I'm following this. And that's actually what my postgraduate degree was on, looking at Saudi foreign policy towards Israel. And therefore, it was more of a response to those people that were saying Saudi Arabia will do business with the United States in exchange for a recognition of Israel. But I argued against that simplistic notion. What I was trying to say is that, listen, the Saudis are willing to do business. They are, but they are not going to reduce their strategic relations with anywhere else. And the Saudis have been very pragmatic, but also very skilled in managing these kinds of relations. So therefore, I think this is also a response to a very binary perception that is sometimes coming out too much from Western capitals, that it's either us or China. And that's not the way you want to gain much from Saudi. That isn't the way. That's a flawed approach. So I think this is what I was trying to strike at. I was saying that, listen, yes, the Saudis want to work with the United States. They do want to work with the United States. They still see the United States as their main strategic option, but not at any price. Normalization with Israel has a very big price. Trying to move away from China probably doesn't even have a price, because that's just too unstrategic. China is too strategic. So quite frankly, people are going to have to realize that this is a different Saudi Arabia that they're dealing with before. And unfortunately, people haven't developed their understanding. Their analysis on Saudi Arabia has not caught up with the reality of where Saudi Arabia is in this evolving multipolar world that we're finding ourselves in.
Right. So you're painting the picture of a nation that is increasingly confident and increasingly assertive. And do you think that change has come about in a significant way since perhaps 2017, when President Trump made Saudi Arabia the first stop of his first term? Do you think that's going to be something he sees amongst all the other changes that have happened in Saudi Arabia during these last 8 years?
I think he probably had already seen it, in my opinion, because this is indeed a different region and a different Saudi Arabia. Of course, then, we were still talking about a ruling elite that was still 2 years into their establishment, them being ushered into power. 2030 vision was just over a year old. and there was an immense amount of respective nationalisms around the world. There wasn't a regional spirit that we find ourselves here today. And also that we, this idea of Saudi first, I think Saudi first, that, does not mean Saudi alone. And therefore it speaks to the regional lens that Saudi has, that in order for Saudi 2030 to be successful, in order for Saudi Arabia to be strong, it has to be within a stronger region, and a more stable region. And that's what we're really striving towards. And that's only going to benefit even Saudi-American relations. And also it's going to even protect Saudi Arabia from any kind of external pressure. So there is a more confident, a part of that confidence is that the Saudis time and again have actually been proven right in some aspects, such as, for example, the oil spat that took place in October 2022. That the Saudi analysis about the oil pricing was actually more astute than what the Biden administration was putting forth. And, the list goes on when it comes to these kind of presidents. So I think there is the regionality that is taking place here, seems to speak a great deal to the confidence that Saudi has.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, just thinking about a conflict like the conflict between Israel and what's happening in Gaza, the war with Hamas. I mean, to what extent do you think the Trump administration counts on advice from places like Riyadh in terms of determining what the best way forward is? Because, for example, the idea of relocating and evacuating citizens from Gaza and positioning them in other countries was one from which there was a lot of pushback in the region. That idea seems to have been sort of more or less put on hold by the Trump administration. I mean, how much dialogue do you think, how much advice do you think comes from Riyadh and it is directed towards Washington?
Well, there is a significant amount, especially if they want Saudis to play a role. Then there are going to have to be a great deal of coordination. See, because I think right now, almost dealing with anything in the region requires to have a Saudi input. And the reason being is that more and more international actors are looking at Saudi to use their leverage and their kind of weight, whether that's symbolically or financially, or now even geopolitically, to play a bigger role. And at times, the Saudis will say, listen, why do you want us to play a bigger role to clean up some of your mistakes? You need to listen to our input in order to really help you do a better job of what you want to do, or the collective kind of goal that we're all looking for. And so, I mean, the point that you mentioned regarding, I think, pushing out Palestinians and locating them elsewhere, Netanyahu said that he may, if Saudis want a Palestinian state, then they should have it on their home turf or on their state. That came after Donald Trump saying in the Oval Office that the Saudis are not saying that they want a Palestinian state, etc., which received a response, and a strong response, 2 hours later from the Saudi Foreign Ministry. So this is something that also other analysts kind of said this won't happen, because the Saudis seem to be more adaptive to Donald Trump, or they will be willing to accept some of the Donald wrath. And quite frankly, I think we've seen that. Now, we've also seen a measured kind of pushback, a pragmatic pushback, a pushback that rechannels that negative energy into something what Donald Trump would probably want to hear about economic development and prosperity. So I think there is, when it goes back to your original question, there is indeed a consultation, because let's face it, if we're going to have to deal with the region, you're going to have to work with Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is the center of gravity of the region, de facto.
Sure. I mean, you're helping us get a clear picture of an assertive country that pushes back on issues where it doesn't agree, and that isn't in the least bit afraid to do so, and promptly, as you say, within a matter of hours. Let's talk about the relationship between the two men, President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. How would you characterize that relationship, and how important do you think that relationship is in crafting the way forward for US-Saudi relations?
It certainly always helps when there is chemistry at the elite level. Certainly always helps. This is unlike the lack of chemistry that was there from the previous administration. Now, because there was a great deal of frostiness in the previous administration at the elite level, this did not stop, I think, Saudi Arabia and the United States institutions actually working with each other properly. I mean, I think they worked well. So there is, a very workable relationship and a very, I would call it I won't say a warm relationship, if I'm very honest with you, but a very good understanding of each other. They are similar people. They speak the same language, at times the language of business, speak the same language of rationality. And while a lot of the times this allows them to converge, there is aspects where they do diverge. And we've seen that time and again. So it's going to be a manageable relationship. But again, I think at that personal level, a warmth, I won't say a warmth, a chemistry will lead to certainly to a better relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States.
And just for anyone, for future ideas as to how to approach relations with Saudi Arabia from a US point of view, how would you advise Washington not to approach Saudi Arabia? What would be the things that a US administration should not do, behaviors they should not demonstrate if they want to achieve results and make the relationship go forward in a positive way?
Yeah. The first thing is to not treat them as an ATM. This is the first thing, and probably one of the major things. This is what I would call a Gulf Orientalism, that basically that these people are there simply to pay for our mistakes or pay for our endeavors, and they will provide this money without really thinking about it. And this entitlement almost of access to Gulf money is actually offensive. And therefore, sometimes people would still do this. Their understanding of the Gulf is still in that very Orientalist, unflattering kind of phase. So that's one thing, that if you're going to speak with Saudis, speak with them in the language of investment, speaking with them with a language of rationality, not in the language of entitlement. And that's really, in my opinion, that's the fundamental things. The other thing is that they're going to have to talk with the Saudis and not at the Saudis. And I'm not talking about at the elite level, because I know that happens. I'm talking more broadly when it comes to the respective discourses and the analysis that tends to come out from the United States, and some of the analysis that this is what you need to do to the Saudis. You need to use sometimes people will say the stick and the carrot. You got to listen to the Saudis. And this is one thing that I've come across when it comes to Saudi illusions of Saudi-Israeli normalization, that there's a great deal of what I call Saudi-splaining, that they're actually trying to explain to the Saudis what's in their interest and what they're doing and what they're thinking. And this is very, very offensive. There are Saudis that need to also voice their opinions more, in my opinion. That's why I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. And at the same time, I think it's just time to have a healthier discussion and a healthier discourse, and perhaps focus on developing a healthier American-Saudi culture of discussion. This is where a lot of the problems stem from.
Yeah, I mean, you're making it sound like, the page has been turned on some rather patronizing exchanges between Riyadh and some other cities in the world, not to mention specifically Washington. Just lastly, because we're almost out of time, I'd just like to ask you what struck you about what's emerged from this visit to Riyadh by President Trump so far.
In my opinion, I think that was the emphasis on the economic angle. I anticipated that there may be more on the defense angle, or there will be statements regarding kind of American security in the region and American dedication to, American presence. But I was not surprised to not hear that. So I think, for me, what struck me the most was how the Saudis and Americans have really emphasized on the economic angle, and this economic angle, of course, as I mentioned earlier, was really, I think, the core, the main strategic element of this meeting and of the summit. And I think it speaks to something else, that still the Saudis still would like a treaty with the United States, and the United States is something that they're dealing with, but they know that the time is not ripe for that. The political landscape in Washington, D.C. does not allow that. And therefore, I think the economic angle, or I would say an economic heavy summit, speaks to the tangibility of some of these deals, that the economic aspect is something that they wanted to develop more and more. So I think that's the thing that really, arised for me.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing those insights with us. A great pleasure talking to you, Dr. Aziz Al-Gahashtian. Thank you very much indeed for your time today.
My pleasure.
Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Jasmine Al-Gamal, who is a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, who joins us from the UK. Thank you very much for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. Just want to start by asking you, we heard President Trump earlier on today describing the president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, as a young, attractive, tough guy. They seem to have got along very well. He said the meeting went great. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised that the meeting took place. We've been hearing about it for quite a bit, rumors that this might be happening. I know the president of Syria was pushing for this meeting to happen, to sort of get a face-to-face opportunity with President Trump and speak for himself. Of course, I was a little surprised about the flowery language that the president used to describe Ahmed al-Shara, but that's President Trump. I mean, he speaks in these terms. He likes to be very personal with people when he meets them, if he likes them. And so, that's just something that he likes to do. I don't think one should read too much into that. I do think that President Trump was quite a bit influenced by both the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and Erdogan in Turkey, to both meet with President al-Shara and also to consider the cessation of sanctions on Syria. And we know, we've known Trump for a while now, President Trump, and how he acts. And we know that he puts a lot of stock in people whose opinion he trusts. And he tends to agree, when he tends to agree with them, he doesn't look back. So I think what we've seen in this instance is him really taking those words, that advice into account from MBS and Erdogan, and deciding that he agreed with them, that the cessation of sanctions on Syria wasn't necessarily a reward for one person, Ahmed al-Shara, but really, as the president said, an opportunity for Syria and the Syrian people to turn a new page and try to live a better life moving forward.
But do you think there will be, there are inevitably going to be people in Washington who think, look, al-Shara's administration's been there for 6 months, and before that he wasn't necessarily in the headlines for all the very best reasons. Do you think there will be people in Washington who think perhaps this is all a little bit too much too soon?
I do, and there are voices like that, and there are loud voices like that, and I don't blame them. Look, anyone who is thinking thoughtfully about this region and about U.S. foreign policy has every right to question whether this is a step too soon. But we have to keep a few things in mind. One is Ahmed al-Shara has certainly been moving for years away from jihadist rhetoric and actions. And so far as the president, and even before he was president of Syria, he's been saying all of the right things, talking about truth and reconciliation, moving beyond the painful chapters of Syria's past, engaging with allies, Arabs and Europeans in the region, globally, making it clear that he doesn't want Syria to be in war or sort of in enmity, I would say, with Israel, that he's not interested in that. So he's been saying all of the right things. But more importantly, I would just point out that a lot of these sanctions that were put in place on Syria, as you know, were sanctions directed at the Assad regime. They were Assad-era sanctions. And so it is quite natural when Assad leaves or was, deposed and ran off to Russia, that these sanctions should be rolled back. And sanctions, in the end of the day, are meant to be punitive. If someone does something wrong, you sanction them for doing so until they change their behavior. So I don't think it's completely extraordinary or irrational for President Trump to say, listen, Assad is gone. This is a fresh start. Let's do this. Let's give the Syrian people a chance and see what happens. You know, this can easily be rolled back if things start going in the wrong direction.
Sure. I mean, 14 years of warfare and, you know, that on top of the sanctions, which were described, I think, by President Trump himself as having been crippling. How significant for the Syrian economy, therefore, that they should have been rescinded? What sort of an impact do you think it's going to make in the immediate term?
I mean, it's going to be huge. I mean, it's not just about Syrians themselves being able to access the international banking system and goods and all of that stuff, but it's also importantly about other countries being able to engage with Syria's economy and do business in Syria. Before, you really couldn't do that because you were afraid of falling of U.S. sanctions, basically. So outsiders couldn't really touch Syria. So all of that hopefully is going to change now, where you not only have Syrians being able to have that access, but to open up the country to foreign investment, to foreign business. And other things that will help lift up the Syrian economy. Reconstruction, certainly, which is still makes up a big part of Syria's needs. And so all of those things, I think, in totality are going to be very positively affected. You already see Syrians celebrating in the streets of Damascus and Homs, all over social media, talking in real personal terms about how these decades of sanctions on and off have affected them and how excited and hopeful they are to have this chance at a better future.
Right. And, you know, some prosperity in Syria will actually, I mean, you know, when you look at other case studies like Iraq, for example, I mean, the prospect of reconstruction and some investment in the country, it sort of tackles that vicious cycle that we see in lots of other places where you have obviously very little prosperity that quickly results in an upturn in violence and a peak in the number of sort of militant groups that are willing and able to fill the void left by the authorities. I mean, that must be part of the calculation, isn't it? That investing in Syria will make Syria a more stable neighbor to all those countries that border it.
Of course. I mean, look, we see this all over the world, not just in the Middle East, that when people don't have hope in the future, then when every avenue and road in front of them they see blocked, then you have a sense of hopelessness and anger that starts to boil over. And that's never a good thing in any country. I mean, we've seen economic dissatisfaction turn into violence, turn into, voting in autocrats and nationalists. I mean, there are just bad consequences of not giving people an opportunity to dream and to build better lives. And I think that is absolutely, as you said, part of the calculus here is just that opportunity for Syrians to build a better life and give them that hope and that opportunity and ability to do so.
Yeah, we heard President Trump saying that he thinks that Syria could perhaps one day join the Abraham Accords. I mean, do you think perhaps he's, perhaps one step ahead of himself on that one?
A little bit. He said also the same thing to Saudi Arabia when he was in Saudi Arabia, but he sort of couched it in, but at your own speed and in your own time. The idea of the Abraham Accords is something that President Trump and President Biden, like him, were very much in favor of. This idea, I mean, it's great on paper, right? But we saw the pitfalls or the shortcomings of the Abraham Accords when you have economic peace with your neighbors. It won't necessarily translate to political peace or more security. And we've seen that over the last couple of years. And so I think the focus really should not be necessarily on expanding the Abraham Accords per se, but trying to work, which President Trump has also been talking about and trying to do. And we've seen these conversations yesterday, and I expect we'll see them today and tomorrow as well, talking about peace, talking about security and stability, talking about peace deals and peacemaking. And again, I use this term a lot, turning a new page, turning a new chapter, starting a new chapter in the region. So the Abraham Accords, I mean, in a perfect world, I think President Trump would want the Abraham Accords to be expanded to include the entire region at some point. But I don't think that mechanism is necessarily going to be the thing that he focuses on. He's going to try to be focused on a broader ecosystem of peacemaking and conflict resolution that may eventually one day lead to an expansion of the Abraham Accords.
We're told there was a list of terms and conditions that sort of came attached to the lifting of sanctions, which could in turn pave the way for the normalization of ties between the US and Syria. One of the things that President Trump would like to see President Bashar do is to get foreign fighters to lead the country. That's going to be a tough sell, isn't it, for the Syrian president? And I'm wondering how difficult this whole package is going to be to sell to some of those perhaps more hardliners in his inner sanctum.
That's right. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head with raising some of these concerns. And I'm glad you asked that question, because I was going to say, following on the Abraham Accords point, that the other conditions that Donald Trump has set are fairly reasonable, right? Get rid of foreign fighters from Syria, take over the ISIS camps in the Northeast, not pose a threat to your neighbors. These are all things that President Shara has more or less said that he was on board with. I think the foreign fighter issue, probably out of all of those things, is going to be the trickiest and the most fraught, if you will. It just remains to be seen. I really can't tell you whether he's going to be able to do it, how much pushback he's going to have from some of these foreign fighters who may very well feel like, after all that they had done, that they deserve a place in Syria and that they deserve a piece of the pie. So that might be one of the trickier aspects of the transition, I think, moving forward. So you're absolutely right to mention that.
Just sort of more broadly, how much of a success would you say stop one? I mean, obviously there are 3 stops on this Middle Eastern tour that we know about, because there's, perhaps there'll be a surprise stop on this Middle Eastern tour. But how well do you think stop 1 went?
I think it went incredibly well. I mean, if you look at all of the things that were done and all of the issues that were discussed on this trip, you had, economic deals, defense deals. You had the who's who of the tech and banking and defense and other sectors in the U.S. accompanying Donald Trump to Saudi Arabia. There was the investment conference that was happening around the same time. Everyone that I've spoken to who's in Riyadh right now and who was in Riyadh yesterday is talking about the air of excitement and opportunity, and really going into this with eyes wide open, really understanding what challenges lie ahead and what needs to be done to solve them. And I think one thing that's different that you're seeing that we didn't really see before, including on Trump's last visit to Saudi Arabia, when he also went to Saudi Arabia on his first international stop as president, you're seeing a lot of collaboration between actors that didn't really necessarily always collaborate before. There's this détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran. There are direct talks between Iran and the U.S., between Hamas and the U.S. There's the release of the last living U.S. hostage, Eden Alexander. There's the discussion about Gaza and ensuring that humanitarian aid is finally allowed to enter and finally ending the horrific war that we've been seeing in Gaza and returning all the hostages. You're seeing it's a very holistic view and a very holistic conversation that includes all of the actors, including Erdogan in Turkey, Mahmoud Abbas from the Palestinian authorities, Ahmed al-Shara from Syria. Everyone is coming around and coming and appearing to be on board with this vision on how to move forward positively, with, of course, the very notable exception, as we've seen, and I'm sure you've discussed with other guests, of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, but that may be a separate topic. But to answer your question, I think it was an extraordinarily successful and positive visit.
It's interesting sort of reading the room from afar, looking at people's expressions on their faces and listening to some of the jokes, which at some time, you know, some of the conversations quite light-hearted. I mean, there seem to be some quite strong relationships at play here between, for example, President Trump and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And I'm just wondering how much you think these relationships have helped deliver the results that we've seen. How much of a part do you think they played?
I think they played a huge part. I mean, you're absolutely right that these are two leaders who have a personal connection, who have had a personal connection for a while. President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, also reportedly has a very close relationship with Mohammed bin Salman. In fact, when he was in government in Trump's first term, he was criticized for communicating with MBS on WhatsApp, you know, very informally. But they have that sort of long-standing relationship, and you can see that in how relaxed the atmosphere was and how friendly it was. And this isn't just a Trump thing. I mean, in diplomacy in general, if there is a cordial relationship between two leaders, the more personal the relationship is, the more friendly it is, the better that is for diplomacy. And so I think, you know, there's a lot of criticism, and I don't want to discount the criticism around President Trump's relationships and his family's relationships in the region and what that means for President Trump's personal and business interests. We do have to acknowledge that. But just strictly speaking, in terms of diplomacy, I think that warm relationship that he has with some of these Gulf leaders is really helping to achieve some of this extraordinary diplomacy that we're seeing unfolding before our eyes this week from the Gulf.
Yeah, indeed, and it goes some way to explaining the size of some of the deals that were struck at that forum in Riyadh on yesterday. And I'm just wondering, just to wrap up, how much of a win do you think Stop 1 was for Saudi Arabia?
For Saudi Arabia, it's definitely huge. I mean, Saudi Arabia has definitely dealt with its own problems, especially on the international stage, prior incidents that earned it a lot of criticism and that really did not, you know, there was a period of time when Saudi Arabia was certainly not seen in the light that it is seen today. And it's taken years for you know, this more sort of moving forward positively and being a positive player and a proactively positive player in the region. And now that it's happening, you can see that bearing fruit. You can see it. You can see the way that this is going to be benefiting the people of Saudi Arabia. You can see the potential ripple effects around the region in terms of the diplomacy that's happened around Iran and Syria and farther away, Russia, Ukraine. And the ripple effects it'll have on the U.S. economy as well. So, you know, we are talking about the history of a lot of these actors. Donald Trump, I mean, all of these actors, all of these leaders have very bumpy roads that they've been on in the past. And I think what we're seeing right now, hopefully, is an attempt by all of them to come around the table and try to move forward in a more positive direction. Not just for themselves personally or for their reputations, but more importantly for the people of the Middle East and for the American people as well.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Jasmine Al-Gamal. Thank you for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, we can speak now to Mike Dubke, who is the former Director of Communications for President Trump in the first Trump administration. He joined us from Washington. Thank you very much for being with us once again, Mike. You would, of course, have been working in the White House during the time when President Trump was weighing up where to go on the first foreign trip of his first administration. Just remind us, looking back to sort of 2017, what was the rationale? Why did he choose to go to Saudi Arabia, do you think?
Well, I think there were two rationales. One, it was the norm for an American president to visit Canada first in their administration. That generally was the first foreign trip. I believe that George Bush, President Bush, then went to Mexico after The president wanted to make a different splash, and his trip involved Saudi Arabia. It ended up going to the Vatican at the very tail end of the trip, but he wanted to visit a region that was very important to what his vision was of, spreading the word that America was A, open for business, but B, that there were conflicts that needed to be resolved. And I think looking outside the box, Saudi Arabia made a very logical choice for him to go as his first state visit.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday with guests who described the Middle East generally as being President Donald Trump's happy place. Do you think that's something new, or was it already his happy place, do you think, during his first administration?
Those were never part of our conversations. It was a little bit more about the geopolitical effect of going to Saudi Arabia and sending that message. So I will say this, he didn't mind going to Saudi Arabia or to the Gulf in terms of the travel, but it was less about that, and it really was just striking a different tone. At least back in 2017, that was the goal.
Right, and he did strike a different tone, didn't he? Just listening to the way he was talking yesterday. I mean, what could have been a very formal state visit did have some quite informal moments and some humor as well. And do you think perhaps that's part of the appeal to President Trump, that he's got these strong rapports, these strong bonds with figures such as the Crown Prince?
Oh, very much so. But and to your point, I think it really does show the comfort level that President Trump has being in these courts and being in this atmosphere and having these conversations with these world leaders. So from that perspective, when you look at Donald Trump over the years and in his presidency, when you see this level of comfort's the word, but it's almost an informality that shows a true rapport with the individuals that he's talking with. It's hard for him to keep that from showing through, and I think that's what you saw.
In terms of what President Trump has got to bring home with him to show to the American people for this trip, I mean, he's only done stop one, day one, in full so far.
Right.
I mean, he's got quite a lot, hasn't he, to take back and say, this is I'm not coming home empty-handed.
Well, and I think that's important. I mean, part of this, the White House put out a number of the amount of trade deals and other deals that would be set on these visits. But I don't look at that top line number. I look at what actually was accomplished on this trip. And depending on, we've got a major deal with American military manufacturers. We have a major deal on data centers. We have a major deal on AI chips. And then we have a high number of other deals. I mean, the fact that Starlink is now able to provide service to the peninsula and other places, I think a lot of this is really, these individual items, while some of them have been negotiated for a while, the fact that everyone came together and you had this collection of world business leaders there as well, I think shows the power of traveling to these locations, but also the power of getting the deal done and signing on the bottom line.
There will be some in the region, in the Middle East, that feel a little bit left out of what's been happening and what is happening on this trip. I mean, Iran's one notable country, but perhaps Israel, the more notable. That would have been a logical stopping point, wouldn't it, on a Middle Eastern tour for President Trump?
Well, if we look back to 2017, Israel was part of the original travel that the president had, and I think it's notable that it is not part of this trip. On the one hand, on the other hand, there has been full engagement with Israel throughout the first months of the Trump presidency in a way that there wasn't in 2017. I think this is a very focused trip on economic development. But when you take a step back and you look at some of the conflicts, I think Iran is a perfect example. There have been, over the last several weeks, very intense negotiations. Now, whether you say they've been in person or adjacent to each other. Iran has some very serious decisions to make as to how they want to go forward. Syria, we can talk about Syria in a second, but I think that was an historic announcement by the president vis-a-vis Syria. And then in terms of what is happening in Israel right now, as I said, I don't know that his traveling to Israel at this point, it may have been more of a distraction than it would have been helpful to the overall situation there, just because they've been so engaged. This administration has been so engaged in that conflict since they entered the White House on January 20th.
Yeah, and you mentioned Syria, and of course President Trump, the first US president to meet a Syrian president in a quarter of a century. I mean, truly historic stuff. Probably quite unimaginable back in 2017. Even more unimaginable would have been the language used to describe the new president of Syria by President Trump, who called him young, attractive, and a tough guy. I mean, I think a lot of people in Washington were taken by surprise. Were you one of them?
I was taken by surprise that he made the announcement on this trip. I was taken by surprise that he met in person for 30 minutes to a certain extent. But the Syrian conflict has been going on for so long. When I was in the White House in 2017, what we were dealing with was just a very different Syria. I mean, there were conflicts between U.S. and Russian troops in Syria back in 2017. There was in terms of where we were back then in Trump 1.0 versus Trump 2.0, I would even say several months ago it would have been unthought of that this meeting would have taken place. The president does like a surprise. The president does like to make an impression. And I think for Syria to really advance and be welcomed back into the community of nations, these types of steps had to happen. And I can't imagine the amount of work that went into making sure that making the announcement in this place at this time was the right thing to do. But when the president makes his mind up, he generally goes forward with haste. And I think that's what you saw yesterday.
There's going to be a bit of suspicion, isn't there, on both sides?
Has to be.
Yeah, I mean, the new leadership in Syria and some of the people who are close to the Syrian president might think it's a little early for ties with, what was until quite recently an ideological enemy, and perhaps those in Washington who think it's perhaps a little early, just 6 months into this new administration in Damascus, to be making such overtures. What do you think will be the conversation in Washington?
I think the conversation in Washington will be less about the overture and more about how far that overture will go. By that I mean, I don't know that it's too early. I mean, we are testing each other out on both sides of this. And I think, again, on a world stage where the rest of the world is looking, do we now have leadership in Syria where Syria can be, rather than an outlaw state, can be part of the community of nations? How the pace of those conversations and the pace of that welcoming goes, I think will be determined over the next several months and years. With both sides having to prove to the other that they are going to be welcoming and willing partners. As long as there's the ability to pull back, I think this will progress. But I think this will progress at a slower pace than this surprise announcement that we had yesterday.
Now, casting our minds back to 2017, that was the year that Qatar was somewhat isolated. We see President Trump, who is there today. Obviously things have changed a lot since 2017, which is one of the worst crises Qatar's ever faced. Is that all water under the bridge now, do you think?
I don't think it's all water under the bridge, but between the first Trump administration and today, we've seen Qatar really be central to, we've seen them be central to the negotiations between Israel and Hamas. We've seen them be central to other conflicts around the world, and we've seen how they have tried and really have made strides in being, again, I talked about Syria being welcomed back into the community of nations, but Qatar has done the same as well. Is there still suspicion? Yes, absolutely. But again, this is you know, the world evolves and it keeps changing. And if we keep viewing countries and we keep viewing portions of the world in the same way that we did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this relationship will never evolve. And it was in a bad place, and hopefully it's going to a better place.
And when you look at the choices of destination on this trip, you know, Qatar being today's, yesterday's being Saudi, and the third stop being the United Arab Emirates, I mean, what sort of a thread are you seeing? What do you think went through the minds of the people who devised this itinerary with the president, their rationale, not least for having Saudi Arabia as the first stop on that three-stop tour? What do you think went through their minds?
Well, I think this is a much more focused trip than we had in 2017. He is not going to a European nation. He's not going to Israel, as we've previously discussed. So I think this trip is very much focused on this region of the Middle East, but more importantly on trade and relationships and that development. So I think what went through their mind really was that they wanted a very hyper-focused trip with little distractions, and it made sense, obviously, to stop in Saudi Arabia first.
And just looking at the comms and listening to the speeches, in particular the big speech in Riyadh yesterday, I mean, when you were in your role as White House Communications Director, I mean, did you have to write speeches like that for the president when he was going on a trip? Did you write the speeches he made on his first trip, or would they be? Does he tend to improvise when he gives a major address like the one he gave yesterday?
Well, what happens with the president is he always has a speech that is written for him, and then he reviews that speech. He makes changes to it, and it's kind of an iterative process that goes back and forth. And the process for this speech probably started weeks ago. But then Donald Trump being Donald Trump, he goes off script a lot. And one of the things I loved doing when we were at events with him is having a copy of the actual speech that he was supposed to give and marking where he went off script and what he was talking about when he went off script. But no, for all of these major events, these documents are thought through, are crafted, and then he adds a little bit of panache to them when he's delivering.
Okay, and if we say that the big photo moments of the 2017 visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump were the photograph of him standing with the King of Saudi Arabia beside the globe, the sword dance.
Right.
What would you think will stand out from this trip? What do you think is going to go down in history from the 2025 visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump?
Honestly, I think it's the meeting with the Syrian leader. I do think that that's going to be the iconic shot, very similar to Trump meeting with Zelensky at the Vatican for the Pope's funeral. I think when you have something that is two world leaders coming together in a circumstance that is unusual, generally those are the photographs that survive history. Unless something else happens in the next couple of days, I think that's going to be the shot that will define this trip.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Mike Dubke, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Well, for more, I'm joined here in the studio by Tawfiq Rahim, who is a geopolitical strategist and the biographer of a new book on President Trump's second term. It is entitled Trump 2.5, A Primer. So we're going to be talking about this book with Tawfiq and plenty more. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I just wanted to start by asking you about the investment forum in Riyadh, because you were there. And I just want to ask you, first of all, I mean, what you found most striking about the forum, and perhaps give us a sense of the mood in the room.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it was quite a remarkable forum. I'm sure it seemed that way from afar, but definitely inside the venue, it was even more so. It wasn't just the personalities that were there. It was the energy in the room. It was very reminiscent of the 2017 so-called Davos in the desert. This forum was nicknamed MAGA in the desert. And it had that feel, especially when Trump came on and he was there being serenaded by the Lee Greenwood song, and then ending his speech with the YMCA song, with His Highness Mohammed bin Salman joining him on stage. So there's a very festive, convivial atmosphere, and I think a lot of renewed optimism about what this relationship could mean, but also the new potential direction that President Trump outlined in his speech.
What do you think is going to stand out as the years go by as being the sort of the great photo moment of that visit to Riyadh?
I think just the image of President Trump on that stage with those two big flags behind him, having almost this intimate conversation with the Crown Prince during the speech, where he's asking, do you sleep? While having this massive audience out there. I think that's what's going to be iconic. The sound bites, we'll see what has staying power. We might be kind of coming back to them later on.
We've been talking about this visit all week here on Arabiya News. One of the quotes that stood out for me, a senior vice president for strategic and international studies by the name of John Alterman said, "This region is President Trump's happy place." Now, as someone who's been a biographer of President Trump and who was in that room, I was just wondering why you think the Middle East is so appealing to President Trump, and if indeed you agree that it is his happy place.
Definitely, he has a lot of familiarity, especially from the first term to today, and then the business links that he's developed. But I think he's, comfortable in many settings. And this is definitely one of them. But it's also, in some ways, a difficult one, because he's charting a new course. And we saw that, let's say, further afield with regards to Israel, which some people would have said is a happy place. So I think he's not afraid of being bold in any environment. What's been interesting has been that the reception to his boldness has been quite high here. And I think that's what made the difference on this trip.
And in terms of perspective, I was thinking about it myself in terms of parallels between President Trump and how he does business. And he uses his family in a lot of his business enterprises as sort of ambassadors for the Trump brand, and they're quite involved in his working life. And that's something you'd find quite a lot in Middle Eastern companies. Do you think that sort of family dimension is a thread that he finds quite easy to identify with?
Yeah, I think he, in a way, is ushering in this era of the personalization of geopolitics. And this region, just given, like you said, the rulers, their families, their own personal touch and their leadership, it resonates very much with that moment. And I think it's a moment that's defining not just the Gulf, not just President Trump, but also kind of the world and international relations writ large. This is the direction we're heading into.
We're going to be diving into this book in a moment.
Sure.
I just want to stay with Riyadh for a little bit longer, though, and ask you whether this knowledge of the Middle East and this experience of the Middle East is something that's new to President Trump, or whether it's something that, looking through your book, which starts in Queens in New York, where President Trump grew up, whether there was some exposure to the Middle East at a sort of an early stage in his life.
Well, he had exposure in two ways to the Middle East early on. One was it's really how he formed a lot of his formative political opinions, because he rose in his real estate career and business career right after the OPEC oil boycott and the inflation crisis of the 1970s. And so he had a lot of perspectives about how to deal with the Middle East, with Gulf leaders, etc. He was also very much close to the 9/11 attacks and the response to that in terms of rebuilding New York. So in that sense, politically, that affected him. And then, of course, a lot of the tenets of his towers, particularly Trump Tower, also came from this region in the 1980s. So he's been very familiar with figures in and out of the various Gulf countries and, of course, Saudi Arabia for quite some time.
So fast forward to the year 2025. Having just arrived from Saudi Arabia, what would you say the state of relations is between the US and Saudi right now?
I think it's extremely strong. And I think what shouldn't be underestimated is the evolution from 2017 to 2025, not just on President Trump's side, but also in the region and the leadership here. If you look at the Crown Prince and where things were in 2017 to today, he's very much taking a pro-peace stand in the region, trying to create reconciliation. You see the outreach to Iran. You see the settling of the conflict in Yemen. And in that way, both Trump and the Crown Prince and other leaders are meeting each other in the same place to drive forward in the region rather than look backward. And that was reflected in President Trump's speech, as well as the response from the Crown Prince, who applauded those remarks very strongly.
Earlier in the week, we spoke to a Saudi academic, and I asked him what sort of things people got wrong when dealing with Saudi Arabia in the past.
Right.
And he said, we don't like to be treated like an ATM. We don't like to be patronized or lectured, preached to. Do you think President Trump is getting it right when he pitches the tone when he's talking to people in Saudi Arabia?
I think yes, but also at the same time, he's exerting American power and demonstrating that America is really where the world goes for capital, for a marketplace, and for military support. And in that way, I think there's a lot of respect. He will not be afraid to say something that maybe ruffles feathers, but there's a respect that comes kind of with what President Trump is doing. Because a lot of the businessmen that did accompany him still did ask for large funds, coming from Saudi Arabia. And I think that is going to be a challenge to unpack. How do you deal with that perception? Because, of course, the Saudi plan for towards 2030, the Vision 2030, is unlocked a lot of funds for different projects. So that, I think, is a continuing challenge.
Let's talk about your book, as we promised we would.
Sure.
One of the things this book says is the inauguration of President Trump on the 20th of January 2025 ushered in a new era. That era is, of course, now unfolding.
Right.
How do you think it's going so far?
Well, I think it's unfolding in a very rapid fashion. Ultimately, it's not just about the moves that the Trump administration is making in terms of disrupting really a global order that people were used to, but then the second and third order effects of that. And that's why, I label it a new era, and in fact, a new American era as a dominant player kind of in this age. But it's very much about the response to that. And for a lot of countries who've been used to kind of an American architecture, even if it wasn't working, so to speak, we can see what's happening in Gaza. But ultimately, countries all over the world, but also in this region, have to define how they reassert their sovereignty, how they actually show up with their own power in a world where America is receding from being the envelope around each country, and facilitating their kind of defense, etc. And so I think that era is now unfolding. And I think the Gulf in many ways is ahead of the equation compared to others.
Why the title of your book? Trump 2.5, and then the word a primer as in a textbook or as the base layer of a coat of paint?
Yeah, I think so. Starting from the second part of that, I think in a world where there's so much vitriol, there's just outrage or partisanship or taking a side, a primer is meant to be this overview, giving people a dispassionate way to engage with what is one of the most important phenomena of our time, which is the rise of Trump, the rise of this new movement in the United States, and the unlocking of a new era. And why Trump 2.5? I think, people have been looking at the return of Trump and saying Trump 2.0. It's this, second coming, it's the second term. And they underestimate actually what happened in the intervening period, which is he went through all these trials and tribulations. He had to consolidate his team under pressure. And they've had 4 years to plan and also cohere their principles and philosophy. So Trump 2.5 is kind of a level beyond. It's something more than just 2.0. They're very prepared. They're very agile, and they're very able, and that's what we're seeing unfold very quickly early on in this administration.
And lessons learned, presumably, from the first administration. How different is this second administration?
Well, in the first administration, he did not know Washington, D.C., and there was very much a Republican administration, at least in terms of the cabinet. They were not all his choices. They were not all people deeply integrated in the MAGA movement, and so there was tremendous turnover. Today, even when there was, let's say, a scandal in terms of Signalgate. Mike Waltz was shuffled to the nomination as an ambassador to the United Nations. And otherwise, the cabinet has remained intact, has been extremely loyal, extremely disciplined, and exercising very much in lockstep the agenda of Trump 2.5 and what he ran on.
So very different in many of those respects from the first administration.
And they're very competent in many respects. I mean, these are some of the most established individuals in the United States. You look at Treasury Secretary Bessent. This is a very serious individual, and not taking the administration seriously is to the peril of opponents and others who may be, looking to criticize or ridicule because of the style of the president. But his administration should not be underestimated.
Okay, it's been 115 days since the inauguration. What would you say have been the biggest achievements, or what's been the biggest achievement of that time?
I think very much is the exercise of executive control. Obviously, you could point to a particular case, such as the border, where he's completely turned that situation around 180, whether that's been at the detriment of certain rights or certain process. He's completely reduced the illegal, migration flows. However, I think the signature achievement of the administration has been exercising executive control over the bureaucracy, over policy making, and ensuring that his writ is carried out. I think it remains to be seen geopolitically on a lot of files where they've opened conversations. Can they close them? Can they make long-term arrangements? And I think that's what they're trying to do in this next 100 days, and we'll see if that's possible.
And as you were saying just a moment ago, the reason for the title of your book, well, part of it was just the speed at which this administration is proceeding. I mean, is that something that's taken you as much by surprise as everyone else, do you think?
So to be honest, no. I was following this very closely, and I attended the Madison Square Garden rally, and you saw kind of the lineup of people who are around him, the type of supporters he has, the consistency of the agenda. They were ready. They were prepared. I think what's surprising is the boldness that he's willing to take early on, including with Iran, for example. And we haven't yet seen what his move is going to be on North Korea or what the final deal with Russia and China is going to be. But I think because he's moving quickly, he's willing to make much more drastic moves early on that reshape the entire way nations around the world interact. And that, I guess, is a little bit surprising.
And he's got these allies. I mean, someone like Elon Musk at his side. How valuable is that, do you think, to
Oh, I think it's tremendously valuable. And Elon Musk, for all of his random tweets, is a very central figure in the United States, including, or maybe especially due to SpaceX. And so he's never going to be persona non grata amongst the defense establishment and others because he's an invaluable fixture. And so it's not just he's the world's wealthiest man and individual with all of these assets. He's an indispensable one to the American establishment, which some might say is opposed to Trump. And because of that, they're very much a formidable duo.
And there were people on the 20th of January, and we spoke to some of them, who were afraid of a second Trump presidency. They were worried about it. Should people be afraid of any aspects of this presidency? Are those fears in any way justified?
I think it depends on where you're looking. Look, politically, for sure, he's asserting his agenda, and he's reshaping the nature of American politics. And in some ways, the way the world works, irreversibly. So if you fear for that future, or if you feel that it does not align with your political perspective, I think there's very much reason to fear, because he is a formidable figure. That being said, I think people project a lot of things. For example, the plane from Qatar or a third term. They look into the future and they start prognosticating on fears that really may never materialize. And I think in that way, people live in an imagined future rather than the reality of the present.
And when President Trump says something like, I might run for a third term, or he goes off script, says something perhaps that takes everyone by surprise, is it really a surprise? Is it really him being spontaneous, or do you think there's a bit of careful strategizing that's taken place before he says such a thing?
Well, he's a very intuitive figure also intuitive in terms of his media engagement, etc. So he sees what resonates and then doubles down. So and that's not in terms of garnering support only. That's also when he sees a reaction that comes from his opponents. So when he said, he might run for a third term or is being speculated on, he saw the consternation that caused the kerfuffle, the noise. And as he's learned from his time at The Apprentice or in other settings, the more noise there is, the better it is for him because he dominates the news agenda. And so sometimes it's difficult to discern fact from fiction. And sometimes his fiction actually becomes fact because it takes a life of its own.
So do you think the third term thing was a joke, or do you think there is an element of truth in perhaps exploring what avenues exist?
I think it is a joke, and he went and said that in one of the television interviews in the United States, that he's not going to be seeking a third term. However, if there was a movement that, let's say, said, we want him to run a third term and we want to create a constitutional amendment, I don't think he would back away from that. He would let it play its course. And, 80 years ago, it was permissible for the President of the United States to run for a third term. So that's not necessarily organic to the Constitution in its early days.
In your book, you say President Donald J. Trump is one of the most powerful figures in modern history. Do correct me if I've misquoted you in any way there. Why do you think that's the case?
I mean, I had an even more dramatic quote, which the editor rolled back, which was that he's perhaps the most powerful person in the history of humanity. And if you look at the American project being one of the most potent political forces, if not the most expansive political force in the history of human civilization, in terms of its reach, in terms of its control, in terms of the number of people under, let's say the American architecture, and he's now exercising personal leadership over the American project, I think it's hard to argue with the fact that he is so singularly powerful.
And just turning to your book again, I mean, I can see here, Chapter 2, The Man, the Myth, and MAGA. I mean, It begins by sort of, it looks back at Donald Trump's formative years.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, what stood out in those years in Donald Trump's childhood that made him the formidable man that he is today?
I think definitely him being this outsider in Queens. I mean, you'd hate to get into the psychological profiling, but I think there always is this Gatsby-esque, aspect of Trump where he then wants to come to Manhattan and be recognized there. And you see him constantly go back to the newspapers on record that he criticizes as fake news, or the same Wall Street executives that he kind of in some ways lambasts. He actually also seeks a little bit of their agreement, if not approval, in what he's doing to show that he made it. And I think the Madison Square Garden rally was kind of in line with that. I think the other aspect that gets overlooked is his older brother who died from a bout of alcoholism.
Fred Jr.
Yeah. And, ultimately, Donald, Trump is a very disciplined individual. And he's someone who has tremendous stamina well into his late 70s. And that doesn't come from, just, randomly. This is a person who works very hard. And I think that with his persona is missed, but it comes from his parents and the discipline they instilled.
It comes from Dad. I mean, Fred Trump Sr. was extremely strict.
And his mom was a disciplinarian, yeah.
Did he have a very strict childhood?
I mean, I can't always speak to everything because I haven't interviewed the man himself, but he had a very disciplined childhood and a disciplined household. And I think there were a lot of expectations set.
It was Napoleon who said that to understand a man, you have to understand what was happening in the world when he turned 20. Now, in President Donald Trump's case, that would have been June 1966 when he was at Wharton studying economics. I mean, the space race was going on. The Cold War was in full swing. There was Beatlemania. What do you think it was about where President Trump was when he was 20? So anything in the sort of the late 60s that stands out for you as being something that really shaped him?
I think that's a very insightful kind of quote and then apply to his life. I think it's that period of the late 60s into the early 70s where you see this tremendous optimism, this moonshot. You start with John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy ushering this optimism. You're looking at the end of this 20-year boom after World War II. And so America's become this great jewel in the world. Everybody's looking to it. And then you hit with the Vietnam War. You hit with the oil crisis. You hit with inflation. And you start to see this America that might be falling apart and other countries rising to get almost as wealthy, like Japan. And I think that affected how he sees things, that he said, wait, America's not reaching its potential, and it's an own goal. And we were about the moonshot, and where did that go? And it's almost 40 years he's been looking for that restoration of that moment from his 20s, and now he feels he has his chance. And I think he's going to try for it. I think he's going to try for a moonshot, a Mars shot of his own to, be aligned with the moonshot of the past.
Right, so some of the early lessons in life, in his childhood, his early lessons in real estate,
yes,
I mean, clearly shaped him tremendously, as we've been saying. I mean, what aspects of the Donald Trump real estate mogul that he became in the late 70s, early 80s, do we see in President Trump?
Well, I think it's what you see in the 80s as well as what you saw in the 90s. So in the 80s, when he realized I can be this insurgent, developer and define a style, and then actually everybody will move towards it, which is what happened in the 80s. The 80s kind of moved towards the Trump style and this rise of kind of wealth and this real presence of buildings and luxury. And he ushered that in iconically, that many things became Trumpish. And then in the 90s, he went through a bout where he was really on the ropes, and he came back. And so, he was at quite a negative in terms of net worth. And somehow he pulled a Houdini, a financial Houdini, so to speak, and, came back. And so I think when he, lost in 2020, and was out of power, I think he understood what it meant to be on the ropes, and when people counted you, down and out, and come back.
And he's used what's around him to the maximum effect, hasn't he?
Yes.
I mean, he's ridden the crest of the social media wave. He rode the crest of the reality TV wave, and he can communicate. Do you think the fact that he can communicate as successfully as he does, that in a way that resonates with the number of people that resonates with, is that his most impressive attribute, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, there's a media theorist, Marshall McLuhan, who says the medium is the message. And I think, and that was coined, there in the 60s. And so Trump kind of rode that media rise that, as you pointed to, went to social media. And he understood that the medium itself is what is the message. Just being ubiquitous, being in all the forums, being the man in which the messaging all revolves around, I think that's, something he realized, internalized, and embodies very much so.
Has he reshaped the presidency forever, do you think?
I think, the United States has had a lot of phases and a lot of important presidents, all the way, obviously back from George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, but, to Andrew Jackson and Teddy Roosevelt and obviously FDR. You could argue John F. Kennedy, even in a short amount of time, Ronald Reagan. I think there are a lot of transformative presidents, but I think given the moment that we're in, it's the combination of the changing world and the changing nature of America, and within America, the nature of the presidency that makes him truly and uniquely transformational.
Yeah, and the change of the party system and how the Republican Party has really been the vehicle for President Trump's political movement, which looks like it's going to live on after he's gone. But just my last question to you, because we sort of speculated about this idea of a third term, and we've sort of decided perhaps that's, a headline-grabbing technique. But in terms of actual succession planning, what do you see as being the most likely course of action in the next presidential election in the United States? Who will be on the ballot, at least for the GOP?
Yeah, I mean, obviously on the Democratic side, you have, AOC, and you have Bernie rising again, and a few others, Pete Buttigieg and so forth, Gavin Newsom. On the GOP side, Even Trump has alluded to both Marco Rubio, who's obviously been kind of an ascendant figure in this early part of the administration, and J.D. Vance as being potential successors. And then you have his kids who've been kind of high profile. But to be honest, there's only one Donald J. Trump. There might be a junior, but there's only one President Donald J. Trump. And he is a singular figure. Sorry?
There's a baron.
I think, there could be down the road somebody, but I think I don't think anybody's going to live up to who he is, whether that's positive or negative. And many people may try, but I think he has no successor.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tawfiq Rahim, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's get more now, and we can speak to Angie Wong to tell us more about President Trump's historic visit to the Middle East, and in particular to Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed, Angie, for joining us. Today is, of course, a Thursday. Great checking in with you to sort of take a look back at the week that has passed. You're a Republican committee member in Florida. Angie, of course, the first thing we'd like to start talking about is that visit to the Middle East by President Trump. What was the big headline, would you say, when it comes to the coverage of that visit?
I think President Trump has had a very, very successful first overseas visit of his presidency, his second term of his presidency. He's achieved a lot of things in a very short period of time, including basically bringing de-escalation to a region that has been in war conflict for many, many years. He's managed to do it through business deals over diplomacy. So I think he's found a different way. He's been making deals left and right. He's invited a lot of American business leaders to join him on this trip, and they've come back with incredible deals. They all wanted to be wheeling and dealing with President Trump and with American companies. He's also signaling that this is going to be a very business-focused administration and that he's ready to play with the Middle East and he wants to make deals. And I think through that, he'll be able to strengthen our relations with the Middle East, as well as have long-term goals business-wise. And he's really positioning America in a very strategic way that we can work together.
And how's it been covered where you are in the United States? Has the overall feeling across the board been favorable when it comes to the coverage of this visit?
Yeah, I mean, look, the visuals are great. He is certainly bringing back real U.S. leadership onto the world stage. We are seeing a very, very strong president, a president who is making deals left and right on behalf of companies like Boeing and Amazon. And even Elon Musk joined him for part of the trip. So I think he is very, very proud of what he's done. Now we're also hearing word that the U.S. is close to reaching a deal, a nuclear agreement with Iran. And that's just coming in very little bits and pieces of that has been coming in the last hour. Trump has expressed a lot of optimism over the negotiations after sending a letter back in March asking to have talks on this. So I think we might be getting an announcement pretty soon on this.
And you say that the coverage has been overwhelmingly pretty positive there in the US. I'm assuming it does vary slightly from news outlet to news outlet. And, you know, one of the stories that sort of perhaps wouldn't go away this last few days, in some outlets at any rate, was the gift of that Boeing 747 palace in the sky, some people have called it, worth $400 million US dollars. That's been a slightly less welcome headline, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, we certainly have some media covering on that. And many people think that is a Trojan horse. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That's our favorite expression here in the U.S. And the last time an American president accepted a free ride from a foreign government, I believe, was President George W.H. Bush. And there were reports back then that there were some aircraft failures while he was on flight, and Secret Service was scrambling to make sure that the U.S. president was safe. So, you know, those stories kind of drum up a a big question mark in President Trump receiving a free aircraft. Now, he says it's just temporary while Air Force One is getting refurbished. I really think that this was all just part of the business dealings. This is what happens in the business world here. It sweetens the deal. This was given to him right before a big trip overseas, his first ever to the Middle East. And I think that it is going to, it basically sets the tone for President Trump's visit. And I think it was a very welcoming visit from all parties.
There were some on the right-hand side of the political spectrum that would be, let's say, typically more favorable to the president, that weren't too happy about this gift. I mean, fair to say some people in President Trump's own sort of orbit were a little uneasy about it.
Many people were very uneasy because it actually goes against some of our laws here to accept such large gifts as an elected official. And, I don't know if President Trump at this point really cares. This is how he's used to dealing in the business world. Whether or not he is ultimately going to ride on this plane is a big question mark. President Trump has been doing a lot of baiting, especially to the press, just to get them focused on some issue like this while he actually gets the job done in the background. Look, he's made incredible deals with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, with the UAE, and he's coming back with trillions of dollars for American companies and American workers. So I think that is what the media should be focusing on rather than accepting a gift. Although, yeah, they can focus on that. But ultimately, I don't know if that's going to matter in the long run when we are doing lots of business with the Middle East.
So when it comes to what President Trump is bringing home with him, you mentioned there some big deals have been inked during these last few days. I mean, are people now expecting that to translate into a sort of an uptick and a bit of a boost for the U.S. economy?
I would like to think so. Remember, a lot of these deals usually take years to negotiate. He's been able to do it on one trip. And we're still within the first 100+ days of his administration. Amazon Web Services is going to be investing in Saudi Arabia for $5 billion. You have AI joint ventures happening left and right. And you have Boeing receiving a placement of 210 Boeing jets going to Qatar. So all of these things really do mean American jobs. Americans are going to be working. We're going to be benefiting here on the ground, while at the same time, we're doing trade deals. This is what Trump is all about. So let him do what he's very, very good at, which is the art of the deal.
So just to sort of sum up the Middle East tour that the president is now wrapping up, what do you think is going to stand out? And we've been asking this question to a lot of our contributors and guests the last few days, but what's going to stand out for you as perhaps being one of the most sort of iconic photographic moments of this trip?
Oh, wow. look, him being in all his glory in these beautiful palaces. There was one image that just came out today that has, I don't know what this actually means culturally, but there was he had just landed in the UAE, and there was a row of women with very long black hair swinging their hair around as he is walking down the runway. I'm not sure what that means, but I thought that was beautiful. It was a beautiful imagery. The one thing that does stand out to me that I think a lot of media is not reporting is that on President Trump's first official overseas trip to the Middle East, Israel is not on the itinerary. And I find that to be kind of strange because Bibi Netanyahu and Trump have been lifelong friends. And there's been a lot of reports since this weekend about a rift between Bibi Netanyahu and Trump, so much so that our Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, had canceled his trip. So we're not sure what that's about, but clearly Donald Trump has put up something on his Truth Social saying that he feels betrayed and that there was some disrespect there. But clearly now when he's there in the Middle East and skipping Israel, that's a big one for the U.S. Usually that's always on the agenda. And this time it looks like Israel might have been sidelined.
Yeah, is that something that we've been obviously asking our guests about that and asking Is this a bit of a snub? Is this being seen as a snub by Israel? I mean, is this a story that the US media has got its teeth into as well?
No, I haven't seen too much in the U.S. media about this. I just noticed it because, I get to talk to great networks like yours and other overseas networks, and I think that is a big one. I mean, we are very good friends with Israel. So for him not to include Israel on this trip and not to see Bibi Netanyahu, as we're talking diplomacy, as we're talking about de-escalation in the region, as we're talking about multiple trillion-dollar business deals, to not include Israel in that strategic planning and positioning of U.S. and Middle East relations going forward. We're talking decades going forward with these deals. It's more than a snub. It's a real big question mark in my mind as to what role Israel will be playing in the Trump administration.
Okay, Angie, let's move on to another story that's making some headlines there in the US as well. Right at the beginning of the second Trump presidency, an executive order was signed with the goal of limiting or doing away with birthright citizenship, which is, it's in the Constitution. I think it's the 14th Amendment that gives the right, gives citizenship to someone who's born on US soil. Where are we with the progress to kind of maybe have a rethink on what the Constitution says?
Right. The 14th Amendment never intended to automatically just give away birthright citizenship to any child born in the U.S. It certainly excludes children of illegal aliens. That's why there is a quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And in Trump's view, this was meant to exclude those who are here unlawfully. Now, we have a lot of activist judges who've let that one go, and it's never truly been challenged in the courts, and that has yet to be ruled directly. So I think this is going to be a fight over the next couple of years during the Trump administration as to what that actually means. Does that mean that if you arrive here, overstay your visa, and have a child, are you then just automatically an American citizen? And by extension, the entire extended family becomes American citizens? That has been what's been abused and used as a back channel to become American citizen for multiple decades. And for the first time ever, President Trump is going to be challenging this rule and really getting some clear definition of what the 14th Amendment actually means.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that generates discussion all over the world, because there is a perception that if you fly to the United States and give birth there, you're sort of giving your child this passport and this opportunity in life. And I'm just wondering what the American public thinks of this debate. I mean, do you get the impression people are with the president on this in thinking that perhaps there needs to be a rethink?
I think many Americans are now feeling the effect where multiple foreign nationals have taken advantage of this law. And because it's never really been tested in the courts, more and more people do it. In fact, there are industries here in the United States that offer pregnancy vacations where you can give birth to a child and then the entire extended family comes over. There's a clear pathway to doing this. It's been abused. It's not lawful. And it's time that we actually put some speed bumps to it. I don't think that's going away entirely. I think that there are going to be plenty of foreigners coming here and giving birth to American children, but if it's done lawfully. I think that is what we're just trying to do here. I think many Americans support just enforcing the laws that are in the books and not having these kind of backdoor loopholes that many, many people have been abusing for far too long.
Okay, so this is going to be weighed up by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court, as we know, has got a 6-3 conservative majority. I mean, is that what it boils down to? Is this a conservative, liberal, left-right issue, or is that too simplistic an interpretation of it?
Well, I think ultimately the Supreme Court is just going to look at the laws on the books and enforce the laws in the books themselves. They're not trying to rewrite anything. There's really nothing other than to interpret what's there. And back to the point of the 14th Amendment having subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Ultimately, it is left to the courts to decide on a case-by-case basis if this child born here is an American or not. And if the parents had entered illegally, that's a big question mark. And it's going to be left to the courts to decide. The Supreme Court, as much as we like to see the left, right, and everything, I think they're pretty straightforward to just sticking to what has already been in the laws and interpreting the Constitution.
Okay, so which way you see this heading, Angie?
I don't know, actually. This is a bit of a nail biter for a lot of people, only because it's become the norm, because it's never been challenged in the U.S. courts. And I don't know if the norm has kind of just entered into our psyche as, well, that's just what happens. I would like to see a stop to some of the pregnancy holidays that people do take to enter this country. I get it. America is still the place to be. People still want to be here. And if this is one way of coming in, great. I prefer for everyone to come in here using the legal routes. I think that's going to be beneficial to everybody involved. And President Trump has actually made an announcement for other ways of coming into the country legally. So I think that is going to be something that I don't think it's a left-right issue. It's just come here the right way.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Angie Wong, a Republican committee member in Florida. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge. The world's largest island with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it. And Denmark's prime minister has said, again, this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has broad autonomy, and it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regerings briller, så er Grønland grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur, det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, Museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now to our top story, and US President Donald Trump is embarking on a visit to the Middle East this week. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will meet the US President when he arrives in Riyadh on Tuesday. President Trump will then attend a summit of Gulf leaders before travelling to Qatar and the UAE later in the week. I'm now joined by Robert Grenier, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center. Robert, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Firstly, what do you believe is the main purpose of President Trump's visit to the Middle East this week?
Well, as you just mentioned, this visit is all about deals. Deals, deals, deals. And it's going to be all about the letter T for trillions. President Trump wants to project to the American people that he, in traveling to the Middle East, through the sheer force of his personality, is going to be winning trillions of dollars worth of trade and investment deals from Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf sheikhdoms. And this will all help to drive the reindustrialization of the United States. And in that sense, it is of a piece with his tariff policy, which is designed to achieve the same end.
This trip comes during a particularly critical time. There have been many global breakthroughs pretty much in the last 24 hours, namely the Hamas hostage handover of Eden Alexander, the talks between Russia and Ukraine, the US-China trade deal. These are all very timely when the Saudi Arabia visit is just coming up, a country really credited with aiding the negotiation of big deals we've seen of late.
Yeah, well, I think it's again, this is all part of a further tightening of relations between the United States and Saudi Arabia. In particular, as we all know, Saudi Arabia played a significant role in the context of U.S. negotiations with Russia and with Ukraine. Several of those negotiations that took place in Saudi Arabia under the auspices of Mohammed bin Salman. And so, yes, I think this is an auspicious week for the U.S. and specifically for Saudi-U.S. relations.
And just talking about relations there, what's the relationship like between President Donald Trump and Saudi Arabia? And why has he chosen this as his first official foreign trip? He's called it historic.
Yeah, well, I think Donald Trump feels very comfortable with the Saudi royal family in particular. There is the public aspect to this, the government-to-government aspect to this, but there's also a private and family aspect to this. As we know, the Trump family is heavily involved in making deals in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and in Qatar, all of which form some of the background to this trip. And again, part of the way to understand the Trump administration is that it is in many respects sort of a reality television show. And he likes the optics of being in the Middle East. He has a sort of cartoonish view, quite frankly, of Saudi wealth. And this plays into a popular perception in the United States. And again, going to the Middle East, walking on red carpets, seeming to be surrounded by opulence. He is projecting to the American people that he's generating all of this money, all of this investment in the United States, and that is a very good look for him.
But if we just turn away from the opulence and the investments for the United States, how will Trump's upcoming visit affect the ongoing conflicts? And will we see improvements in communication between the US and the Middle East following this week? Could we possibly see ceasefire talks emerge once again between Israel and Hamas?
Frankly, I doubt it. I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has set his course in Gaza. It is a unilateral course. He's not looking for new negotiations. He's not looking for new agreements with Hamas. He wants to destroy Hamas, and he's set about to do that. And so I think that the U.S. has largely decoupled its policy in Palestine from its policy in the Middle East and with Saudi Arabia in particular. So I'm not looking for that. But I think overall, the atmosphere is a good one. The situation with Iran right now, Iran has been greatly weakened, as we know. Its so-called proxies in the Middle East have also been weakened. And so that makes it easier for the U.S. to reach some sort of a nuclear deal, and that is a deal which Saudi Arabia would very much be in favor of, at least at the current juncture.
Robert Grenier, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center. Great to have your thoughts. Thank you for joining the show.
Most welcome.
Hamas have released US-Israeli citizen Idan Alexander, a 21-year-old believed to be the last living American hostage in Gaza. Alexander was serving in the elite infantry on the Gaza border when he was captured by Hamas during the October the 7th attacks. His family say they have received the greatest gift imaginable, knowing he will return home. Earlier today, President Trump spoke ahead of Idan Alexander's release. Here's a reminder.
And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead.
We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Trent Murray. Trent, great to have you on the show. Right now, you're in Hostage Square. We know Hamas have released Idan Alexander. What's the atmosphere like right now, and what is the significance of this moment? Oh, apologies. We have lost Trent Murray, who was in Hostage Square with us. We will try to get back our connection with Trent. Trent, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Leigh Ann. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Trent, thank you so much. You are currently in Hostage Square. We have now got details of the release of Idan Alexander. What's the atmosphere like, and how significant is this moment?
Well, Leigh Ann, when the news came through that Hamas had handed over 21-year-old Idan Alexander to the Red Cross, there were cheers and applause here from many of the Israelis which have gathered here, including many family members of hostages, both current and former. Of course, this news did come quite quickly, with Hamas announcing it late Sunday that they were releasing what is thought to be the last surviving American hostage in the Gaza Strip. They say they are doing that as a gesture of goodwill as President Trump prepares to fly to the region with his trip to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. Of course, for many families here, there are some mixed emotions, I think it's fair to say. They are, of course, relieved that another hostage is returning, but they are also, I think, worried that now Washington has extracted its last surviving hostage. Will they continue to put more pressure on Hamas to release what is thought to be around 23 or so still being held in the Gaza Strip. So right now, everyone glued to that big screen there behind me, which is showing the latest pictures coming out of Gaza. We've seen those Red Cross SUVs driving. We've also just seen a photograph released by Hamas showing Eden Alexander with 3 Hamas fighters as well as a Red Cross representative. He will be taken to an Israeli army base near the border with Gaza. We expect in the next 30 minutes or so he'll have medical checks done, reunite with some of his family members, and then be brought here to a major hospital in Tel Aviv for additional medical checks.
And Trent, Donald Trump spoke earlier. We know he will be in the region from tomorrow, and Hamas has also released a statement. What more do we currently know?
Well, we know President Trump appearing at the White House gave an update that indeed Eden Alexander was about to be returned here. He was born here in Tel Aviv but grew up in New Jersey in the United States. He was doing IDF service here on October 7th at a border a base very close to Gaza when he was captured by Hamas militants. He's been in their captivity now for 583 days. President Trump called this a momentous occasion and said that they no longer thought he was alive. We know President Trump has also spoken with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in recent hours. Israeli media is reporting that he has authorised negotiating teams to now dispatch to the Middle East to try and get a longer-term ceasefire to be implemented potentially. Hamas is also saying in the past hour or so that it is ready to be involved in negotiations to reach a comprehensive, sustainable ceasefire agreement. That will be news, I would imagine, that will be warmly welcomed by many families here, including, as I say, the ones of the remaining 23 or so. They are desperate to get them home. Many people here quite critical of the current approach of the Israeli government, saying only a ceasefire is going to get their loved one back home here.
Earlier today, you spoke with a cousin of one of the dead hostages. He told you what Israelis wanted for the future of the region. Trent, let's take a look at that.
The fate of the Israeli hostages is linked to the fate of the Gazans. I don't want to see any misery on the Gazan side. I don't enjoy seeing the Gazan civilians suffer. I don't think they deserve what they've gone through. But the only way to end the suffering is by bringing all the hostages back home, because once they're back home, that is the end of the war. That is the end of the Gazans' misery. That is the beginning of the reconstruction of Gaza. And hopefully what Witkoff is presenting today, it's also the beginning of a different future for this region, and both peoples deserve it.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you once again for joining us. We can now get into this further with Daniel Rubinstein, former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Daniel, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Our reporter spoke to a cousin of one of the dead hostages today. He said the solution to end this crisis is signing deals. But Netanyahu says no ceasefire and plans for an intensified military campaign continue. Is Israel's Prime Minister ignoring his people's wishes?
The people of Israel wish for two major things. One is the safe return of every hostage that remains in Gaza. Hamas is holding them in underground terror dungeons, torturing them, starving them. We want them home immediately, and we want the whole world to call on Hamas to release them. We also want the Hamas terror regime out of power. It was the Hamas terror regime that invaded Israel on October 7th, gunned down hundreds of people at a music festival, went house to house, massacring families, burning parents and children together. That regime cannot be allowed to survive this war because it pledges to keep doing this again and again until Israel is destroyed. So Hamas must go and the hostages must come home.
How realistic is it that Israel can completely eradicate Hamas? I think this is a question a lot of people are asking. And also, Hamas has released Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander. That was today. The group says they're hoping this will pave the way for a possible return to ceasefire talks. What do you make of this?
The reason that Hamas took hostages in the first place is so that it could urge Israel to release convicted Palestinian terrorists from Israeli prison, and so that Hamas could get away with the massacre. Hamas took hostages so that it could get away with gunning down hundreds of people at a music festival and going house to house and burning families in their homes. The reason that Hamas took hostages, the reason that Hamas holds hostages, is so that it can be in a position to do this again and again. The reason that removing Hamas from power has been a challenge is precisely because Hamas is holding hostages, and Israel wants to see those hostages come home safely. And therefore, Israel is open to negotiations that will see a peaceful end to this war where Hamas gives up power in exchange for allowing all the people of the region, Israeli and Palestinian alike, to have a better future than the one that Hamas has brought it now.
So Israel was not involved in the negotiations over the release of Eden Alexander. The deal was brokered by talks between Hamas, the US, Egypt and Qatar. Why was Israel not directly involved? And when was Israel actually informed of these details?
If Israel is not involved, then it would mean that Israel is not making any concessions in order to receive a hostage. That, in my mind, would be a good thing. But big picture, the President of the United States has said in the past that there will be all hell to pay if Hamas does not release all of the hostages. Hamas has not released all of the hostages, and President Trump is giving time for diplomacy to be an alternative and preferred method. Israel wants diplomacy to achieve the obvious result for all of humanity, which is that Hamas will not be in power and be in a position to carry out more massacres.
The US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is actually in Israel today. Donald Trump does arrive in the region tomorrow. As I mentioned, Hamas said today they want a way back to ceasefire talks. Do you think Israel is going to pause its military offensive and begin these negotiations and try and forge a path forward to save your hostages and save lives in Gaza?
It's been a year and a half since Hamas started this war, and a year and a half that Hamas continues to hold hostages. Israel has said that if Hamas releases hostages, then there will be a ceasefire for as long as Hamas continues to release hostages. Hamas cannot be allowed to drag on negotiations in order to achieve a stronger grip on power than it already has. So no, Israel is not going to allow Hamas to drag this out unless Hamas starts releasing hostages. It's ceasefire in exchange for hostage release, and final ceasefire in exchange for Hamas giving up power and allowing a more responsible government to take power in Gaza than the one that currently exists.
And a global hunger monitor is warning Israel's blockade threatens the entire population of the Gaza Strip, with famine and 50,000 people currently face starvation. Following the release of Eden Alexander, is Israel prepared to start saving lives in Gaza and stop blocking food?
Israel and the United States have been working on a mechanism that would see food enter the Gaza Strip that would not reach the Hamas terrorist army that is governing the Gaza Strip. This has been a big problem in the past, where Israel has allowed massive amounts of food and supplies to enter the Gaza Strip. Hamas, being the government of the Gaza Strip, gets its hands on these food and supplies, makes prices go up, and uses the revenue of the taxes that it takes to maintain its grip on power. So we're trying to find a middle ground where the civilians of Gaza will not pay the price of their government, the Hamas terrorist army. And that requires a new way of thinking that Israel and the United States are together trying to set up. And this process could begin very shortly, where we see more food and supplies entering Gaza, where people who are not part of Hamas can come pick them up, and that Hamas will begin to feel the pressure after a year and a half of war and decide that it's time to move on and allow a more responsible government to take power in Gaza than the one that is currently bringing us to this position.
Daniel, what exactly does that deal look like? Will it be done through private aid agencies, or will the UN facilitate with that?
From what I've heard, the United Nations and related aid agencies have said that they will not cooperate with the new U.S.-Israeli mechanism that is under discussion. As it has not been fully published, I don't know all of the details, but some of it has been published, and it's clear that there are new ideas for setting up zones in Gaza, allowing people to reach these zones to get the necessary food that they need, and keeping Hamas out of the picture so that Hamas cannot hijack the aid and sell it on the black market for very high prices, that it will then use the revenue to pay its fighters, to pay the people who are still holding hostages, and to prolong the war for longer and longer.
Daniel, just moving away from Hamas for a minute, does Israel recognize that people and children and families are starving to death due to this blockade, and there's no medical, there's nothing to help these people right now? Is that recognized by the Israeli government? Is there a concern about how these civilians are surviving?
There is a huge concern about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. For a year and a half, Israel has been hearing international aid agencies say that starvation is imminent, starvation is imminent. It's an exaggeration to say that there is mass starvation in Gaza. Certainly there is pressure on the entire population in Gaza. You just need to have a little bit of common sense and understand that the situation is because Hamas, the government of Gaza, decided to start a war against its neighbors, and its neighbors decided that they don't want to die. And they are not going to allow the free shipment of food and supplies to the Hamas terrorist government, which is using the revenue from these sales of the food and supplies to continue its war. We're trying to find a middle ground, a reasonable answer to this difficult humanitarian situation while Hamas is holding hostages and starving them. Hamas is starving the hostages that it is holding. The food that reaches Gaza, Hamas does not give it to the hostages. It's an unbearable situation. We need more pressure, not just on Hamas, but on Hamas's backers, specifically the royal family of Qatar, the regime in Qatar, which seem to have told Hamas just recently that it needs to free the American hostage. Qatar clearly could tell Hamas to release the hostages. It is not doing this. It is clear that Qatar told Hamas to keep the hostages until Hamas gets a deal that allows Hamas to remain in power. So let's shift some of the focus to Qatar, where Hamas's leaders are living quite comfortably, despite the fact that they engaged in a barbaric war crime on October 7th. They are living in Qatar comfortably. We need more pressure on Qatar to extradite Hamas leaders so that they can face trial for crimes against humanity.
Well, Daniel, Donald Trump will be visiting Doha in Qatar this week. I wonder if that will be a conversation topic that we'll see happen.
I'm not optimistic that it will be a conversation that we will see happen. I seem to be a minority voice on this that is screaming about the role of Qatar. Most people prefer to ignore it because Qatar has paid so many people to be in a position where it's beneficial to them to ignore it. But it's very clear that Qatar thought that the October 7th massacre was a good idea. On the afternoon of October 7th, Qatar put out a statement condemning Israel. Qatar said that Israel was solely responsible for the October 7th massacre, and Qatar has consistently taken grossly irresponsible positions that put everyone in danger and prolong the war. So I'm using the platform that you have graciously provided me to let your viewers know about the role that Qatar is playing. Qatar told Hamas to keep the hostages. Qatar is behaving like an enemy state, and I hope the whole world will...
Daniel Rubenstein, former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm so sorry we couldn't carry on this conversation, but once again, thank you for your thoughts. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Istanbul this Thursday. It comes after European leaders urged Russia to agree a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine after being threatened with fresh sanctions. Earlier, US President Donald Trump suggested he may also travel to Istanbul for the talks. Meanwhile, Zelensky says he's ready to talk and end the war. Take a listen.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I am expecting Putin in Turkey personally. I hope this time Putin will not look for reasons why he can't do something. We are ready to talk to end the war. Thursday, Turkey. President Trump supported it. All leaders support it.
We can now go live to Kyiv to speak to our correspondent, Stuart Smith. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. Zelensky and Putin could be meeting this week. How did we actually get here? There's been a flurry of activity over the weekend.
Yeah, there have been all sorts of various diplomatic goings-on throughout the past few years, really, and months. But if we look to the most recent explanation for the latest developments, it goes back really to the end of April when President Putin of Russia suggested that there should be a 3-day ceasefire during Victory Day celebrations, which is when Russia celebrates the end of the Soviet Union's defeat and allies' help in defeating Nazi Germany. Now, Ukraine never agreed to that. President Zelensky was adamant that if President Putin is really serious about peace, then it should be a 30-day ceasefire. Nonetheless, Russia did say that it attempted to follow that ceasefire, and the skies of Ukraine were mostly clear of drones and missiles for that period, though both sides said there were thousands of violations. Then many Western leaders came to Kyiv on Saturday, the leader of the UK, France, Germany and Poland, to meet with President Zelensky here, where they reaffirmed that desire for a 30-day ceasefire, which then crucially was also supported by President Trump, meaning it was now for the Russian president to respond. Now, there was a very late press conference over the weekend that was around 1:30 a.m. Moscow time, where it was thought maybe the Russian president was going to agree to that 30-day ceasefire, but in the end, he didn't agree to that. He said there would still need to be other conditions before that happens, but he would be interested in talks in Turkey. And now President Zelensky says he's going to go personally. President Trump has suggested he might go too. The big outstanding question now is whether President Putin will meet leaders there, along with President Erdogan, or whether he would send a delegation of lower-level officials.
And Stuart, when was the last time that Putin and Zelensky actually met face-to-face?
It's a long time ago now, 2019, 2 years before the start of the latest invasion. This time, President Zelensky is more optimistic, but it's remarkable looking back when you see the kinds of issues they were talking about right then during what was called the Normandy format, when they were debating the separatist activities of Russian-backed troops in the east of Ukraine. They were talking about the recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk, the recognition of Crimea, trying to arrange a ceasefire, which they, in the end, did, but that ceasefire didn't last long at all. They did, though, manage to agree on some prisoner exchanges, so very similar issues, though, as that debate showed, even though those negotiations did end up with a ceasefire, with the help of President Macron of France and the German Chancellor at the time, Angela Merkel, it did not result, as we know, in a long-term peace, showing that the difficulty of this. What may help, though, is President Trump looks like he's invested in this. He's called on President Putin to attend and has suggested he thinks the Russian leader will agree to a 30-day ceasefire.
Stuart Smith in Kyiv, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. Let's continue with this topic and bring in Ukrainian MP Kira Radek. Kira, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Kira, the big question many people are asking today is whether face-to-face talks between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky will actually happen on Thursday.
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. Well, as President Zelensky said, he will go to Istanbul. The question is, will Putin go? And we don't have an answer to that. It will not be the first time when Putin will not do things that he said that he will do. And I think right now, when the whole world is watching, the stakes are really raised up. So Putin either doesn't come in and show that he doesn't want to end the war, in fact, or he will come up and then he will have to actually answer to the unpleasant questions that I think President Trump can be asking. You know, we are in this impossible situation when the victim of aggression, Ukraine, has to prove to the whole world that it is aggressor, Russia, who doesn't want peace. And it is so unbearable, and especially when you have to explain what is going on to people who are fighting at the battlefield, people who are being attacked every single day. And so it's just incredible how the world turned from the clear picture when Russia is an aggressor and Ukraine is a victim to a situation when there is still a question of who doesn't want peace. Well, Ukraine wants peace. We are the most interested in that.
Trump has said in the last few hours that he believes Russia will agree to a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine during these talks in Istanbul. We have just been talking then. You said that right now you are in an impossible situation. So do you think Donald Trump's assessment of Putin's position is accurate?
I think the new administration and President Trump are still learning things that President Zelensky and all of us, we were trying to explain it beforehand, like the fact that we learned over the last 30 years that you cannot trust Russia, or if you have a deal with Russia, you have to have a very clear way of how you ensure it and have real checks and balances in place to what would happen if Russia will not accept it or will break their part. Because imagine Putin agrees to a ceasefire. Who will be assessing that? Who will be telling if they are actually going with ceasefire? And what would happen if Putin will still continue attacking our cities and attacking us at the battlefield and will be just denying that it was him? This is something that we have seen in the past, and we can prove it with the facts and with the international spectators. So the question would be not what you get people to agree to, but how do you ensure that it would work? How do you make sure that Putin will keep his part of the bargain? Before you know that, there is no reason in sitting down with him. And we hope that President Trump has something strong in his hands to be able to ensure if Russia will agree to something, they will keep up with that.
Putin has begun the 30-day ceasefire with a volley of drone attacks. That's according to Kyiv. Kira, is this a direct challenge to Keir Starmer and European allies who warned Moscow this weekend?
It is indeed. Once you are in a street fight, if you pull out a knife, you better be using it. So once the democratic leaders announced the set of the sanctions that will be applied to Russia and to their shadow fleet if there would be no ceasefire starting basically midnight tonight, they need to be ready to go ahead with it. No matter what Putin says, no matter what additional offers he does, they were very strict in their statement. And at that moment, it seemed that President Trump was supporting them. So right now they need to show not only Russia, but basically the whole world that the Western democracies mean business. And we are really hopeful that they will be able to go ahead with those sanctions.
Kira, you know, ahead of these talks that are happening in Istanbul on Thursday, what is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky prepared to give up in order to reach a ceasefire deal with Russia?
I think it's a wrong question of what the country that is defending itself should be giving up. I think the bigger question that we should be answering is how to ensure a peace. How do you make sure that Russia would not attack us? And then we can be talking about which particular territories will be protected by these security guarantees. As of right now, we haven't heard any single actually productive or practical way of ensuring that Russia will keep their part of the bargain. So this should be the first and foremost question in discussions. And then when you know what would be the way of protecting this deal, of making sure that it will go ahead, then we can be talking about, again, which territories will be under this protection.
Kira Ruddock, Ukrainian MP, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you.
Now, the US and China have agreed to major reductions in tariffs imposed against each other in a dramatic dial down of trade tensions. Earlier today, President Trump talked about achieving a reset with China after weekend talks, with Wall Street surging as a result. The two countries have 90 days to work towards a broader deal. China says it is committed to the stable development of relations with Washington. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, there's no doubt about it. This was a significant step in the de-escalation of trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. The tone from both sides following the discussions over the weekend in Geneva were positive, and Chinese media reported earlier in the day that the two countries had reached a series of major consensuses before the details were released later in a joint statement. The combined 145% levies on most Chinese exports have now been slashed to 30%, including the rate tied to fentanyl by May 14th, and the 125% duties imposed on US goods have been slashed to 10% now. This goes much further than markets or investors had expected, and certainly takes a lot of uncertainty off the table for the time being, which a lot of economists have noted was really important, because despite the fact that both sides had been standing their ground, there was plenty of indication that the tariff war was really beginning to hurt both sides. But one of the reasons behind the breakthrough appears to have been the result of the way the negotiations were conducted. China's trade czar, He Feng, complimented the Americans on their professionalism and pragmatic approach to resolving differences. It's fair to say there was a lot of concern about that, and China had insisted all along on respectful engagement. And despite some of the provocative language and comments US President Donald Trump had used in the lead up to all of this, to the talks, things do seem to have hit the right notes. Crucially, that appears to have paved the way for an off-ramp and for both sides to be able to back down without losing face, as it were. But some experts are pointing out that this is likely to be viewed as more of a win for China. Perhaps it has exceeded expectations, as I say, and before the joint statement was made, there was an expectation that the two sides would be aiming to bring the tariffs down to something more like 60%, which in many ways would have been problematic, as many economists have pointed out, because even though that would have been a big cut, it wouldn't necessarily have moved the needle an awful lot in terms of impact. Now, there is still a lot of work to be done, and the big question is what exactly happens at the end of the 90 days now. Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has suggested that it could be extended, but also indicated that that would be based on good faith and constructive dialogue.
To our top story, US President Donald Trump has visited Saudi Arabia, his first major diplomatic trip of his second term. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomed the president earlier today, and just a few hours ago they signed a strategic partnership agreement between their two countries covering energy, mining and defense. Both leaders then attended the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. Trump then stepped on stage. Here's some of what he had to say.
It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, my friend. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Solomon's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Rawiya Alami, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, and political scientist Dr. Ellie Hindi. So,
both of you, first of all, what a day. It was absolutely historic. We saw so much pomp and ceremony from Saudi Arabia. Donald Trump, of course, being greeted on that purple carpet when he got off Air Force One. It's been non-stop news agenda, hasn't it? Rolling news, rolling news. But as I said, massive day. But what do you think the standout moments have really been?
Many, actually. One, maybe the most important achievement or thing that stood out today was the signing of a $300 billion deal, including the largest defense sale agreement in history. We're talking about $142 billion defense deal. This definitely stands out very much today. Another thing that stands out was lifting the sanctions off Syria by President Donald Trump. He announced that today, and this is extremely significant. In fact,
under the request of
he said for the Crown Prince, I'm lifting them for the Crown Prince. In fact, actually, one thing that really caught my ear as President Trump was talking, he said, what wouldn't I do for the Crown Prince? And this is really, it reflects the strength of the relations between the US and Saudi Arabia, and between, personally, Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. There's also the language of Trump, because he spoke about Iran. His language is a bit softer than usual. He talked about extending an olive branch, yet at the same time he warned and threatened that if this olive branch is going to be rejected, then there will be consequences. And he was talking about more sanctions, of course. As far as the reception is concerned, the Saudi reception of President Trump and all of his team, I mean, it was just amazing. A true reflection of Arab generosity.
Dr. Ellie, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this visit has really, and also the way Trump spoke and what happened, I think it elevated that partnership to a whole different dimension. Even Trump said in his speech that this is maybe the strongest partnership that the U.S. has in the world, even though people might think traditionally of other partners. I don't know if he's meaning Israel, he's meaning Western Europe. In both cases, he's putting Saudi Arabia at an even more elevated partnership, which is really exceptional. And when we look at things, we see also that it is a mutually extremely beneficial relationship. And also both parties have influence and leverage over each other, and it's proving to be very fruitful for both of them.
Yeah. If I may add one thing, especially when it comes to lifting the sanctions on Syria for the Crown Prince, as President Trump said, I mean, this is a true testimony to the leverage, the kind of leverage that the Crown Prince and Saudi Arabia has. And it's very befitting to the leader of the Arab world, to their role in also brokering deals, solving problems and crises in the region, and to be basically leading other Arab countries.
But it's not just in the region, Dr. Elliott. It's also, we've seen Saudi Arabia really become at the forefront of diplomacy, even if we looked at the talks between the US and Russia back in February.
Definitely. Again, we're putting, or Saudi Arabia has put itself, and this visit has put Saudi Arabia on an international level as a leader of the world. He mentioned Riyadh as the capital of the world's economy. He mentioned the Middle East as the next, region of prosperity and modernity, and this is all led by Saudi Arabia. Diplomatically, we've seen, and we've spoken in previous episodes about the special diplomatic role that Saudi Arabia is playing. Trump saluted that, and he said, if we get to a deal with Ukraine and Russia, we will make sure to give tribute and to salute the effort that it all started here in Saudi Arabia. So really, Saudi Arabia is moving from a regional power to becoming a major international player on all levels: diplomacy, politics, military, and economy. And maybe out of this visit also, we might see Saudi Arabia to become a nuclear country, with the whole talk about the nuclear deal of peaceful solution, peaceful use of nuclear power also could be on the table tomorrow we will see what that will come up with.
And we shouldn't also forget the investments that Saudi Arabia is doing in the AI and technology sector.
Well, we saw Elon Musk there and saw Sam Altman.
Exactly.
There was just the biggest, tech bros, if you want to call them, in America were alongside Donald Trump today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think part of the agreements that have been signed and are yet to be signed are exclusively to this sector, the AI and technology sector. And I think that's going to also give Saudi Arabia a huge push in that field, in that domain, not just regionally, possibly even globally.
Something else that caught my eye or my ear in the speech in that sense is the way he addressed the huge development that happened in Saudi Arabia and how he compared his visit 8 years ago to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh today, and how he praised all of that. But specifically, something that was very interesting for me, it was a clear condemnation to interventionism that previous American administration have used in the region, telling leaders in the region what should they do, how should they do it, when should they do it. And Trump is really getting back on that to say, you know better, and you did better, and you did it your own way. You did it the Arabian way, which proved to be the best way possible. You did not depart with your culture and tradition. You embraced them, and you transformed them, and you are where you are today. And this, I think, is a huge thing to say about how Saudi Arabia is transforming, while remaining really true to its own tradition and culture. And this is something that the whole world can learn from, and not only countries in the region.
Definitely. And actually, we'll just stay on the AI topic, because earlier I spoke to Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter Karina Kamel, who told me that AI and technology were front and center today. Take a listen.
Undoubtedly, the tech sector and AI is absolutely front and center in what has been announced today. And in order to understand a lot of the agreements that have been reached today, we also have to point out to our viewers that Saudi Arabia announced yesterday the creation of a new company called Humane that will be under the auspices of Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Public Investment Fund, or PIF, which will run this company Humane, which will essentially be a linchpin of Saudi Arabia's national artificial intelligence strategy.
There we are. So she speaks about Humane. This is a Saudi company, and it will be looking at AI. And I just think it's so interesting because Vision 2030 is so much in the mind's eye. I wonder, how we're going to see these relationships work and benefit Saudi in diversifying away from the traditional likes of oil in the future.
Definitely, that's the field to invest in and to develop in the future. And the region is really positioning itself. Both Abu Dhabi and now Riyadh have done so much in the field of AI, have done deals with major companies around the world to develop and to become the hub of the future of this investment or this technology in the coming years. And this gives a really exceptional added value for doing business with this region, but also focusing on what the whole region can bring to the world, what maybe other regions cannot offer Trump. This region is offering him in terms of investment, of partnership, of development of technology, and so on.
Absolutely. And just one thing, they're all at a state dinner tonight, and it's going to be lavish, I'm sure. I wonder what's on the menu. Just any quick thoughts? What do you think?
Everything you might
Trump
imagine.
Loves McDonald's, but I wonder if he'll have like a lovely traditional meal. What do you think?
I'm sure there will be traditional dishes on the menu. I mean, the Saudis are known for their generosity. Arabs generally are. And I think whether it be on the menu, whatever's on the table, the entire thing is going to be a true reflection of Saudi culture, Saudi generosity, and ability to, entertain guests as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also want to move back more to the serious stuff, not about the dinners. But earlier tonight, Republican strategist Adolfo Franco talked about the military alliance between the US and Saudi Arabia. I know Dr. Leigh and Rauya have mentioned it before, but let's just take a listen to what he had to say to me a bit earlier.
This is the beginning of a more formal
alliance with Saudi Arabia in terms of the military and protection of the United States in a more formal way than we have seen in the past. This is the beginning, and I believe that is exactly what the United States will pursue. Almost NATO-like relationship, particularly with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that an attack on Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates is an attack on the United States. I think that was ultimately will come out of this administration in the next 2 or 3 years.
I found it really interesting, Dr. Eli. He said almost NATO-like. Would you agree with that?
This is huge, definitely, for Trump to say that clearly and that bluntly. Whoever attacks such a partner will be as if he is attacking the U.S., and we will not allow that. We will act on that. This is really putting Saudi Arabia at the level of NATO, which, of course, the members of the NATO share a common defense policy among them. And this, I think, will be raising real eyebrows in Israel. We've seen in the past 2 weeks something shifting. We've seen the U.S. deal with the Houthis without asking Israel and actually leaving Israel out of that discussion. We've seen the Americans discuss even with Hamas the release of the American hostage without putting Israel into that discussion. And now we're seeing elevating Saudi Arabia to such a high level of partnership that could possibly be compared to the traditional historical strategic and military alliance that the U.S. had with Israel. So is something shifting permanently? Is it just teasing in politics? Definitely, we have to wait and see. But I think Saudi Arabia is presenting itself as a key partner and a key ally for the U.S. in the region. Once again, that could give the U.S. in terms of economy and security and all things, maybe what Israel cannot even give it.
Definitely, the Israelis are very, very worried. I mean, if you read their newspapers, all the articles, the reports talk about what critics call sidelining Israel completely in this new arrangement of Middle East politics by President Trump. And they're really worried that there will be a deal with Iran that, you know, not in their interests. But I think also probably President Trump's, what he said today about, you know, that anybody who attacks Saudi Arabia, you know, they have to face the U.S. as well, is also a message for Iran. Even though, as I said before, his words or his language that he used talking about Iran is a bit lighter, less sort of aggressive. But at the same time, he did threaten that they will, you know, more sanctions will be, they will have to face much stronger sanctions, that possibly their oil exports would become absolutely zero. So I think also what he said about Saudi Arabia also is a message to Iran.
But even that is in contradiction with the Netanyahu proposition. So Trump is not even threatening with war or military attack as he was a few weeks before. Even the threat is a threat of sanctions.
Yes.
A new language that is closer to the Saudi Arabia language towards Iran rather than Israel's language towards Iran. On the Abraham Accord, he said, I dream that Saudi Arabia would join. No pressure at all. He said, do it on your own time. I respect that. I dream of it happening, but we didn't see any pressure there. And I think the Israelis in general, the media, but surely the average Israeli would blame Netanyahu for this relationship and where it got due to the continuous aggression in Gaza and on other different files, Iran and other.
And also, we must just remember that Donald Trump actually isn't going to Israel.
No,
he's on this tour right now of the Gulf regions. And that's something a lot of people are questioning. They're wondering why he won't be there and what sort of is happening in the background. But maybe this is a good way of putting that into context at the moment.
It is. It's all related, basically. And that's why the Israelis are very worried. They will be sidelined in what's happening now in the Middle East, and at the same time excluded from not just the visit, from anything in the future. As Dr. Eli said, we don't know if this is temporary or this is a new policy by President Trump. We are yet to see events unfold.
Knowing that, maybe one last remark, that Trump gave Israel in his first administration what no American president gave. He was called as the closest possible and the best possible American president towards Israel. How did the relationship deteriorate so much in such a short period of time? This is where the blame is going to be in Israel, and I think it's going to have serious repercussions on Netanyahu's government and policies.
Well, actually, earlier I spoke to former White House staffer and Trump campaign deputy communications director Caroline Sunshine, who told me about the affection and respect between the Saudi Crown Prince and President Donald Trump.
President Trump, in both his first term and now his second term, has selected Saudi Arabia to be his first foreign state visit. It's hard to understate the significance of that. You know, many of President Trump's predecessors have chosen more traditional Western nations. Their first visit has often been to Canada or to the United Kingdom. President Trump, on both occasions in both of his presidencies, has chosen to mark his first visit to Saudi Arabia, and it is certainly a departure from President Trump's predecessor. I think it also speaks volumes that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince himself, was there to greet President Trump on arrival, such a sign of mutual respect and mutual affection.
Just a quick reflection from both of you about what Caroline said then, how significant this moment has been.
I was noticing that in Saudi protocol, usually even if a head of states lands in Riyadh, it is the Emir of Riyadh who hosts him, Emir Khalid. But we see in exceptional situations where the Crown Prince himself went. But also all the communication, all the interaction. We saw such a close relationship, such a close interaction. That says a lot.
Definitely, definitely. It was a great reception by the Crown Prince of President Trump at the airport, and they brought out their lavish lavender carpet, which is a departure from the traditional red one, which I think the Saudis introduced that a few years ago in 2021.
They adopted the lavender color.
Yes, the lavender, because it reflects the color of the land, the Saudi landscape in the spring, sort of with the lavender flowers and stuff. However, I think that definitely, I mean, it was very remarkable, the reception, the way the Crown Prince greeted President Trump, the entire ceremony after that. Definitely very lavish.
And what wouldn't I do for you?
That seriously, it really
Amazing.
caught my ear. It's like I stopped there and thought about it. What wouldn't I do for the Crown Prince? That's extremely telling.
Now to Los Angeles, a judge has reduced the sentences of Eric and Lyle Menendez, the two brothers currently serving life for murdering their parents in 1989. Judge Michael Jessic resentenced the pair to 50 years, which means they could become eligible for parole. In a statement, the brothers told the court they were sorry for their actions and hoped to work with victims of sexual abuse if given the chance of freedom. Correspondent Sarah Firth told us the latest on this story a little bit earlier. Take a listen.
Yes, so this was a Los Angeles judge resentencing the brothers to life, but with the possibility of parole. Now, that opens a path to freedom, Leigh Ann, that we haven't seen the brothers have until this resentencing. Now, the judge saying in the case that I'm not saying they should be released. He said that was for the parole board to decide, but he did say, I believe they've done enough in the last 35 years, and with their clarity and the purpose of their service, that they should be given the chance. So what does this all mean? They have been resentenced to life for killing their parents, but Eric and Kyle will now be able to go before the parole board. That is going to be happening June 13th. And the parole board will then decide what part happens next. So you saw the brothers really in this pretty dramatic trial. You know, it had a lot of eyes and a lot of attention on it. Play out with the brothers for the first time, really, in many people's eyes, seeming to take full accountability for what they did. Now, we know that their lawyer was pushing very hard, their defense pushing very, very hard for a manslaughter charge. Legal experts have told me, look, that was never very likely. And actually, this situation, where they have been resentenced 50 years life, but with the chance of parole, now kicking the decision over to that parole board, this gives an opportunity that we haven't seen the brothers have before. And again, the reactions actually that we saw in the courtroom as that sentence was announced, although the look on some people's faces might have looked a bit downcast, others, there was a very emotional response to what was clearly in this situation deemed a pretty big, if not outright win, a path to a potential win for the brothers.
Thanks, Sarah, for that report. Earlier, just to clarify, it was Eric and Lyle Menendez Sarah was talking about there earlier. But Gemma, I just want to say one thing. Them getting parole is really significant, isn't it? But this was also the Netflix effect. We can't ignore that.
It's a huge deal, and I think it's indicative of the explosion in true crime.
Yes.
With podcasts and books, and as you say, Netflix adaptations and documentaries, but also dramatizations. Also, it's a case that has got a lot of celebrity interest. So you have the likes of Kim Kardashian and Rosie O'Donnell tweeting about it and talking about it. So it's also been played out on social media as well. I think of the last huge case like this, which was televised in the US, which was O.J. Simpson, but we didn't have social media then. And so the significance here is that it was a case that captured the American imagination. It had everything you could possibly want: privilege, Beverly Hills mansions, money, murder. All the things that make a great Netflix show, as you say.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. It was like shocking at the time when it happened. Do you remember? I remember whenever you watch anything back, there was so much debate about it, so much talk. This story absolutely dominated the headlines, similar to O.J. Simpson. Yeah. But them getting parole right now, what does that mean for the brothers?
So for them, it means that they are now eligible, because before they were obviously not eligible. And the judge said at the time that sentencing made sense. So obviously now, in light of the fact they've been in prison now for 30 years, I think it was 35 since the murder, and 30 years actual in prison, because obviously they were in custody beforehand. A lot is focused on whether they've been rehabilitated. A lot is focused as well on what this means for other cases currently in the criminal justice system. Does that mean other sentences are going to get reviewed? There's a lot of talk around, can you be rehabilitated? Have they been institutionalised? Which I think is a point you made earlier this evening. So there are so many moving parts to this. This is not just about two men who might be getting out of prison soon. It's going to open up so many different aspects.
Yes. And also, let's not forget that the main element of this is related to what they claim to be sexual abuse. And as we were speaking earlier before the show, this part of the story was more into the narrative in the media and the literature more than in the court itself.
Absolutely.
And after 35 years, the world has a completely different view of what trauma can be from sexual abuse, and have a better understanding to what could make a person kill his own parents. And this is huge. So this is why we see, of course, we have all the elements that Gemma spoke about. What's not to follow in the story? It's amazing. I mean, the money, the celebrity, the psychology, and also the fact that people tend to like the Menendez brothers, or to give them benefit of the doubt.
Yes, and I think we've seen that all the way through, haven't we? We've seen that there seems to be compassion for the Menendez
Yes, and
brothers.
it's now corroborated by some testimonies from people, from inmates, who say these people were amazing in prison. They helped a lot of people. They made programs to, make the life of other inmates better, to have educational programs for others.
And they say they want to do that when they get out as well, don't they? That's the kind of thing they want to pursue.
And they are now in their 50s, so Now the real question, as Gemma said, is whether they are going out of prison and whether there is enough momentum in the court system and the court mentality that allows, that say they have done enough and they should go out. This is the big question. Not yet, but it could be happening because it has great implications on other cases.
Yeah, and like Gemma, the district attorney's office say they continue to make excuses when it comes to the brothers.
Yeah,
and
the
this
district
case.
attorney's office were the ones who won the case in the first place.
Yes.
So they're the reason that the brothers are in jail. The Los Angeles district attorney, Nathan Hochman, obviously he wasn't the district attorney then, but he's against the resentencing. He says they've not been rehabilitated and they're not yet ready to be resentenced. So he's going quite hard on this. He says the brothers have never held themselves accountable for their actions. And they have spoken in court. They have said sorry. They have said that they empathise with how their parents must have felt in that moment, their two sons pointing guns at them. But this feels not enough for the district attorney, obviously. He also said that the ruling from Judge Jessic was a monumental one that has significant implications for the principles of justice. Which, I mean, is there a rewriting of rules going on here, sort of on the fly? It really depends on whether you believe 35 years is enough time to have, paid your debt to society. And also, as you said, we have greater knowledge now about believing victims and listening to them. So there are so many factors coming into this. It's going to be very emotional. It's going to be very emotional if that day comes.
Absolutely, and we saw some of the family members of the Menendez brothers today actually crying in court when they were resentenced. So I think this has been an absolutely fascinating case.
I wonder if they still have money. I mean, if they get out of jail.
Or if the money's all been spent on legal fees. Or no, they would, maybe could make... I don't know if they got paid for the Netflix documentary.
You can't. In America, you're not allowed to benefit financially from your crime, are you? So they wouldn't have been paid for that,
Interesting.
Because we are trying to imagine if one day they are out, whether there is enough acceptance in the society for them to be there, whether this popularity would be real when life will be real and they will not only be a story on TV, and whether they still have some of that money that they are accused of killing their parents to have it. I don't think so. But at the same time, they said they killed their parents. It's a crime. Everyone knows it's a big crime. Then have they paid their debt? Is 35 years enough? And do they have some, little points that will allow the court to say enough? This is the big question.
I don't think this is the last time we're going to be talking about this on the show. I've got a feeling. But stay right there, because, as I say, this case fascinating, and I'm sure it's not the last time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Saad Hosseini, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya.
Thank you.
I just want to get a sense from you of how you see the world today. Lots happening.
Well, you can say that. There is a great deal of uncertainty. Yeah. And I think that there are enormous risks, geopolitics-wise, which is, obviously issues that are dear to us. You got to just hang, tight.
Yeah.
Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah. What about what's happening today in Afghanistan? How do you read the tea leaves there?
Well, the Taliban have been in charge for 3.5 years, and they're not going anywhere, it seems. Afghanistan continues to face enormous challenges, economic, humanitarian, political, because of the uncertainty with the Taliban in charge. And as we were discussing just before, the hope is that we see some leadership from both the region and also in Washington, because I think the Taliban, there are individuals within the movement itself that are keen to engage, to open up. They're pragmatic enough. It's not a monolithic movement, but I think everyone's waiting for signals. And unfortunately, we seem to always look at, towards Washington, and this is again the case.
And in terms of who's top of the agenda, it doesn't seem as if, at least so far, Afghanistan tops the list.
It's not. But there are a number of areas, I think, which are important for us to, talk about, including CT, counterterrorism. ISIS continues to remain active inside of Afghanistan. There are lots of other groups which are of interest to the Americans, Al-Qaeda included.
Yeah.
There's the issue of drugs. The Afghans have banned the cultivation of opium and other drugs. It holds for now, but I think, if you think about, previous years, 80% of Europe's heroin came from Afghanistan.
Yes.
That's important. Refugees. Afghans can open the floodgates. Afghans can be forced out of the country because of the economic or political situation, and they'll end up potentially in Europe. And that's a huge challenge to European countries and allies
at a time when they're facing multiple challenges.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you have issues like, rare minerals.
Yes.
Important to Donald Trump and others, including the Chinese. And there's this competition to basically secure rare minerals across the globe with this, this competition to reach AGI and new, technologies. I think that's going to become more and more crucial. Regional stability, I think that's important. Afghanistan always plays a crucial role. You ignore Afghanistan at your own peril. And a bunch of other reasons. I think one of the things, I was in Washington last week, one of the things I heard was that of the 150 or 200,000 odd Afghans who fled to the U.S. since August of 2021, quite a large percentage of them don't qualify. And I think Donald Trump and his team, Stephen Miller and others,
yes,
this is a zero tolerance policy. If you don't qualify, if you've come illegally, if you've lied about your application, you're going to get kicked out. So I think there could be potentially thousands of Afghans
repatriated.
Yes, they would want to return to Afghanistan, and they would need the cooperation of the Taliban.
Yes. Tell me this. Do you see a large amount of engagement from the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar?
I think the Qataris have been engaged because they hosted the U.S.-Afghan talks. Even during President Obama's time, the Taliban were able to set up a sort of an office in Doha.
Yes.
And then the negotiations happened in Doha, hence the Doha talks, where they finally signed an agreement that allowed for the Americans to leave. So the Qataris remain engaged. The Americans have their mission that deals with Afghanistan based in Doha. And a bunch of other countries too, the Germans and the Brits, and then a bunch of other smaller countries, Canada and Italy and so forth. They're all operating out of Doha, dealing with Afghanistan. So the Qataris have been engaged for a number of years, and the Taliban have their political office in Doha. But the Emiratis of late have been engaged. They hosted Sirajuddin Haqqani, the interior minister, twice.
So what's behind that, do you think?
Well, I think there's a realization that, that we can't just, turn away from Afghanistan.
Yes.
It's important for regional security.
And in the past, that's never been a good idea.
Well, I mean, I think every time we've ignored Afghanistan, something's gone wrong.
Yes.
You know, the Americans were involved in the 80s. They helped the Afghan Mujahideen fight the Soviets. Then they walked away. And then we saw the Taliban return and Al-Qaeda and 9/11 happened. So I think there's some history there. So that sort of concern, you know, it makes people feel that they can't just turn away. It's just too close to many things important to the region.
Tell me about what it's like working under the Taliban, because you have how many people working for you there?
We have 450 people. We have 5 TV and radio networks. We have dozens of digital platforms. It's not easy.
Yeah.
You know, we've had to make, you know, we've had to, you know, there were lots of concessions,
yes.
compromises.
Freedom of speech?
Well, I think it could have been worse. Yeah, there are certain things we have to self-censor, obviously. We have to be conscious of the sensitivities in Afghanistan today. We're not as free as we were.
Yeah.
But then I think we're still a lot freer than a lot of other countries in the region, to be honest with you.
Really?
We can pretty much cover everything, probably sometimes with little fanfare, but yes. We can discuss almost anything. The criticism, you know, there are criticisms of the regime when it comes to girls' education or sort of the lack of inclusivity in terms of the governing body and so forth, human rights violations. But it's done in a very subtle way without much fanfare.
Yes.
We can't have music. We can't have soap operas. But otherwise, it's if you turn the TV on, at least for the first few minutes, it seems very normal. But our female presenters have to wear surgical masks to cover their mouths, as is required by the state. But they're still working. As a matter of fact, we have more women working for us in our news department today than we did in 2021.
Wow.
So we've made a conscious effort to employ women to train them.
Yes.
So they're still active in front of the camera, behind the camera.
Yeah. In your mind, is this more of a public service that you're putting forth now? And I mean employing people.
That, but I think we're still playing an important role in terms of giving news to Afghans,
yes.
entertainment programs. And vice versa. I mean, a lot of news that comes out of Afghanistan is thanks to organizations such as ours.
Yes.
You know, 40 million people, it's a big country.
Yeah.
And the world was really engaged in Afghanistan for a long, long time.
Well, we promised them a very different future than we left them with.
Yes. But Afghanistan has changed. You know, if you look at the younger generation of Afghans, the urbanization of the country.
Yes.
You know, the genie's out of the bottle.
Yes.
And, you know, 3.5 years on, the concern was that the Taliban would fundamentally change Afghanistan, and it's trying to.
Yes, but really roll everything back.
Attempting to roll everything back, but at the same time, this new Afghanistan has also managed to change the Taliban.
Yes.
In a lot of ways. If you go to the major cities, how they conduct themselves, because the cities pretty much function as they did before. You know, women walk on the streets, you know, mostly faces uncovered. Some women drive their cars, you know, there's no effort to stop them. They continue to work. They continue to appear on television. So, you know, first glance, things do not look that different. They go to restaurants,
yes.
They socialize and so forth. But then at the same time, this thing with girls' education is a major issue for everyone.
How do you guys address that? Because I know you do educational programming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, television and online educational programming on radio as well is it's a sort of it's a bridge, basically.
Yes.
You know, from the time that education was banned to a time when hopefully they'll reopen the schools. It is not an alternative to proper education, to girls going to school.
Yes.
But we felt that, you know, from grade 7 onwards, girls are not allowed to go back, but they need to continue to learn. So we felt that certain subjects, mathematics, chemistry, physics, and biology, we could actually come up with, you know, really smart, interesting, engaging education programs.
And you're not getting pushback from the government on that?
Well, the programs reflect the curriculum.
Yes.
And mathematics is mathematics, no matter where you go.
Yes.
So these programs for grades 7, 8, and 9 initially, and now we've expanded beyond that, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades, are very, very popular. Half the country's kids watch these programs or listen to them. And the results have been phenomenal. I mean, we've done a sort of a baseline now, an end-line assessment of how kids perform. And the ones who watch these programs do, like 50% better than kids who don't watch these programs.
Yeah.
And we have a trial of WhatsApp sort of tutoring programs. And the kids who watch these, or the ones who are engaged via WhatsApp, perform, their numbers are 200% better. So we're seeing real change in terms of how it's impacting kids, and it's an extraordinary result for us, something to be very proud of.
Tell me this, when you think about the future of Afghanistan and your role as a media organization there, have you gotten support or pushback when it comes to your affiliation with the United States? Do they think that you're too Western? Do you think that that's something that, frankly, they welcome quietly? What does that look like for you?
Well, initially, I mean, obviously, we were sort of stamped as being very pro-Western because of all our programs. So initially, when they first took over, I mean...
You were under suspicion, I imagine.
Well, absolutely. And I think we were all surprised how quickly they took over the country.
Yes.
I had assumed that it'll take months. And we had plans to move a lot of people out and continue our work, sort of a hybrid.
Yes.
Inside of Afghanistan, outside of Afghanistan. And they came in very, very quickly, and we were surprised. And then we had to make a decision. Do we leave or do we stay?
Yes.
And at the time, we felt, we could not, work with them, but work within the new environment. And we made that commitment to stay, partly because we had so many people employed, and partly we thought, well, it's better to be within the country and to engage with them and to push back where we could. We just on this girls' education program ban since 2022, when the ban was imposed, we have literally done thousands of stories, thousands of panels, thousands of town hall type meetings, questioning this policy, amplifying the voices from within the Taliban as to why this is not right for Afghanistan.
Yes.
And we continue to do that. So I think that's really important.
Do you consider this as a major step back for Afghanistan, or is this just another bump in the very long road?
You just don't know. Yeah, it is a step back. The question is it, we've taken a couple of steps back to take 100 forward, or is this a permanent thing? And we don't know that.
Yes.
But I think we have a responsibility as Afghans, because, there's this propensity for, people in our region to say, what are the Americans going to do? What are the Europeans feel like doing?
Who's coming to save us?
Who's going to come and save us? And I think we have the sense of entitlement that the world needs to do more for us.
Yes.
But I think for me, having lived in Afghanistan for 20 years and having I have changed my views a lot over the last 20 years. I think we have to look within. And I think it's upon us, Afghans, and, other Middle Eastern nationalities, to change our own fortunes and take things into our own hands.
Well, you may well have to, considering how, America First is unraveling at the moment.
Well, American aid, which I think is still at 600 or 700 million last year, is down to zero.
Yes, which requires the Taliban is going to have to step up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What is going to be the major export in your mind?
Out of Afghanistan? Well, I mean, what's interesting is that what could save the day for Afghanistan, not necessarily for the Taliban, are remittances.
Yes.
Which have shot up, partly because so many people have moved out over the last 3 or 4 years, and they still need to actually help their families.
Yes.
But also, I think there's a sense of responsibility. We've got to do more. Our cousins, parents are on the verge of starvation. Let's send more money in. So I think that's helped the economy to an extent. But I think the Taliban, in their own ways, weirdly, are engaged with the private sector. They want to do more. If you look at reconstruction projects, despite limited budgets, they seem to be doing a lot more. At least the optics are good.
Yes.
In terms of road building, building dams and so forth, and you go across the country, you see a lot of activity. And of course, the country is stable now. It's feels safe.
Yes.
You can go from province to province. They're very proud of the fact that the country is more secure, but
yes,
it's lost on them that they played a major role in the insecurity of the country prior to the withdrawal of the Americans. But that helps too, of course.
The perception has been in the West since the fall of Afghanistan, since the withdrawal, that an Iron Curtain, to quote Churchill, had fallen.
Yeah.
But you're telling me that's actually not necessarily the case.
No, I mean, people can leave the country. They can go into the country. We have 3 flights from Dubai. Dubai flies into Afghanistan daily. Flights from Turkey.
They're
now.
not closed off.
They're not closed off, and I think people go in, and there's quite a bit of activity, especially from a lot of diaspora Afghans go and visit.
Yes.
The country is not sanctioned per se, unlike Syria. Individuals are sanctioned, but the country is not, so you can go and do business, technically speaking. And there are opportunities. A lot of Chinese companies, Iranian companies are there active, but the economy is really, I mean, the country is always on the verge of economic collapse, humanitarian crises. You know, the Taliban alone cannot save Afghanistan. We need the world more engaged. We need foreign investment.
Yes.
We need people to be able to send their kids to school. I mean, the country's population has doubled since 2020. The median age is still 18. This young, vibrant country. Half the country, there's an attempt to silence half the country today.
Yes.
And we need to collectively stop that in Afghanistan. But we also need the international community to continue to insist that things need to change.
What about China?
I think China makes a lot. I mean, I think it's dawned on the Taliban finally that the Chinese make a lot of promises but deliver very little.
Interesting.
Right, and you know, our group, we've been active across the region. We had a big business in Ethiopia, so we were all over Africa looking at other opportunities. And the experience was not dissimilar in Africa. The Chinese come in, they exploit what we have. They don't create too many jobs within the country. It's usually through some sort of a financing arrangement.
Yes.
And then they leave. And they also leave their people behind, you know.
Yes.
I mean, in Ethiopia, you know, I met a whole bunch of Chinese individuals who speak fluent Amharic.
Yes.
You know, and a lot of them came with Chinese projects.
Right.
And then the Chinese left, and they're in
and there they are.
There they are. You know, Chinese passport holders, but essentially Ethiopian today.
Yeah.
So I think in Afghanistan also there's this realization that the Chinese are not going to be that generous.
Yes.
That, yes, they may assist when it comes to humanitarian assistance, but otherwise they're going to look at opportunities, but they're going to be very opportunistic.
Yes.
And it's going to be what's good for China rather than Afghanistan.
So the Belt and Road Initiative, not as promising as one would have thought.
But I think we're seeing something similar in the U.S. today. You know, there's this policy that no development.
Yes.
We're going to do some humanitarian, and then it's going to be about investment and what's in the interest of the U.S. So if you look at the DFC, for example, you know, 60-odd billion that, you know, that they could potentially access for investment or lending purposes. Leon Black's son, Benjamin Black, has been nominated. I think he's going to get confirmed in May. But now the thinking is, let's double this. And there's even talk that the DFC could look at both domestic and international opportunities. So I think the Americans are also looking at the Chinese model and saying, hey, this could be in our interest. We should be adopting this sort of strategy when it comes to dealing with the international community.
What's the win in your mind for Afghanistan? Yeah.
I think the win is I think the two important things for us Afghans is more inclusivity.
Yes.
They have to have a more inclusive governing body that reflects, you know, this sort of very complicated country called Afghanistan that's multi-ethnic and diverse and so forth. And the other one is girls' education and women's rights.
Yes.
This is not a Western thing. This is an Afghan thing. And that's why I think it's important for Afghans from within Afghanistan and also outside to keep on pushing for this. I think these two things are very important. Other than that, Afghanistan could progress very quickly. And of course, you know, there's some of their more backward policies in relation to religion and so forth, and they need to reassess that. But many within the Taliban have a much more pragmatic, moderate approach to some of these issues. So I think we don't need much.
Yes.
We just need the country more engaged. They need to open up, but the world also needs to engage. And I think Afghanistan can change fairly quickly.
What does engagement look like from the West, beyond humanitarian aid?
Well, I think the West is interested because of
radicalization,
these extreme organizations like ISIS. I think it's very important that you know, Afghanistan is now, you know, more of a threat when it comes to ISIS than Syria.
Yes.
So, I think that they can't just turn away from that. I think it's important, not just for the West, but I think also for the region.
Yes.
It's very important. Afghanistan also is, has, it has a very large population, can contribute to development across the region. I mean, when it comes to the Gulf, for example, we can provide, a huge workforce for development in the rest of the region. I think that's important. But also it can become the breadbasket of the region. I mean, agriculturally, Afghanistan has plenty of land, plenty of water. It's known for its products, whether it's vegetables or dried fruit and nuts and so forth. And it's also a sort of a transit hub for the region, connecting Central Asia to South Asia, opening up, this very sort of affluent part of Asia, the Stans, to the rest of the world. And of course, our rare minerals. I mean, I think the U.S. geological body, assessed what we have, and we have trillions of dollars worth of rare minerals, which I think is going to be important in this new AI age.
Can you see the Americans working in Afghanistan again?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think I was in Washington last week. I was sort of felt hopeful that, that there are issues that I think the Americans could look at in terms of, we talked about refugees, returning Afghans, threats of CT, but I think also on the positive side.
So you think a Trump administration could benefit from engaging with the Taliban when it comes to rare earths?
Yes.
Better the U.S. than China?
Absolutely. And I think it's also to deprive the Chinese of securing Afghanistan's rare minerals.
Yeah.
But I think it's also important I think the Americans may shy away from directly engaging, and I think there's going to be an opportunity for them to engage via the region.
Yes.
People who've been dealing with the Afghans for a long time.
Yes.
I mentioned the Qataris and, of course, others too.
Yeah.
And I think the Saudis, although they're really busy and, preoccupied with their own domestic challenges and opportunities.
Yes.
The foreign minister of Afghanistan Muttaqi was in Saudi Arabia last week, actually, and we may have had some high-level meetings, and I think there's going to be also opportunities for the Saudis also to engage.
Tell me about Pakistan, a complicated relationship. How do you view that today?
Well, I mean, Pakistan it's almost like a curse.
Yes.
You're damned if you turn away from it, and you're damned if you don't turn away from it. I think but we have to remember it's a nation of 250 million people, 120 nuclear warheads. It's facing it has an economic crisis that it's been dealing with for many years. It's got a political crisis with perhaps its most popular politician ever behind bars.
Yes.
It has an insurgency issue challenge with ISIS, the TTP, Pakistani Taliban, and the Baluchi separatists active.
Do you see it perhaps more unstable today than Afghanistan?
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah.
And it's a country that's been dominated by the military since partition. We're talking about 90, almost 90 years. But I'm not sure how much of an appetite the administration has to, jump back in.
Yes.
But economic, again, business deals, this transactional approach to things, maybe that's where the opportunities lie.
Yeah. Tell me this, as the Moby Group, and just as we see the industry evolving internationally so significantly, channels that once we thought were staples are potentially going to go away. How do you see the media landscape today?
It's going to be very fragmented, I think. And I think we have to address what people want to see.
Yes.
And, we're launching a number of platforms, basically, for a younger generation, for sort of the Generation Z of our neck of the woods.
Yes.
And
is this TikTok, YouTube, all the platforms?
I mean, you have to be almost platform agnostic.
Yes.
You create content, and you slice and dice it for different platforms, depending on what they are. And there's going to be more. I think identities have become more important than brands. Identities now give brands credibility rather than the other way around.
Yes. But it's fascinating, isn't it?
But it's the truth, because if you look at today, it's, we're looking for Joe Rogan.
Yes.
He's on Spotify, he's on YouTube, he's on iTunes or whatever.
Yeah.
He's across everywhere, but we look for him rather than sort of the platform.
Yes,
and I think
they're struggling. They're struggling to know how to monetize this. I mean, the big brands, the advertising models are dead. How do you then evolve quickly?
I think it has to be a win-win situation.
Yeah,
you have to look at the identity, the talent, and work out deals with them that would actually benefit both the platform and the individual. But I think what's also important is that the corporate brands are failing to meet the needs of their viewers, of their listeners. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why these individuals, even if they have 20,000 or 100,000 followers, are so, they're so tapped into sort of the zeitgeist that they can actually determine as to what sort of programming works better.
Yes.
Because if you work for a major media company, you've got committees, people need to sit around the table, look at what's, what
got a P&L, all the things.
These kids can just churn out content,
yes,
and within 2 or 3 days, they have their sort of live focus group of 500,000 viewers.
Yes.
Now, for older audiences, the over 60s, yes, they will continue to go to linear networks and watch their satellite networks. But I think for younger people, increasingly, it's going to be on other devices.
Who's getting it right?
Well, in terms of the major platforms?
Yes.
I'm not sure anyone's getting it 100% right. We try to be as nimble as possible working with these identities. But even, we feel sometimes that we're getting left behind. But what we're lucky in Afghanistan is that it's a single TV household. So,
yes.
Like 85% of the population has access to a television set. So it's still usually, one person with a remote control. And internet penetration's low.
Yes.
So we're sort of, things are happening in slow motion, so we're benefiting from that, and we're able to look around and see what works in other places and adopt it. But time, it's gonna shrink.
Yes.
The time to move will shrink. But we're finding these, young identities and working with them as much as we can.
Do you know that we met almost 15 years ago?
Wow.
At an Abu Dhabi media event.
Yes.
And it was at that time that...
You were like 12.
I was 12, exactly, clearly. Yeah. But what was fascinating is even at that time, we had obviously the big networks, the big brands, cable, but these things were coming. These things were starting to evolve. We were talking about bloggers.
Yeah.
And even, I think the change has been significant. What do you foresee in the future?
Well, I think a very, very, very fragmented market. I think that's very important. But I think people will start. I mean, I think fake news is going to become a challenge.
Yeah.
And I think people will go back to how stories are verified. So I think that's where brands can play an important role. If there's an umbrella, like for example, if we set up a sort of a Gen Z platform for, say, Arabic, which we're working on.
Yes.
And then under it, we have 25 or 30 individuals. And, we're sort of, there's sort of, we sort of sponsor, XYZ brought to you by us, for example.
Yes.
Or the other way around.
The brand identity.
Yes. I think people, that will give people some comfort. But we have to also respect in terms of what the viewers want. And the social media identity in terms of not trying to corporatize what they're doing. So it's going to be, and we have to learn as we go along and we develop this.
Yeah. Do you see sort of the big names falling by the wayside? And I mean, we're already seeing the pressure that's on CNBC, MSNBC, CNN.
I think it's going to be a slow death.
Yes.
It's not going to happen that quickly, but it'll happen eventually. But what's also interesting in the U.S., if you look at it, so we have, Netflix and Apple and Disney and blah, 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 HBO. We have 20 different things. So effectively, we've got, and now people bring it together, like Google, for example, or Apple. It's under the same umbrella. So we're actually also going back to a cable model. Yes,
just with different entities.
With different entities. So I think for a lot of people, this, the idea of a basket of platforms is still going to be appealing.
Yes.
May not be called cable, it may be called, Apple TV, for example, or Roku or something else. But that's going to exist in some form or another. My thing is just in terms of, this is for like catch-up streaming and so forth, scripted content, perhaps sports. But I think for everyday stuff, because kids are now watching these 2-3 minute clips for like 4 or 5 hours a day.
Yes.
Right? On TikTok and so forth. So they're going to be distinct, two different, distinct approaches to media and content.
What is something that you want to get into, but you're not there yet?
I think for us, in the Middle East, 250 million people in the Arab world at least, and growing very fast. I think the younger people are underserviced.
Yes.
Right? I think the media still has this very didactic, condescending approach to, this is good for you, you got to watch this program. But I think it's going to be the other way around. So I think for me it's going to be interesting to create something that's more sort of bottom-up rather than a sort of top-down approach.
When you think about content creation in the region, it's an underserviced region even today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, by how much?
Well, I think that there's so much talent when it comes to music, poetry, art, and so forth. But I think we just have to sort of give people the opportunity. And we've done this for 20-odd years, even in Afghanistan for our linear platforms. We'd find a 15, 16-year-old and say, hey, what do you think will work?
Yes.
And he would come up with an idea, and we would help him develop it.
Yes.
We never told him what to do. So our sort of creative people were always very young people. So it was led by them. And I think we want to have a similar approach, but for our digital platforms.
What is the world getting wrong, in your mind, when it comes to Afghanistan?
Well, I think they've tried. I think, to give people credit, I think there was a lot of goodwill in 2001, 2002. It was squandered, and I've mentioned this in my book, which is out today, that, I mean, again, looking within, we squandered this enormous opportunity. We literally flushed Afghanistan's lottery ticket down the toilet. But the international community also made a lot of mistakes. Hundreds of billions of dollars was spent.
Corruption?
There was a lot of corruption. I mean, there was the institutional corruption, the Beltway bandits, the big contractors in Afghanistan. The money just basically never went inside the country.
Evaporated.
Well, a $2 million, a road project, $2 million per kilometer was subcontracted to a Turkish company for $500,000 per kilometer, then was subcontracted to an Afghan company. True story. For $200,000 per kilometer, so 10% of the budget, the road fell apart within 2 years because of the extreme temperatures in Afghanistan. That served no one, basically. And that money basically never really benefited Afghanistan. All ghost schools, ghost teachers, ghost soldiers and police officers and so forth. A lot of money went missing. Corruption within the country, and of course institutional corruption in terms of these large companies. And weirdly, because of the changes with Doge and everything else, I mean, these countries are actually suffering, thank God. But also I think we Afghans, we could have made better use of this opportunity. But the country did change for the better, despite everything. And I think we're in a much better place than we were, say, in 2000.
So 3 years on from the fall, in your mind, how much responsibility does Joe Biden bear for the mess?
Well, I think let's go back even further. I think Donald Trump and the way the deal was negotiated, and leaving out the rest of Afghanistan, not necessarily the Afghan government, which was corrupt and unpopular, but the rest of Afghanistan, civil society, the business community and so forth. They should have been included in the negotiations with the Taliban. But Biden, I think Biden just didn't like the region, didn't like Afghanistan, didn't like Afghans. And his plan was not thought through. They decided in mid-April to leave, and they left by the end of August. And it wasn't well planned, as we saw.
Yes.
And it'll be forever a stain on his reputation to have done what he did to Afghanistan and to America's reputation.
Yeah. Were you surprised that the Afghan government fell apart as quickly as it did?
Well, I was in Washington, and I've mentioned this in my book, in late July, and I met with Jake Sullivan and Samantha Power and a whole bunch of other people. And I said, listen, the Afghan government could fall by November. And I remember someone saying, oh, come on, you're being an alarmist. I said, listen, I mean, it's in Afghanistan, it's always been, lowering one flag and raising another. The fact that you're leaving, it means a lot of people will just switch sides.
Yes.
And it had not clicked that this could happen so quickly. And again, it showed it showed at the time that they hadn't thought this
They were
through.
just disengaged.
They're completely disengaged.
Yeah.
You know?
What were your feelings on that day when we saw planes taking off with people hanging off the sides?
It was a very stressful few weeks. Because a lot of staff would sort of end up at the airport wanting to leave, and some were truly vulnerable, and others wanted to make the most of the opportunity to find a better home.
Yes.
But the other important thing was how to keep the business going.
Yes.
You know, in the morning, the guys would show up. By mid-morning, they were gone. So the head of our news would ring up and say, "Hey, we've got no camera people. We don't have a presenter." And we'd advertise, and a guy would show up and say, "Here's a microphone. Go and do a story."
Wow.
And it was like that. I mean, we just lost so much capacity in the first few weeks.
Yes.
That survival became the most important issue.
Yes.
So I was focused on that. My brother was focused on in terms of helping people with their paperwork if they wanted to leave.
Yeah.
So it was lots of sleepless nights, but there was a great deal of anger towards Joe Biden and the Americans and what they had done.
Are you surprised they didn't shut you down?
The Taliban, yes.
Yeah.
But weirdly, and again, and you can't sort of generalize about the Taliban because, again, different individuals have different points of view. A lot of them do feel that they're of the people for the people.
Yes.
So, they didn't like us because they saw us as this very pro-Western, pro-American platform.
Yes.
But over time, we built a relationship with them and built the trust that's needed in a place like that to be able to operate.
Are you getting any American funding now?
No.
No.
No. I think we benefited from like capacity building and training programs and so forth. But overall, we were not, directly assisted by any organization, which was a good thing. But Afghanistan's economy will no doubt suffer because the money that they gave Afghanistan went through the food program and so forth.
Yes.
So it benefited the country. So I think it's going to be a bit jarring in the next 12 months in terms of the economy itself.
Could that impact this government's ability to continue to lead?
Well, we've seen in North Korea, we've seen in Iran. I mean, I think sanctions or loss of funding doesn't necessarily weaken these regimes.
Yes.
But I think it would, the situation, people's situation may deteriorate, continue to deteriorate. Hence the importance of engagement for the Taliban and also for the Afghan people.
So what could the United States do in your mind?
I think the reason why it's important to engagement doesn't mean recognition. I think I have to make that very clear. Because a lot of people say, well, you want the Taliban to get recognized? No, but they need to talk. So I think there has to be a roadmap that makes it very clear to all sides that what engagement could mean in the medium to longer term for both sides.
Yes.
So it becomes very clear. And it has to be an international effort, whether it's the UN or, a number of countries coming together to lead these talks. I think that's important. Yeah. I think even the Russians and the Chinese have expressed the importance of women's rights and girls' education and so forth. So the world is on the same page on these sorts of issues.
Yes.
So I think they need to sit down, they need to talk, they need to address things like girls' education, inclusivity and so forth, and then have a roadmap that could eventually lead to full recognition of the Afghan state, basically.
You mentioned Russia. They've come up a lot in the news lately. They've certainly been sending their representatives to the region. In your mind, is there a role for Vladimir Putin in those talks?
In Afghanistan? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the Russians are important, the Iranians are important, the Chinese are important. I think the Gulf countries are very important. Qatar, Emirates.
So in that vein, is Donald Trump opening up talks with Russia? Opening up talks with Iran. Is this a good thing?
As long as it leads to something.
Yeah.
Because I think if the talks fail, and they could fail, it could make Afghanistan even more dicey. Because then, there are certain countries who would not want to see the Americans find a foothold in Afghanistan again.
Yes.
And I think that then we'll see a replay of the great game,
I think we're already there.
Have
we ever left?
Well, yeah, the great game's been happening since the late 1800s. It's never gone away.
Yes.
But I think that if talks fail with the Iranians as well as the Russians, I think there's a risk that Afghanistan will become the battleground, the new battleground for these countries again.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you and I know each other from the region. The impact of lower oil prices means that they can't, have as much foreign influence as perhaps they would like, UAE, Saudi Arabia. In your mind, how dangerous is that?
Well, I mean, I think that they still have enough resources to continue to remain engaged in Afghanistan. I think it's one thing to build NEOM, it's another thing to ensure that your country remains stable and secure.
Yes.
And I think that if Afghanistan or Pakistan implodes, everyone else is going to get very sick.
Yes. In your mind, next steps. Obviously, you've been in Washington, been talking to them about engaging in the region. There's a lot of things on the Trump agenda. In your mind, how quickly could something move?
Well, I think for the Trump administration, I mean, they still have these nominees. They need confirmation. We still don't have an assistant secretary of state for the region. They have someone at the White House, but obviously they're not as engaged. I think Rubio will probably perhaps play a more important role. So I think there are 2-3 avenues. One is because Afghanistan is part of the region and it involves Russia and Iran, that someone like Steve Witkoff would take it on board.
Yes.
Or there's the opportunity of, Benjamin Black saying, well, this is important for us, rare minerals. Let me look at Afghanistan, the context of how we can secure these minerals.
Yes.
Or Stephen Miller may say, hey, I need to get rid of 10,000 Afghans, send them back to Afghanistan via Qatar. Let me engage on Afghanistan. So the question is, who's going to own Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Will they have a special envoy, or will they let the existing diplomats run the country? So there are a lot of ifs.
Yes.
And Mike Waltz, who lived in Afghanistan, who I met in 2004, I think it was, in Kabul when he worked for the embassy. Will he say, no, I'm going to put my hand up and I'm going to deal with Afghanistan?
Yeah, so it's really about passing the football at this point.
This is not, the United States is now but like a Middle Eastern country.
Yes.
We're at the sort of mercy of Donald Trump, the president, and who's going to have access to him and who's going to put his hand up, and who he's going to say is like, you manage this thing for me.
Saad, it's great to have you on Al Arabiya. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope. We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney, Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yide Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. Singapore, one of Asia's top city attractions and a quick developing place for business, Singapore. The city's unique cosmopolitan culture is a harmonious marriage of the old and the new. You'll see high-rising modern skyscrapers alongside heritage buildings all around this island city. Transportation is also fast and efficient for the locals and tourists. The award-winning Changi Airport provides connections with over 100 airlines flying to more than 200 cities around the world. Because of its pro-business environment, more than 7,000 multinational companies make Singapore an often visited city for work-related transactions. For visitors, Singapore's attraction lies in its good impression as a safe, clean, and efficient place to be. One of the most popular tourist spots is the Singapore Flyer. It is the world's largest observation wheel outside the United States. It stands at a stunning 165 meters and offers a magnificent view of the cityscape. As the wheel turns, you'll get a 360-degree view of Singapore's iconic and historical landmarks and views, from the Marina Bay to the Singapore River, Raffles Place, Merlion Park, Empress Place, and the Padang. On the other hand, set your sights on the historical structures resting within the modern city. The old Chinese buildings in Chinatown, Muslim characteristic of Kampong Glam, and Little India's district are still popular among tourists. Also known for their history are the Chimes, Dalhousie Obelisk, Merlion Park, Old Parliament House, National Museum, Asian Civilizations Museum, and World War II sites like Battle Box, Changi Chapel and Museum, Fort Siloso, and Kranji War Memorial. Visitors of the city can enjoy the best of Chinese, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian cultures through the many traditional and religious festivals that fill the Singapore calendar. Proof of its multicultural feats are the hawker centers scattered throughout the island city. Singapore's first 1960s-themed food street, the Singapore Food Trail, serves up a wide selection of local hawker delights. A melting pot of a city, Singapore is a place where individuals of different races live harmoniously together. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope. We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Israel's ultimate bestie. That's how Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sees US President Donald Trump. But is the feeling still mutual? From secret negotiations with Hamas and Iran to cutting Israel out of a surprise deal with the Houthis, the US hasn't exactly been acting like a BFF. Today we ask, are US priorities pivoting away from Israel? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Benjamin Netanyahu was the first foreign leader invited to visit US President Trump when he returned to the Oval Office. But that house call isn't being reciprocated. Israel didn't make the cut for Trump's highly anticipated Middle East tour. It doesn't matter how many times Netanyahu says this.
President Trump is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And the visit in Washington reflected that in every way.
Actions speak louder than words, and the US has been making pivotal diplomatic moves without taking Israel into account. For example, during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Trump relaxed the timeline for normalization with Israel as a precondition of broader economic agreements. Indeed, the transactional nature of the president's Middle East tour points to a major diplomatic shift. If you've got something to offer Trump, he's ready to do business, and that could turn regional alliances on their head. The big question then is what all this could mean for Gaza. If America is entering a new phase of Middle East relations, could that weaken Israel's hand? And could it strengthen the push for negotiations and a firm day-after plan? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate, is the US now sidelining Israel on key negotiations? Whether US recognition of Palestine is potentially on the cards? And what does this all ultimately mean for the conflict in Gaza? Before we get into today's debate, we've got some special interviews to bring you. A little earlier, I spoke with Ami Ayalon about Israel's relationship with the US. Ami has spent nearly 40 years working as a public servant for the State of Israel. He was the former Commander-in-Chief of Israel's Navy and also served as the head of the country's domestic secret service, Shin Bet. Here's part of our interview. Mr. Ayalon, thank you for talking to Counterpoints. You and your former Security Service colleagues wrote an open letter to US President Donald Trump on March 11, saying that the Gaza war no longer serves Israel's national objectives. Can you explain your position and why you and your colleagues felt so compelled to write what was a very impassioned letter?
Well, first of all, the immediate reason was the hostages. We still have hostages in somewhere in the tunnels, and they are dying every day. And I think that for us Israelis, we believe that the old concept, we rely on each other. So we cannot define the essence of victory unless we should bring them back. But in addition, when we try to understand the whole idea of this war, it started after the 7th of October in 23. It was a just war. It was a war of defense, and we reacted against horror and violence used by Hamas. But after between 6 to 8 months, the way we understand the battlefield, we achieved all the military goals. The problem with this war is that from the very beginning, our leaders, our political leaders, did not define any political goal to this war. Now, after almost 40 years of experience, and I'm studying, the concept of war until today, I know exactly what happens to a war that we launch without any political goal. The war becomes the end and not the mean in order to achieve a better reality. And this is exactly what we see. We are conquering several places for the fourth time. We are destroying, we are killing innocent people. And, you can explain something only if you understand what we are wishing. What is the day after? Now, other governments, this government, do not define the day after. And since they do not define the day after, we have to stop this war.
You said that when it started, it was a just war. Does that mean you no longer think it is a just war? And where, for you, was that turning point?
The turning point, first of all, I said from the first day that to go to war without a clear definition of the political goal is a huge mistake. But, as all of us understood, it was a war of defense. It was a reaction against the horror and the violence that we never could understand until today. But the way we understand this war, it took us several months. Some people will tell you 8 months, some people will tell you 12 months. But we are fighting for the last 18, 19 months. We achieved all the military goals, which is to destroy the military capability of Hamas. Hamas are not acting as a military unit. They are acting because they are terrorists. But there is no way to eliminate all Hamas activists. We have to understand what we are facing is a very, very violent ideology.
So do you believe then that effectively
we shall kill? Sorry?
Do you believe effectively then that Hamas has been defeated in Gaza?
From the military point of view, yes. We can measure it. And they do not act as an organization. They control the area because we did not create somebody, or we did not do anything in order to create somebody to replace it. And everything starts because there is no definition to the day after. And there is no definition to the day after because the Israeli society is divided. Because in order to decide on the day after, some people in this government will tell you, unless we shall occupy Gaza and we shall build settlements in Gaza, we do not have the right to end this war. The majority of the Israelis do not agree. The majority of the Israelis, between 70 to 80% of the Israelis, are telling to our government every day we have to bring back all our hostages and to end this war.
You mentioned there the day after. There was no plan for the day after. You are a career military man. You've worked under 3 different prime ministers, I believe. Have you ever worked under a commander-in-chief, so to speak, who went into a conflict without a day after plan?
Yes, unfortunately, it happened exactly during the first Intifada and the second Intifada. Many people in Israel will tell you that we are still fighting the Six-Day War. And it's very complicated. I don't think that in 5-10 minutes I will be able to explain to the audience the idea that most, we as admirals, commanders, whatever, we used to think, by the way, it's a huge mistake, that the political leaders should define the day after, and it is not our problem. Our problem is how to operate and know why are we doing it. We used to think that we have to rely on our leaders. This is the first time when we understand, or at least we believe, that the reasons of our political leaders do not serve the future of the State of Israel and do not serve the future of the people of Israel, because they do not tell us what is the day after. The day after is a reason why we are ready to fight, why we are killing, and why many of us are ready to die.
Do you think that there are many current Israeli soldiers who share your sentiment, that they feel like they're fighting a war that now doesn't need to be fought, and that perhaps this is an aimless and deadly obsession?
Look, I served too many years to think that this is the reality. Unfortunately, I think, and I know it happened to me when I was in the military service for many years. I think that for a soldier, it is almost impossible to think that his leaders do not think on why they are sending him to war. He cannot believe that his leaders are doing it for political reasons. I think that you can understand it only when you see it from outside. I'm 80 years old. I think that I'm old enough to understand. I've been in politics. I saw politicians. It happened not only in Israel. I think that politicians sometimes are sacrificing the future of the state in order to make sure that they will stay in power.
Do you think then that there are going to be some very disappointed and very disillusioned soldiers when they do come out of this and they do get some perspective?
I think that, yes, I think that most Israelis understand that when this war will end, only then we shall be able to see clearly what happened to us since the beginning of the war, of this war, what happened to us as human beings, and what happened to us as the Israeli society. And are we closer to a better reality, or are we not? It's too early.
Are you disappointed that US President Donald Trump isn't visiting Israel on his current tour of the Middle East? Does it give you and perhaps the Israeli community the impression that he's more interested in making headline deals than he is in ending the war?
Look, I used to say that, psychology department belongs to my wife and not to me and our family. But still, I'm not in a position to judge the American president. I believe I did not elect him. I have no right to vote in America. I am only an Israeli citizen. The way I understand him, he is doing what he thinks is good for the American interest. And I quite understand you, whether I like it as an Israeli or no, it's not the question. As an American president, he believes that he should achieve stability in this region. I think that the only way to do it is to fly to Saudi Arabia and to try to persuade Saudis to go forward and to try to achieve a nuclear deal with Iran instead of going into a new war. And this is the way he understands the reality. This is the way he understands the Middle East. And I don't think that he's wrong.
Do you think, though, how is it being portrayed domestically in Israel, though? There was this big hope that after the difficulties perhaps that Netanyahu faced under the presidency of Joe Biden, that Donald Trump returning to the White House gave the Israeli community the feeling that the full support of the US would be returning militarily, diplomatically, domestically. Are people still feeling that way? Or is there a sense that they're feeling abandoned?
Again, Israel is a divided society. And I think that most people from outside, when they see us, they do not understand the rifts between the Israeli tribes. Many Israelis were very happy when Trump was elected because they used to believe that from now on, we will be able to do everything, and nobody will limit us, and he will support us, whatever we should do. I didn't think so. And I think I even wrote several articles about it, explaining that finally, the way I understand the American president, if I have to predict, he will adopt the vision of Biden, but he will use another ideas in order to execute it. And if you ask me, this is the way I understand what he's doing now. The problem is that our leaders do not understand it and are not playing part. They are out of the game. So when he will go, he came to the, it's the first, after Obama, he is the only president, even before Obama, who came to the Middle East and did not visit Israel as part of his visit. So I think that the Israeli government made almost every mistake, and we are isolated, not only in the world, but in the Middle East as well. It's not too late to change this course of action, and I want to believe that with the pressure from the international community, and especially if we shall understand, if the Saudis and the Egyptians and the Jordanians and the American president will tell us loud and clear, this is the future that all of us offer, a coalition, or a coalition that will bring, a regional coalition that will bring Saudis, Egyptians, all the stable states of this region, and we shall create the economy. We shall create we shall ensure our board, etc. It's a totally different future. I think that the Israeli society will have to listen, and this is a democracy. Finally, this coalition will not survive forever.
We'll always bring you all sides of the story here on Counterpoints, so we also spoke to Hamas about the current situation. Bassem Naim is a senior political official within the organisation and joined me a little earlier. You mentioned President Trump there. He's just spoken recently in Qatar on his Middle East tour and suggested the US could take Gaza, he said, and turn it into what he has described as a freedom zone. What does Hamas make of those comments and that suggestion?
To be honest, it is very strange. We were in direct contact with the American administration, sometimes through the mediators and sometimes directly, and we have told all the mediators clearly that our main goal is how to stop this aggression and how to allow aid to come into Gaza, and to give this a push and to succeed and to help paving the way for a successful visit in the area, in the region. We have made this gesture to the President Trump by releasing the Israeli-American soldier Alexander Aidan. Within these talks and negotiations, there was a clear understanding between us and the Americans that when we do this, President Trump, he will thank Hamas for this, But what is most important, he will, on the second day, oblige Israel to allow aid to come into Gaza, and he will call for an immediate ceasefire talks with the goal to end this war, including the prisoner exchange. Unfortunately, he was not able to exercise enough pressure on the Israelis, neither to allow aid to come into Gaza, nor to call for a clear and well-defined negotiations to end this ceasefire based on our approach, which is a comprehensive approach, which means we are ready to hand over all the Israeli soldiers in our hands, and in return we will get back some of our prisoners. But the main goal is to how to end the war, how to get a total withdrawal of the Israeli forces outside the Gaza Strip, and to rebuild Gaza again. And by the way, we have talked about opening a political horizon or a political pave away for a political solution for the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Unfortunately, despite of all these good intentions from our side, despite of all the efforts from the mediators to give again a push to a successful visit, what we got, what we are seeing now on the ground, what we are observing now on the ground, heavy airstrikes, more tightening the siege, and statements from President Trump talking about taking over Gaza. Gaza is belonging to the Palestinian like any Palestinian territory, and Gazans are the exclusive party who have the right to decide what to do with Gaza, what is the future of Gaza, who have the right to run Gaza, what about Hamas, and therefore we have called many times, instead of this, go for free and transparent elections and allow the Palestinians everywhere in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank and East Jerusalem to decide for themselves, to choose their way and to choose their leadership. No one has the right to impose any solution or any future or any leadership on the Palestinians, neither in Gaza nor elsewhere in the West Bank or anywhere where Palestinians are existing.
I want to come back to negotiations in just a minute, and also to elections and who gets to choose what role Hamas plays. But I just want to pick up on one thing you mentioned there about direct talks. Is that confirmation that Hamas has been and continues to be in direct talks with the US administration, perhaps including Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff?
Yes and no. We were in some stations in direct talks with the American administrations, and we have met with some representative of the American administrations. One of the well-known cases was Adam Boehler and his team. And in some cases, we have talked to the American administration through the mediators, mainly the Qataris.
So yes, there has been direct talks
with the American administration, but yes, there was direct talks with the American administration. Again, Adam Boehler was one of the cases, but there are other stations or cases where we also were in direct talks with the Americans.
And do you expect those direct talks to continue? Do you think they've been more productive than when Israel has been involved in the negotiations?
Look, our enemy is only one. It is the Israeli occupation. And we have heard a lot about the vision and the intentions of President Trump to de-escalate the situation in a lot of areas around the world. He is doing this in Ukraine, he is doing this in Yemen, he is doing this by adopting negotiations with Iran instead of going towards war based on the wishes of Netanyahu. He is trying to do this, or he did it between India and Pakistan. I think this has encouraged us to build on this and to make this good gesture to President Trump and to call him to do the same thing in our case, first to de-escalate the situation by ending this war immediately and allowing aid to go into Gaza, and then to call for opening a political path or a political way for a political solution of this conflict. We believe that President Trump can do it. He say repeatedly he is committed to peace. He is looking for a peaceful region, and we have said it many times. There will be no peaceful or stable or prosperous region without solving the Palestinian question. And in the core of this, and which is urgent, is to stop the war on Gaza and to end this genocide and to give the Palestinians in Gaza Strip to rebuild their life again by the aid and the support of all people around the world, including the Americans. Therefore, we believe that he can do it. If he wants, he can exercise enough pressure in Netanyahu, and he has all the tools to do it. He did it in different areas, as I mentioned.
Do you think that, as far as Hamas is concerned, the Trump administration has been more effective to deal with than his predecessor, President Joe Biden?
Look, we believe that the strategic alliance between Israel and the Americans is an unwavering relationship, is a strong commitment, and it is not easy to separate these two both sides. But at least we believe if President Trump and his team are looking for a more peaceful and prosperous region, and in different areas around the world, I think they have to put their hand here in this conflict and to exercise enough pressure on the Israeli and the Israeli government, and to put an end of this humanitarian disaster and genocide. Maybe President Trump is more clear about his intentions and...
I was just going to ask, do you feel that the US is potentially frustrated with the US administration, as has been widely reported? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Do you think that President Trump has been frustrated with the Israeli administration, as has been widely reported, that there is frustration that Prime Minister Netanyahu isn't moving quickly enough on negotiations? Do you think that will allow the US to put more pressure on Israel?
Again, if they have this vision to have a peaceful and prosperous region, they have to solve this question. Without solving this question, the Palestinian question, there will be no prosperous or peaceful or stable region. We believe that President Trump is looking for this and working hard to achieve this goal, but at the same time, we believe that he is surrounded by a lot of politicians, consultants, employees who are strongly committed to the Israeli vision and to the Israeli narrative and to the Israeli project. And therefore, we have seen this up and down policies or statements. Therefore, we believe, yes, if there is a clear, if he is upset with Netanyahu, this will help us to move a little bit forward, but without being strict and committed to solve this question, and to be sure that without solving this conflict in the region, all other steps to de-escalate the situation in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, with Iran, it will be useless, or the outcome will be very, very minimal to reach the main goal of, again, a peaceful and prosperous region.
There are reports that say Prime Minister Netanyahu has set today, Thursday the 15th, as the deadline to reach a deal. If nothing is agreed to, he intends to launch his expanded operation. Is this make or break day for the future of Gaza?
First of all, Netanyahu and his radical extremist racist government, they were in Gaza for 17 months, and they have besieged and attacked Gaza for 17 months by all the capabilities they have, supported by the international community, especially the Western countries, in particular the United States, by all means politically, diplomatically, weapons, financially, and so on and so on. And he has failed. He has failed along 17 months to crush the resistance, to retrieve his captured Israeli soldiers because of military pressure, and to forceful evacuation or expulsion of Palestinians. He failed. Therefore, he can do it again, but he will fail again because, as I said, what he failed at the beginning, he will not be. It will not be successful with divided Israeli political situation at the level of the army, at the level of the politicians, at the level of the society. He will not be able to do it while the international community day after day is exercising more pressure legally and in the media. We hear yesterday in the Security Council, we have heard all the countries, including the allies of Israel, blaming Israel and exercising pressure on Israel that this has to end. The war on Gaza has to end, and the humanitarian disaster has to end, and Israel, as an occupying power, is obliged to allow aid to go into Gaza. Therefore, with all these conditions, I think the chance to succeed will be much less than before. He might be able to kill more Palestinians. He might be able to succeed to destroy more houses, more clinics, more water wells, but he will fail. And from our side, as a resistance, if we have only one of two choices, to be killed, I mean Palestinians in general, including the resistance today, by Israeli airstrikes in a new operation, or to be killed tomorrow after giving up all the hostages, and as he declared 2 days ago, he will continue the war. If these are the choices, we are not ready. There is no rationality to go for such a deal, to give up all the captured Israelis and to wait for new airstrikes or new military operations, again to kill more Palestinians and to destroy more houses.
If you had to name the main obstacle in these negotiations, what would you say it is? What is the number one hurdle that neither side can get a deal on?
Netanyahu.
But in what regard? Break it down to what the element is.
The main obstacle is that we are insisting on ending the war. We are not ready to be engaged in any negotiations or any deal which is not leading to end the war. Allowing aid to come into Gaza, this is not a negotiation issue, because this is an obligation of Israel and is an occupying power, and this is a genuine right, a fundamental right of Palestinians inside the Gaza Strip. This has not to be negotiated at all. But the main block, the main obstacle is we are calling for ending the war, and Netanyahu is calling for getting back the Israeli soldiers, the prisoners in the hands of the resistance, and he is declaring to continue the war again.
And you can find the full version of both of those interviews on our Arabiya English YouTube channel if you want to hear more. But for now, let's get straight into our debate and welcome today's panellists. I'm joined by Avi Meir, the founder of Jerusalem Journal and the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. And Ahmed Eldon is back with us, host of the newly launched Out Loud podcast and a journalist who writes on Substack. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. The US has always said its support for Israel is ironclad. But is that ironcladding maybe starting to look a little rusty, maybe even corroding around the edges a little bit? There are reports that the Trump administration is becoming increasingly frustrated with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Although it's unlikely that the US is going to abandon its ally altogether, it does appear to be changing the way it prioritises its regional relationships. Avi, let me ask you, Is the Trump administration sidelining Israel?
Well, Melinda, I don't think that the Trump administration is sidelining Israel. I do think that there are certain differences of opinion between the administration and the Netanyahu government, as is natural in any relationship. And we, of course, saw that he has chosen to visit the region and yet not make a stop in Israel, which I think raised some eyebrows, not only in Jerusalem, but around the world. But the president has reiterated his support for Israel's right to defend itself. He did so just today, saying that what happened on October 7th was abhorrent. And of course, Israel does have the right to defend its citizens. I think that that is an ironclad commitment that every president will continue to maintain no matter what administration. I'm very hopeful that will continue.
Ahmed, what do you think? Avi says, obviously, it has raised some eyebrows. Is it making people question whether support for Israel is as ironclad as they thought, or is there going to be more pressure on the Israeli government to start negotiating with the Palestinian cause?
Well, Melinda, I think both those things can be true. I mean, the so-called rift between the U.S. and Israel under Trump seems to me like political theater, a distraction. I mean, while some in the West dissect the optics, Netanyahu's continuing his war of annihilation. He's using U.S. weapons and U.S. cover. And let's not forget, Trump long ago moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem, cut off UNRWA funding, and legitimized settlements, even though we know, of course, they're illegal under international law. So let's be clear. I mean, Trump's not interested in justice, only loyalty optics. And I think Netanyahu knows it. He even said recently that Israel, I think it was today, may soon wean itself off U.S. military aid. I don't think that's because Israel, wants to be independent. It's because the U.S. has given them everything, including political blank checks. And that's why I think what's more interesting to me is that 550 former Israeli intelligence and security officials have warned that Netanyahu's warpath is detrimental to Israel, too. I mean, they're calling for Trump not to listen to Netanyahu, to end the killings, to reject annexation, to secure the hostages. And that's not coming from radicals. I mean, that's coming from the Israeli security establishment.
Avi, what do you make of that open letter that was directed to President Trump? It was pretty scathing.
Well, I think this may be one point in which Ahmed and I agree. I think that there is a huge sentiment in Israel pushing for some kind of a deal. There is a great deal of support in Israel for the return of the hostages as swiftly as possible. And it is clear that there are certain obstacles in the way. Now, what we understand from former U.S. officials and, of course, others who've been involved is that Hamas has been the primary obstacle to the establishment of any kind of ceasefire. As recently as today, there have been discussions in Doha, and Hamas appears to be rejecting the Witkoff plan, which has been put forward to have some kind of a gradual ceasefire. And that, of course, is tremendously unfortunate, first and foremost, for the people of Gaza who continue to suffer in this war that was launched and is perpetuated by Hamas, which is holding them as a massive human shield, but of course for all people in the region and of course the hostages as well. So I think there is indeed great deal of support in Israel for some kind of a ceasefire. I think that letter was reflective of that. I'm very hopeful that that will move forward at some point in the near future.
Ahmed, what do you make of that characterization, that it's Hamas that has been the major obstacle to a ceasefire and a hostage deal negotiation?
I mean, I'm not surprised that Avi is saying this. He says this often on X. He's one of those that somehow defies logic and rationale to always blame everything entirely on Hamas, even when Israel kills children, for example.
Ahmed, would there be a war were it not for October 7th? It's very simple. Would there be a war were it not for the massacre of October 7th? Yes or no?
I would like to continue answering Melinda's question because I think it's laughable.
But you say that I'm the usual suspect.
After 700 days of genocide, you're asking me about October 7th and hypotheticals.
I contend that Hamas is responsible for this war, which it launched with the massacre of October 7th. Yes or no?
Is Hamas responsible for Israel murdering a 12-year-old boy yesterday? Is Hamas responsible for Israel bombing all the hospitals in Gaza? Avi, if you're going to speak over me, I'm not going to participate.
All right, so I'll ask. Let's just reiterate.
Melinda, you asked me a question and I couldn't answer it because he interrupted me with, what about Hamas on October 7th?
Okay, well, I mean, it is a legitimate question.
You were being asked about it and you refused to answer it. So let me ask again.
Okay, I'll answer that question. Can I answer that question about...
Yes or no?
Go ahead, Ahmed. Answer that question.
Israel's objective is not just to eliminate Hamas, as they say. That is a slogan that is used to justify the unjustifiable. The real objective, as we've seen day in, day out, Avi, is the erasure of Palestinian life, identity, and resistance.
Ahmed, would there not be a war?
Can I finish my sentence?
Terrible suffering is being endured in Gaza were it not for October 7th and for Hamas's insistence on perpetuating that war to this very day. Yes or no, would there be a war were it not for the massacre of October 7th and Hamas's calculated decision to keep that war going to this very day?
Yes, there would be a war. That's my opinion, and I'm about to explain why.
Okay, let Ahmed finish.
Avi, Israel bombed two hospitals.
I'd like to hear you you have to wring your way out of this.
I know you want me to talk about Hamas and how they're responsible for everything, but I'm using
absolutely like that. Yes, that is correct.
I'm using facts to describe what Israel is responsible for, not just since October 7th, but for decades in Gaza and occupied Palestine. Israel bombed two hospitals.
How far back would you like to go? Would you like to go as far back as 1929 when Jews were massacred?
Avi, can I speak?
Okay.
Afraid of the fact?
State of Israel existed?
Melinda, it seems to me like Avi is very afraid
Avi,
of
just pause for a second, Avi. Let Ahmed answer that question, and then I'm going to move on to our next topic. So, Ahmed, just finish explaining your answer to Avi's question, and then I'm going to move on.
Avi, why I don't think that Hamas is responsible for the almost 100,000 Palestinians that Israel has killed. Like the 12-year-old boy named Mohammed Bardawli, who was supposed to testify about Israel's execution of 15 paramedics in Gaza. He had already spoken with the New York Times and was due to speak again with the child psychologist present. Instead, Israel killed a 12-year-old child witness. What we're witnessing is a slow, brutal erasure of Gaza's healthcare system. You want to blame that on Hamas?
Again, you're trying to divert attention from the true facts here. Were it not for Hamas, there would be no war. There would be no war.
Avi, what was happening on October 7th, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago? Was there no war?
Instead of looking at the past, because unfortunately October 7 did happen, and we're a long way past that now with still no sign of how to get out of this. So, Avi, let me put this to you. According to Israeli media, Donald Trump's special envoy told hostage families recently that the US doesn't agree with Israel's approach currently to the conflict and believes that the next step should be a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Do you think that's an accurate assessment? And do you think that that shows a rift between Israel and the US establishment?
I mean, that particular statement at the end, I don't think represents a rift at all. I think everyone's on the same page that what will end up happening will be a ceasefire involving the release of hostages. The Israeli government believes so as well. It's a matter of what that plan looks like, what the pacing is, and so on and so forth. The special envoy also said yesterday to the hostages that were not for the Netanyahu government. Idan Alexander, the Israeli-American hostage released this week, would not have been released. So I think that one could read these statements in various different ways, but I think that there is general agreement that the only way this war can end is with the release of those hostages, and that, again, is wholly in the hands of Hamas. Hamas has held on to these hostages since day one. They could have released them on day one, and that would have been the end of the war. And yet they have chosen not to. They've chosen to hold the entire people of Gaza hostage along with the Israelis in order to further their aim of, raining terror and destruction on the entire region. They have said time and again that given the opportunity, they would carry out more and more October 7th massacres until Israel is eradicated. That is Hamas's agenda. They're very clear about it, and they have not strayed from that from day one.
And yet, I just want to push you on one thing, Avi. The idea, then, that the Netanyahu government is now expanding its war effort, it's saying this war won't end, they aren't indicating that they're at all interested in a ceasefire deal.
Well, previous experience has shown that military pressure has, in the past, helped ease Hamas's way to some kind of a deal. Now, I have to say, there are many Israelis who do not feel that the war should be expanded at this time, that the hostages could thus be endangered, and that there could be any number of other ramifications. That is a very vivid debate within Israeli society. But it is certainly true that there is, I think, pretty broad agreement. At the end of the day, there will have to be a ceasefire and release of hostages. I hope, as do many Israelis, I'm sure Palestinians as well, that that happens as soon as possible.
Ahmed, what do you think about this comment from Trump's special envoy saying that he doesn't agree with Israel's stated next steps, this expanded conflict, and that the next step should be a ceasefire deal? Do you think that the US should be doing more than just saying it doesn't agree? It's kind of easy to say.
Yeah, I think a lot of things are easy to say, including talking about the past and the future. You'll notice I didn't interrupt Avi as he did that and discussed hypotheticals of Hamas threatening Israel. To answer your question, Melinda, I do not think it's enough to say that. Let's be clear about what Netanyahu promised. He said, even if there is a hostage deal, presumably, even if all the hostages are released, he will continue the war. He will continue the annihilation, the erasure of Gaza. I want to be very clear for your audience. This week at a hospital, one of the last functioning surgical hospitals in the south of Gaza, Israel carried out repeated airstrikes that killed at least 28 people and wounded more than 70. And the hospital, of course,
what was located in that hospital?
Avi, I'm getting.
Was it just an innocent hospital? No, I think it's important to. I agree.
Can you
the audience should know. You're 100% right. What was in that hospital? Was there perhaps a bunker underneath that hospital, as has been revealed?
Melinda, can you please interject and let me finish my point?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, Israel does say that it was attempting to take the life of the de facto leader in...
Okay, and how did they justify it? They've said this millions of times before, and it's been debunked and discredited. Avi, for the love of God, why are you interrupting me? You are making yourself look like you cannot handle basic...
Avi, it is, though, a war crime to be attacking hospitals, though. Does Israel accept that?
Can I make my point?
It is a war crime to operate militarily from within hospitals, which is what Hamas does, transforming them into legitimate military targets. That is the war crime.
You are lying. The justification that Israel provided was a video that was superimposed.
Be very careful before accusing someone of lying, because
Avi, you accused me on Twitter of being a psycho. So I don't know why you're telling me to be careful of accusing you of being a liar. Can I explain, Melinda?
Okay, gents. I'm going to move on to
held in Israel in Palestinian hospitals that they have seen.
All right, Avi, I'm going to let Ahmed finish his answer.
I did not interrupt your...
Avi, hold fire just there. Ahmed, I want you to finish the question we had to you with regards to, well, now I've lost my place too, fellas.
Melinda,
the ceasefire.
He's claiming, no, Melinda, he's claiming that there was some command center under yet another hospital. The IDF released a video that superimposed...
I am not claiming that.
Avi, just let Ahmed finish. Just let Ahmed finish so that we can move on.
Avi, are you 5 years old? Can I make...
Ahmed, continue.
Calm down, Ahmed.
By releasing a video
I know you know how to make great TV. Calm down.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. I can't be part of this.
Ahmed, just wait. Stay with us. We're going to move on to our next topic. But Avi, if you can just... we do like a nice robate debate here on Counterpoints, but let's just make sure that each of our panellists have a chance to make their point before we jump in too vigorously. I'm going to move us on.
I haven't made one point.
I'm going to move us on to our next topic area. President Trump's snub of Israel during this regional tour is being held up by some as evidence of a friendship in trouble. There have been reports even suggesting that the US could recognise a Palestinian state under certain conditions. France and the UK are already openly in discussions on how to proceed down that path. Ahmed, do you think US recognition of Palestine would be a positive step to ending the war, and do you think realistically it would ever happen?
No, I do not. And the reason I think that is because without accountability, there will not be peace in Israel or in Palestine. And that is not my opinion. That is what history has taught us decade after decade after century after century. if I can make the point that Avi interrupted earlier, the IDF released a video to justify their third attack on a hospital in 2 days that superimposed a diagram of an underground infrastructure onto an image of the hospital, only it wasn't even the same hospital that was in question. That is not intelligence, that is not justification, Avi, that is propaganda. And if I may, while we sit here debating Israel's intentions, today, or yesterday I should say, a journalist who's been documenting Gaza's struggle for liberation since 2009 was bombed inside the burn unit of yet another hospital. And I just want to point out for the audience, if I may, Avi, I know you've worked for the IDF as a foreign media liaison. You're a former spokesman for the Israeli Occupation Army and a former employee of the U.S.-Israeli lobby, AIPAC. You also wrote on X that every single Palestinian and Israeli death is a result of Hamas and Hamas alone. And yes, it's really that simple.
100%.
But what I'd like to point out, Melinda, in answer to what Avi was asking me earlier, Netanyahu is wanted by the ICC for war crimes and for starving a civilian population. And Avi, let's not forget, you once tweeted at me, "Hey, psycho," demanding that I delete my X account. I'm not a psycho, Avi, but you know what is psychotic to me? Trying to justify
it's interesting, Ahmed, it's interesting that you point that out.
The starvation of children, the slaughter of journalists, the execution of 15...
Just let Ahmed finish that point and then we'll come to you, Avi.
I'll be done
Just let Ahmed finish that point, Avi, and then we're going to come to you.
Is not terribly surprising.
You know what else I think is psychotic? Israel can
have the same funding source. You were employed by the Qatari government. Is that not correct? You work
that is correct. Can I finish my point? I'm no longer employed by neither the Qatari government, the Saudi government, or the Israeli government.
All right.
My point,
the funder of Hamas.
Avi, I want to ask you then. I want to ask you that same.
Melinda, he didn't let me finish the point. Again, what is my? Why am I here? What's the purpose?
I'm sorry. No.
Ahmed, stay with us. Avi, just if we can just let Ahmed finish his point, and then I'm going to come to you.
Israel, Avi, you are incessant and insufferable. Israel can assassinate a journalist.
I'm so sorry you feel that way.
Hospital, and not only admit it, but justify it by claiming that the journalist was engaging in journalistic activities. That's not self-defense. That's what I would describe as psycho. And when we say so, when we point to
the individual, hold on a second,
as I do every day, we're smeared as anti-Semites.
Okay, Avi, I would like you to respond to the question I put to Ahmed about the possibility of US recognizing a Palestinian state. Do you think that is at all possible?
So I'd like to just first respond to Ahmed's point about the so-called journalist. That journalist was embedded with Hamas on October the 7th, documenting Hamas's atrocities for propaganda purposes. He took a joyful selfie with Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, to claim that he is an innocent journalist is absolutely preposterous and does...
What about the other 215 journalists that have been killed?
To actual journalists who put their lives on the line in order to...
What about the other 215 journalists that Israel has killed?
He was a propagandist in service of Hamas, and let's be very clear about that. Now, I'm sorry, Melinda, in answer to your question, no, I do not think that we are likely to see the recognition of a Palestinian state by President Trump. Those reports have been flatly denied by the Trump administration. That is the sort of thing that can and should only happen in the context of an agreement between Israel and Palestinian leadership. I'm very hopeful that that happens sooner rather than later. I would like Palestinians to have self-determination as Jews do. And the only viable solution is a two-state solution agreed upon between both parties. At that point, I would welcome the recognition of a Palestinian state by this administration or any other.
What about the idea of whether or not you subscribe to it, the reports that the US is losing patience with Israel, if it pivots its attention and its affections elsewhere in the region, do you think Israel stands to lose out, and who else would stand to benefit, Avi? Do you think it's likely that the US will pivot away from Israel and focus its attention elsewhere, perhaps in the Gulf?
Well, I think different administrations have different foreign policy priorities. And it's certainly possible that this administration will not view the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a top priority, and in fact views the continuation of the war as an unneeded distraction from whatever it's trying to pursue. So that is certainly possible. If that were to happen, I'm certainly hopeful that this relationship would maintain its special status in both countries, as it has been, again, the case for 77 years now. But certainly if there were to be any diminution of the U.S. presence or U.S. involvement in this region, I think it's fairly clear who the beneficiaries of that would be, certain malign actors, including Iran and its various proxies. I don't think we're likely to see that. I'm hopeful we're not going to see that. And I guess the coming weeks we'll see exactly what happens.
Ahmet, what do you think? If the US is pivoting away from Israel, who else could benefit?
Well, I think we shouldn't get swept up in the headlines. I mean, the fact that the U.S. is talking to Hamas isn't a sign of peace. It's to me, a sign of pragmatism. Washington knows, like Trump knows, that Hamas is not just a political reality in Gaza. It's much bigger than that. No deal happens without them. Recognition doesn't mean endorsement, Melinda. It means realism. And I think we need to be real for a minute. What country thinks that it can bomb a people, cage them behind barbed wire, and then pretend that they have no political voice? I mean, if these talks lead to open borders, a ceasefire, and end to mass starvation, then yes, it's a good thing. But under Trump, any deal will be shaped to serve American and Israeli interests first. So I agree with Avi on that fact. And I just want to mention, justice is needed in this case. Without justice, without accountability, as I've said, history teaches us there will be no peace. And Israel knows this, Avi knows this. There are 57 Palestinian children who have already starved to death, Melinda. Children, according to the WHO. 71,000 more expected to fall into acute malnutrition. And yeah, world leaders are beginning to speak here and there. Macron, who Netanyahu called shameful and said that he's standing on the side of Hamas simply because he is, like me, condemning Israel's mass killings and mass murder of journalists, doctors, nurses, teachers, children every day, which is being documented. But even the Financial Times, The Economist, The Guardian, The Independent, we're starting to see editorials that are finally naming this what it is, what the ICJ found it to be plausibly many, many, many months ago, which is genocide. I mean, we heard this Spanish prime minister saying, we don't sell arms to, or we don't trade, we don't sell arms to a genocidal state just yesterday. The only way forward, Melinda, is pressure, real pressure, arms embargoes, diplomatic isolation, ICC indictments. And it's not just enough to have the indictments, as we've seen. We actually need to enforce them. That means that the governments that have been shielding Israel must decide, are they going to choose the rule of law, international law, or are they going to continue to shield Israel and grant it impunity? I mean, even though I think the future isn't written, to me, I know, as anybody who is a critical thinker knows and who is a student of history, that there will nor be peace, nor will there be justice, nor will there be freedom until there is accountability for not just the crimes of genocide and ethnic cleansing, but the illegal occupation, the illegal annexation of more land and settlements, the illegal collective punishment and siege on Gaza for 77 days, starving millions of people. How do you justify that, Avi?
Avi, I'll let you respond and then we'll move on.
I don't justify anything. I'm not here on behalf of the Israeli government, even though I, unlike you, am independent. I, unlike you, have never been employed by the government of Qatar. I'm here on behalf of myself. And
You've been employed by the government that's committing genocide, though.
I'm not here as a representative of any particular government. And
Me neither. I don't work for Qatar. I'm an independent journalist. What's your point, Avi? Are you defending the genocide or are you not?
I wholeheartedly believe
is starvation a weapon of war that is legal under international law?
May I speak now? May I speak? That the humanitarian...
I'm just giving you a little taste of your own intestines.
Ahmet, let Avi finish because we're almost running out of time. We still want to hit our last
Sure, I'll take the high road.
I firmly believe that the humanitarian needs of Palestinian civilians in Gaza must be addressed. I think that that is an urgent need. I'm hopeful that that is something that can come forward in a way that circumvents Hamas, prevents Hamas from seizing that aid as it has done up until this point in order to feed its own people.
Oh, right, so you're not sending aid because you're worried Hamas is going to steal the aid, so you starve and hold an entire population hostage.
I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful that a mechanism can be developed that enables the aid to get directly to Palestinian civilians, not to Hamas. And I'm also hopeful that this war can come to a swift end with the release of the hostages and Hamas laying down its weapons and giving up its iron grip on the people of Gaza. I'm very hopeful that happens in the very near future.
Okay, you're pointing to what is going to happen next there, Avi. So let me transition on to our third segment. The president's regional tour, we're talking US president here, certainly has more of an economic focus. But the deals and decisions that are being made during this visit are certainly going to have a direct impact on the situation in Gaza, and not least because it could galvanise or change the administration's push to end the war. So let me ask you, first of all, Avi, Netanyahu has vowed to push ahead with his expanded offensive. We were just speaking a little earlier in our program to the former head of Shin Bet, Ami Ayalon. He says that with all his military and security experience, Israel's stated aims have already been achieved and that this expanded operation isn't needed. What do you think Israel's goal is now if it's already achieved the destruction, it says, of Hamas? Why is it expanding this war instead of returning directly to the negotiating table?
Well, that's probably a question you should ask an Israeli government representative, which I am not. But I would say that there has been a certain indication, again, in the past, that military pressure has helped push Hamas to the negotiating table and has urged Hamas to perhaps be more flexible in its demands. That is something that previous examples have shown. I think that there is something perhaps to that here as well. But I agree. I think that there is significant concern in Israel about the expansion of the war. What does this mean in the long term? What are the actual goals that can be achieved at this point? And at the end of the day, I think we're all talking about pretty much the same thing. We're talking about the return of hostages. We're talking about an end to this war and the establishment of some kind of ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, and the establishment of some kind of governance structure in Gaza that prevents Hamas from taking hold again and threatening both the people of Israel and the people of Gaza. That ultimately needs to be the end game here. And I think figuring out how we get there, what the path forward is, that is what we need to be focusing on right now. I certainly hope that that's what decision makers are engaged in at this moment.
Ahmed, do you have any optimism that this is going to lead to better negotiations, not more disrupted negotiations?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that make me optimistic. I mean, I'm sure we saw the news that Reuters reported of Trump granting Saudi Arabia sort of permission or a path towards a peaceful nuclear program without demanding normalization with Israel in return, which was always sort of part of any deal that would have been discussed. And that is somewhat hopeful to me. Perhaps Israel will get left behind, as it should, much like apartheid South Africa was, for all the crimes it's been committing. And I just want to say, it's strange to me that, Avi's trying to assassinate my character by associating me with Qatar and Al Jazeera. I mean, here we are on Al Arabiya, which is funded by Saudi Arabia. I wonder if he has the same issues with that. But where I find hope... No,
I don't. I don't think that the Saudi government has played nearly the same nefarious role that the Qatari government has.
Let's stick to the topic that we're on.
I think we should. You brought it up. No, I think Qatar
I don't want to get bogged down, if I may.
I think your association with Qatar...
I brought it up just to say that...
Okay, all right.
Yeah, can I make my point about hope? Alvi, I want to share this with you sincerely, human to human. Over the past year or two, where I find hope is the young Jewish people who, despite being arrested, despite seeing that their religion's been hijacked, despite being disappeared and suspended across college campuses for standing up and saying, "Not in my name," I find it not only profound, but prophetic, Melinda. And it reminds me that solidarity is something that doesn't require sameness, doesn't require the same religion. These students are rejecting the binary that says if you support Palestinian life, you're somehow against Jewish people or against Israeli people. These Jewish people across the world are embodying the truth that liberation is collective. And to me, that's the deepest form of anti-racist, anti-Zionist, and pro-human hope. That's a source of hope, because even when the systems that profit from pitting us against each other are working overtime to do that, they are Jewish people standing up to say what Israel is doing is obscene and must stop, and we should no longer be funding it or defending it.
Okay, last question to the both of you. Avi, I'll start with you. We've heard from President Trump's Middle East envoy that Hamas could play a political role in Gaza if it disarms. Is that a prospect that you think Israelis would accept?
No.
Why?
I think a leopard doesn't change its spots. I think Hamas has been dedicated in word and deed since the day of its establishment to the eradication of the state of Israel and the murder of all Jews. It says so extremely openly all the time. I think it's about time we started taking them at their word. They are very, very clear on what they want to do. They said no matter what happens with this particular war, they will carry out more October 7th massacres time and time again until Israel is erased from the map. So no, I don't think an organization, a toxic, repulsive, anti-Semitic, genocidal organization like Hamas should have any role to play in a peaceful future in Gaza. I very much hope that Palestinian society is able to generate the kind of leadership, the brave leadership necessary to reach a peaceful settlement with the state of Israel, one that would see both nations living side by side in peace, harmony, and security. And that can only happen if Hamas is sidelined and pushed off the scene.
A response from you, Ahmed?
I would agree on one issue, which is, Hamas has been around for about 20 years. Israel has been around for 70. It is in the very early literature and policy papers of Zionism, everything that Avi mentioned and said Hamas wants and is threatening to do with Israel, that is what Zionism and the Jewish state...
That is a simple...
Avi, we're almost out of time, so just let Ahmed finish his response.
All I'll say is, you don't want to hear it from me, Avi. Listen to your own Israeli leaders and ministers.
You're lying. Avi, you're lying. It's not true. Zionism is about the establishment of a Jewish state. Can I just say the point that I want to say? The
Israeli military itself...
Avi, just one at a time. Avi, I'll come back to you to get a response, but please just let Ahmed finish his answer.
Thank you. The Israeli military itself, the IDF, said that over 80% of those killed, Palestinians being killed since March 18th, when the ceasefire ended, were civilians. That's the Israeli military's number. That's 4.5 civilians for every fighter, worse than Russia's ratio in Ukraine, worse than the US war on ISIS, worse even than Israel's own 2014 Gaza war. So, Avi, Gaza's medical workers are being bombed not by Hamas, by Israel, while they're trying to save lives. Gaza's journalists, the other 215, are being bombed and killed, and their family, 1,000 members of their families killed and targeted. And hospitals, as we said, which, as Melinda pointed out, are protected under international law, are being systematically targeted. In fact, as we've been sitting here, Al-Shifa Hospital, a place filled with, displaced people, wounded patients, is now being under a direct threat of bombs.
Ahmed, let me ask this, though. You haven't answered my question, though. Should Hamas be allowed to play a political role in Gaza if it disarms?
Go for it.
If they disarm, they should be allowed to play a political role. But as I mentioned earlier,
Avi,
Melinda,
just let Ahmed finish.
I don't think that Hamas will disarm, because even if you disarm Hamas, just like Netanyahu helped funnel money from Qatar to Hamas, I mean, this is documented in multiple Israeli news organizations and goes back for years. It's not as though Hamas popped out of nowhere, right? So if it's not Hamas as we know them now, it will be another group that will resist Israel's occupation, apartheid, and collective punishment. That's just what history teaches us.
Okay, final response then. Avi, what do you make of what Ahmed has said? If it's not Hamas, is it going to be somebody else?
I think it's disappointing to hear Ahmed predict that we're going to live in a future of violence and terror. At the end of the day, what we should be aspiring to is not creating more terrorism, as Ahmed perhaps hopefully...
And maybe Israel should end the occupation of occupied Palestine. Maybe Israel should stop sexually assaulting children.
Now you can let Avi finish, Ahmed.
No, he's spewing lies. Why would I let him finish?
I'm trying to say I want a Palestinian state. It's weird that you wouldn't want that.
You think that I'm
Ahmed, please let Avi finish, because we're almost out of time.
I believe in the establishment of a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel. That is, I believe, the only equitable solution that is possible here. I believe the Palestinian people have the right to self-determination, just as the Jewish people do. And the only way that that can come about is through peaceful reconciliation. The notion that an organization like
can't have peace without accountability for genocide,
engage in terrorism in its own means could be a.
You can't have peace when you have an aggressor that is acting in violation of international law.
Deeply troubling.
You can't have peace, Avi, in a Palestinian state when you continue to take more Palestinian land.
Let Avi finish. Ahmed, let Avi finish because we're out of time.
I have to say, it's really dispiriting to hear.
It's not dispiriting. It's offensive to see you defend a genocidal state. It is offensive.
We should be doing whatever we can.
It is perverse, and to use your word, it makes you sound like a.
Okay, gentlemen. That is all the time we have.
Advocate for peace and reconciliation.
It seems very angry and unable to.
Really sad, dear Ahmed, trying to fight for a future of violence and terror. It's really sad.
I don't want to fight for a future of violence. I want all people to live on the land of the Holy Land to have equal rights. And as you know, Avi, the Israeli government has been depriving any person who's Palestinian of having basic human rights for 77 years.
All right, Ahmed, just respond to Avi and then we'll wrap.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't know what to respond to him, Melinda. I appreciate you having me on this segment. He talks about a two-state solution when Israel continues to annex more land and build more illegal settlements because they have complete impunity because of the U.S. Look, I hope this ends.
I would think I would think that you would share my sense of urgency in reaching a solution as quickly as possible.
Jewish people in Israel, and Christians in Israel, and Muslims in Israel, and Druze in Israel will not be free until Israel gives everybody basic human rights and dignity.
All right, gentlemen. One thing we like here on Counterpoints is being able to bring together some very diverse and polar views, as this debate has just proven. Even though you both stand on completely opposite sides, we appreciate having both of you on to have your say and give our audience both sides of the story. Thank you to Avi Meir, the founder of Jerusalem Journal and the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, and Ahmed Eldon, host of the newly launched Out Loud podcast and a journalist who writes on Substack. Thanks for your time. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to that very robust Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes on the Arabiya English YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.